And we should be good to go. Now you just got to be my moderator.
Ta-da! You want me to be your moderator?
You got to be my moderator, yeah.
Oh my God, this is gonna go. Oh wait, I need to pull this up then, don't I?
Oh, they're looking at my smoothie. Oops. There we go. There's the sign cam.
There's the signing cam.
Is it not focusing on us? It's not focused on us.
Oh, it's focused on the mic.
Hold up. I'm going to fix that real quick.
That's what you guys want. You guys want to look at the mic the entire time, right?
I think they do. I think that's actually...
It's better than my face, that's for sure.
Okay, that should have fixed that.
Nope. Nope. It's like, now we're in between the two, it looks like.
If I sit, it'll come to my face. It knows my face. That's good enough. That's fine. All right.
Okay.
Bryce will be reading comments for you all, and I will be responding, as you can see here on my little fingy cam. You guys like little fingy cam? That was surprisingly difficult to set up.
Oh, we're not doing. Okay, we're good. We're good to go.
Yeah,
we're good to go.
Are we good?
Why mic not on knife? That's a fair question, Daniel.
Because wires are a problem, and we don't want to have to deal with them.
I think it's because he's looking out for my safety as well.
That's also true. I don't want to stab my publisher until after the book is out. Though I did stab your face in a video already.
You did stab my face in the video. As long as we don't stab my actual face in a video, then we should be good.
Guys, I just found out how we're going to end the stream.
Could we not? I would You already threatened me with a murder weapon with golden blocks in the announcement video for this whole thing, so I would rather not.
So wait, hold up. I do need to
You are not numbering.
Yeah, you're doing the numbering.
We'll take care of the numbering.
Okay.
You don't worry about any of that stuff. All you need to do is... Okay, all right. So
you want to turn the audio off?
I was like, where am I hearing this from?
Yeah. Oops, I got my signing mat a little bit wet. We're going to be sending everyone wet bookmarks.
So when things go wrong, it's not our fault. It's his fault. Let's just put it that way. So, okay, they know who you are. They don't know who I am. Hi, guys.
Yourself. He's my publisher.
I'm Bryce O'Connor. I'm the...
Can you scoot that way like a foot? Because we're not exact... You don't think I will.
I'm the CEO of Wraithmark Creative. I'm also Daniel's publisher. There are several surprises for Daniel. He doesn't realize they're coming on this stream.
Oh, shit.
One of them is that I am leaving now.
Oh, God.
Bye.
Bryce, come back.
Nope.
I can't read the comments inside.
Well, Kayla was supposed to be out here, but she's not, so I guess you're on your own. Oh, she's coming! She's coming! Go!
Hi, stream. It's me.
Already a disaster.
No, it's exactly how Bryce and I planned it to go. Hi, stream. Where's stream? Is there stream?
You need to read me comments off there.
Oh, cool. That's my job. This is chaos from the start. Yup. Hi, everybody. It says, hi, Bryce. Lots of happy birthday, Daniels. And a bye, Bryce, as well.
Yeah, bye, Bryce. I did not know that was happening. I told Bryce all the prep. I don't know if you know all the prep.
I don't know what the prep is for this, but I'm just going to hang out with you guys for a little bit.
Please do.
Bryce had a little surprise, and so... Oh, there I finally come running on the stream.
Yeah.
This is a little delayed, I feel like.
It is. That's on purpose. It's in case I accidentally scream, horrible, horrible obscenities because I mess up a bookmark or something.
That's cool.
Is the finger cam good? Do people like the fingy cam?
Yeah, what's
Do you like the fingy cam?
this whole thing on the fingy cam? It says, Kayla is your publisher? Yes. Yes, I am.
Kayla does a lot for me. She might as well. She's my manager, essentially. I'd say you're my manager at this point.
That's what I tell everybody that I deal with this.
Yeah.
If anyone sends sponsors,
you deal with
me.
this?
No, that I deal with. Like, I get any, sponsors, or emails. You're usually going to talk to me first. Yeah. So, hi, everyone.
Okay, so part of the deal, as I do these, if you could shift them to dry on the mat, that would be amazing.
Absolutely not.
Okay,
How dare. I'm kidding. Nice. I love that one there has, an exclamation mark for an eye.
I told the audience they should not expect quality signatures from me.
Okay.
But if you guys give me feedback, how's the mic sounding, how the visuals, anything like that to improve the stream, I'm going to be here for 7 hours.
Ooh, there's hand model Daniel. Wow. Oh, also just curious, how do you know that? You should pay her double. Oh, no, it's fine. We have cats together.
Is it weird if we tell them how I...
No.
Okay.
And then the hot dog cam, I love. The finger cam is great. Favorite thing I've seen all day. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Ha! Happy birthday!
Good job, bitch.
I genuinely thought that was an opening to your balls.
It's just for you. Also, Daniel lied. He's not going to be on stream the entire. Oh no, you
No.
have to hang out with me.
Yep,
because
I'm gonna
he's
hang
gotta
out.
leave.
Go
Go
put on
change?
You have
your.
to leave.
Yes, go
Okay.
put on your outfit.
I'm going to put on my
Suck it,
outfit
nerd.
on.
I'm
camera.
not gonna sign anything.
Oh, we should just sign. Actually, we should absolutely start signing.
All right, so
Okay, how we
stream,
doing
you get
this?
to hang out with us for a little bit.
Hi,
I don't.
guys.
I don't have a cute onesie, unfortunately, because I didn't know I was gonna be on stream.
I told you.
So-
I told you
no,
like from the beginning.
You told me about the plan. I didn't know if he was gonna have me on stream. That was the thing. I thought it was gonna be just you two.
See, I think that you should have done it just in case.
I know
But you
that would
should've
have been
done
the
it
smart
just in
thing.
case.
You know, maybe next time stream if you really like onesies, we'll get a whole collection of onesies.
Like and subscribe if you like onesies.
Let us know. Are you changing on screen?
He is. I thought he was gonna leave, and then he decided that he was gonna.
He's like, no, I'm just gonna go right into this here.
for it.
Everyone gets to see
Those
it.
are seriously swanky. You're right.
Yes.
Only the best from Amazon.com.
We want this to be a comfy, cozy
Bring back the
stream.
goblin. They're saying bring back the goblin now, as though you ever left.
I know. I'm like, there he is. We brought him back.
Wait.
Oh,
Okay.
I hate that.
Could you not flash on screen? That was inappropriate.
I don't think it was inappropriate.
You were flashing. You were literally just.
I can
like-
be inappropriate on stream.
I know. Mako, no, you can't come.
This
play
is
with
what I
Dad
have to deal
today.
with the entire time I'm
All
here.
right.
We're obnoxiously in love. It's gross.
We have to keep the
Kind of
caddy.
is.
The kitty
Oh, there's a
cats
super
out.
chat. You gotta read the super chats.
Aw.
This is
Caleb B says, "Happy birthday. Love your vids."
I love you. You
No,
can move in.
What happens if I miss the super chats though? Because I'm looking here and
Scroll
trying
up.
to do this at the same time.
Yeah, then you
Okay.
fail. I'm gonna take Mako
Wow, it
out.
doesn't like tell you if there's like super chats.
It tells me if I was logged into my account, but it won't tell you. You just gotta be vigilant.
Oh,
I
so
love
I
you,
should-
Caleb.
so-
I'll see you later. Call me when you need me.
Bye.
Call me, beat me if you want to reach me.
So what you're saying is that we should have thought this ahead, and we should have
I'm gonna
logged
try-
into your account. before
Whoever
we did
gets
all
this
this.
one, I'm trying a different G. All right, are you ready for this? Let's see how it goes.
So I don't
That
know if
did
you.
not.
I don't know if you've done this.
That was bad.
I don't know how many times you've done this. My signature changes 4 times.
Yeah,
By the
it's-
time I finish my stuff.
All right, and this is an AMA. You guys can't ask us anything.
Yes, although I can't promise that I'm going to be very good at actually keeping track. I will do my best.
That's your one job.
Happy birthday. No, I have 7 different jobs, dude. That's your one job along with these other 4 jobs. This is gonna go
Here, I'll
terribly.
read one. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. Daniel, close
Bring
up
the cat
hand
back.
shot. Bring the cat back.
Bring the
So,
cap, that's a good one.
I can tell you my favorite cat stories for each of my cats real quick. That's a good way to pass the time. Also, I don't think Maddie's watching the stream. We got a super chat. Thank you so much.
Did we?
Yeah.
miss it?
No, it just comes through super delayed. I'm going to be surprising Maddie when she gets here. We're going to do a live Please Dear God Don't Be a Bomb.
Oh my God!
Isn't that awesome?
I'm so excited.
You get to be a part of it.
So Daniel knows this about me. Please Dear God Don't Be a Bomb is my favorite part of his show. Mr. Dad says, "Hello, Daniel Green. You have convinced Mr. Dad to start Discworld with small gods."
Yay!
Sorry to move on, Mr. Dad, but then Sam Gale also says, "Happy birthday. Have you read Akira? Do you recommend?"
Oh, Akira. That sounds very familiar. Did I
Akira.
read Akira? No, I watched Akira, I think.
So you probably watched Akira because Akira is and someone's gonna correct me if I'm wrong, but you know the sliding motorcycle?
Yeah.
Like that's where Akira started. So it's
Oh,
very,
yeah. I've watched Akira. I loved Akira. I was mistaking it for Attila Battle Angel for some reason.
Mark Green.
That's my dad.
PTL, you finally got a birthday present.
Best cat stories I have for both my cats. Have I ever told you, chat, the story of how Pips made himself vomit by deep throating something? It was very intense.
Wait, hold on. I can't cuss on stream, but you're allowed to talk about inappropriate cat.
It's not inappropriate. Okay, so what happened? I was in the bathroom when I was living in Ohio, just having a good old time, and all of a sudden outside the door, I start hearing like this vile noises, and I walk out there, and Pips loves playing with pins. That you have to keep pins away from him. They're his favorite toy, more than ping pong balls, which is Mako's. And so I find him with a pin about 4 inches down his throat.
Jesus.
And
he's like a 6-inch cat. How does that work?
I don't know.
Holy
So
cow.
as I try to help him, it's too late, and he just projectile vomits the pin and a ton of other stuff out onto the carpet. But that scares him, so he then starts running. He gets terrified and starts sprinting throughout the apartment as he has the last of his dry heaves. And I had to spend the next hour cleaning the place.
Aww.
So I used to think pins were a perfectly fine toy for a cat to play with. That is not true.
Speaking of, I can tell you cardboard boxes are also not, especially when they're filled with food, because I went downstairs and I had to put all the food back in the fridge because Mako was like ripping one apart. Okay, so real quick. First off, we're going to catch up real quick with Forever Night saying, happy birthday. Main camera keeps getting blurry. And I don't know if that's because there's two of us. And it's
because
moving
there's
around.
two of us.
The other thing is that we should probably tell people what we're doing because some of them may have no idea. We also didn't give a link to anything.
Oh, the link's in the description. And it's on the screen.
Oh, the link's in the description.
And it's on the screen.
So Daniel, if you guys don't realize, is signing 2,500 deluxe edition bookmarks. If you guys haven't seen the announcement video, he's running a Kickstarter right now through us.
And 10% are going to?
Yes, 10% of the gross profits for this Kickstarter are going to the Mary Carriel Children's Center in Rochester, New York. It's a school that I used to work with. It's a special needs education program that helps kids with special needs and their families. And I actually didn't tell you, I forgot to tell you, they also do have like assisted housing and a ton of other stuff. So it's like a whole thing. But yeah, if you guys are interested in grabbing one of these, or there's also $5 unsigned ones, which look really good. Check it out.
Yeah, the unsigned are 5, the signed are 20,
yeah.
and then the personalized, which I need to do 100 of at some point.
Yes.
I'm going to draw little goblins
Yep.
or just little factoids,
Yep.
maybe a poem, I don't know. Those are 75, but those are also sold out.
So they are sold out, but you can keep an eye on it because sometimes people will cancel their pledges.
Yeah.
We'll usually have something open up, especially towards the end.
Hey,
But yeah.
if your name is Mike, I hate you, and you should cancel your pledge. You're a bad person.
Wow.
There we go.
It's like
I think that's the way to go.
Philip DeFranco's like I'm watching you, Greg. Oh no, is that John Oliver? That's John Oliver.
I think Greg
I'm watching
is
you, Greg.
not Danny Gonzalez. No, it's Danny Gonzalez. He does the Greg thing.
I know John Oliver also does the Greg thing.
Oh, okay. He stole it from Danny Gonzalez.
Oh, well, there you go. Comedians. All right, hold on. I haven't read any of these. Just pledges a Kickstarter. Thank you, Glashers. I actually really like that name. That's
Glashers?
Yeah, that's
Spell it.
It's like Clashers, but with a G.
Oh, I like that.
Oh my God, Kazavet, I'm so sorry. I'm not gonna try to pronounce your first name. Happy birthday! You've inspired me to write my own novel series.
What's
I'm
it
assuming
called?
That's for you.
You got it. What's it called? You can't just say that. You got to tell me what it's called.
Shout it out!
Shout it out!
Shout it out!
Where you publishing? All right.
Wow, that was aggressive.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, you got a little.
that-
you got
that
a
one
little
looks
over the
too
top
bad.
there. You really should.
That one just looked awful. No, I'm not giving that to somebody.
It's a good thing we printed extras specifically for that reason. My God. Ooh, Kazavet. Also, do I shout out new top tippers?
Sure, why not?
Hitting you up with 10 G's. And by 10 G's,
You'd be
I mean,
amazed what I'd do for $10.
you wouldn't be that amazed what he'd do for $10. I think you all know what he would do for $10.
All right.
Elliot Chapman, happy birthday, fellow Cosmere nut. Currently baking a cake.
Oh,
Totally
awesome.
not related, I swear. Have a good one, bud.
Well, okay. Message for the live stream. If you're going to tell me things like you're baking a cake, you're writing a series, I need details. I want to learn things about them. I want to know what kind of cake. Is it strawberry? Is it chocolate?
Maybe they're trying to leave it up to your imagination.
If
Did you
it's
think of that?
peanut butter, I'm going to come take it from you.
Ooh.
We might be going dry on our first marker here.
Can we do already?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh no.
See that?
Actually, hold on. Let me do a thing.
All right,
do
luckily
a
I
thing.
got another one.
I am actually. Where's the one that you just tossed like a demon? Oh, here.
Bryce doesn't keep up with the chaos perfectly. You know, it's okay. It's fine.
So if you get there, just do the little inappropriate thing, and then I think you're gonna try that.
Okay.
Cap it and go.
So
Go,
how
go,
you get
go.
these markers to work is you just give them a little bit of a helper hand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You don't have to full fist it. Most people would, just do 2 fingers like a normal human being, but let's be real about Daniel.
Hey, you're the one who paid me a bunch of money to
I haven't paid you anything yet. That's the best
that's
part.
true. Yeah, I've actually not made a dollar.
I haven't paid you jack yet.
For sponsorship spots.
Yeah, but that wasn't for publishing your book.
True.
That wasn't for publishing your book. I bought them off, actually, is what happened. Unknown Soldier, happy birthday, Goblin Lord. Any possibility of an updated Cosmere tier ranking video?
I'm going to be doing a few tier videos at the end of the year. I can't say I have a planned Cosmere one right now, but a project for the new year I'm going to do is trying to summarize both eras of Mistborn in probably 2 different videos. Which is always weird because like after I met Sanderson, it went from being like oh, like I make videos about your books, and now it's like it's the guy I met. I'm making videos about his books. It's a little weird. It's like I reviewed your book, and now that I met you, it's like I gave it a 6. I'm really sorry about the 6.
Yeah, you did. You did. You also lied about it several times.
What do you mean I lied about it?
Like you said that it was like C ranked when obviously it's S ranked.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
No, you did lie about the fact that it went #1 on the Audible store on release. And I had to message you and be like, I appreciate it, man, but it was a sale. It was a special sale.
Gotcha.
But thanks. Hold on, I think we missed. Nope. Tyler. Also, there was a gentleman named Javier that did tip you, but didn't leave a message. So
Javier, I know what you're trying to do, and how's it going?
yeah, you wish you were here, don't you? Tyler says, "Will you keep the live stream available as a VOD?"
Yes. I will
Video
be
on
keeping.
demand?
Yeah, no, just video.
Video.
Yeah, I'll be keeping this one live. This is a special. Do you guys like that sound?
Congrats on the Kickstarter success!
Hey!
Did that work, by the way?
This?
Yeah, that worked.
It worked pretty well.
Did you get a little bit more liquid
Yeah,
out of
I
that?
got a lot of
Good.
liquid
I'm
out of
glad.
that.
All right, perfect.
What if one marker
Explodes?
lasts us-
It will happen.
No, like lasts us the entire time.
I would be so mad
You
because I
spent
bought
so much money
I
on
bought-
markers.
I bought 60.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous
I
number.
think I bought 60. I've spent so much. You know what? I haven't given you any money for publication, but I have spent so much money on you.
Yeah, but
Um,
it's all gonna be worth it.
So several people have mentioned when is a Night at the Museum 2 review.
What?
That's like the 4th time that I've seen someone say
I've
when
never
is
seen
a Night at the Museum 2 review.
I think I saw the first one ages and age. Oh, this one got smeared.
You had one job.
You have 4 jobs.
No, that one also didn't get smeared. It's just the art.
Oh, okay, cool. That just happened.
You had one job and you actually did it correctly.
All right. Pretty soon, I'm gonna start doing the custom doodle ones.
Okay,
We have to keep track of those.
We
for-
have several people here.
Okay. My favorite Mako story I'll get to as soon as we're through these super chats.
Okay. Brian says, "Hey Daniel,
Hello, Brian.
I saw you at Dragonsteel Con, but you looked like you were insanely crowded and trying to film simultaneously, so I didn't say hi. So I want to say
You
hi
should've.
here. Appreciate what you do. You should have. You should have just gotten in his face, especially since you knew you were going to pay him $10. You should have been like, I'm here now."
So, funnily enough, I'm not allowed to swear without getting dinged too many times, but I can't talk about this. So usually when I go to conventions, I keep a little bit extra of my anxiety meds. I don't mind getting swarmed because I'm a little popped up, and that just kind of evens me out so that my social anxiety doesn't like ruin my soul. But I forgot to take my anxiety meds to Utah altogether, which sucked. And I didn't have access to marijuana because of Utah's laws, which I'm not going to get into that, but I personally am pro legal. It's a drug. But my anxiety meds that are prescribed to me are not.
I mean, they are, but
And I wasn't going to like bring some to Dragonsteel. I don't want to get in trouble or anything. So I was really nervous going into it. But fortunately, not only did I have Jackson with me, who is just a saint the whole time and amazing at being my like buddy, but everyone at Dragonsteel was so nice. And I'm not even talking about the staff, who were also amazing. But like the fans, everyone respected my distance. I had so many people who were like, they'd come up and be like, "Hey, I know you have social anxiety. I just want to say I love your stuff. See you later." And it was awesome. You guys were just the best. And I've literally never had, that's not true. I've had weird encounters with fans. But at conventions and at specifically Dragonsteel, I did not have one bad interaction with a fan. Even the guy who rammed me drunk and grabbed me, first thing out of his mouth was, "I'm drunk, I'm sorry, but I like what you do, and I appreciate it." And I was like, you know what? That's a good way to do it.
That's respect.
All
That's
right.
respect right there.
I'm going to take a stack and try and keep track of doing 100 custom doodles.
Do you want so for these? Do you want me to actually like number these so we have the first like
Yes.
100 specifically?
Do you want to work on that? While
I have no space for that. Although you know what we can do is actually we can use these
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
because you're just adding a doodle, right?
Yep.
Oh no, these are gonna be personalized. So maybe
Yeah.
let's actually just do the 100 maybe later or
Okay.
leave specific space for personalization
That works.
because we'd be in fancy with this.
I'll do smaller signatures on those whenever we get to them, or we can just do them off stream.
Javier did come back. I think he accidentally didn't leave you a message last time. I also just tried to leave you a message, and it's hard to like do a thing. He says, "I want the book Kickstarter now." In all seriousness, happy birthday! I remember you at 10K subs. And it has been quite the journey. That must have been like 20 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, I screwed that one up. Let me talk about my favorite Mako story. So Mako, we got him, and this is like actually a little heartbreaking. We went to a place that had like I think like 7, 8 kittens. Like they were like, and of course me and Kayla being who we are, we were like genuinely like, can we just take them all? Like we were trying to figure it out. And there was this one cat that was going nuts, going up to us, just hyperactive, and it was so sweet. And we were like, wow, this thing like wants to be adopted. It's such a cutie. But there was this tiny little black void cat in the very back of the very, very back of the store, and he wouldn't come out and talk to anybody. And both Kayla and I individually went up to him, and it was just like, oh my God, this is the sweetest, shyest little guy, and we love him. And we knew the hyperactive cat was going to get adopted because he's going up to everybody. Someone's going to come in and take him, but this little shy void, we were like, oh my Lord, we love him. And when we brought Mako home, and for the first day, he just hid in our bathroom. We kept him separate from Pips, as you should do when you first get cats. And he was so sweet. And then on day 3 or 4, Kayla, if you're watching, you can shout it from the other room. He suddenly was just like, oh, this is right. This is my home. And he started doubling whatever that hyper cat was doing. And holy crap, since then, Mako has been our lovable little devil. He gets into everything. We thought Pips was an exploratory little guy. No. Mako has gone in, he is like a rat eaten into 3 different food bags, and so we can't let him near food bags.
Because I'm not kidding. There were bite marks in one of your containers downstairs. I had to put all the food back in the fridge. We feed him plenty, and it is amazing to watch him just do parkour to try and get at food constantly. We also, I successfully blocked off behind my bookshelf so that Pips could no longer get back there. Of course, all of a sudden one day I start hearing meowing from behind my bookshelf. No idea how the hell he got back there. It's pretty well sealed off. He just did it. He is like our little Jason Bourne. And it's been amazing to watch Pips go from really hesitant and kind of like, what the hell is this? To being like his big brother, and like they'll cuddle, they'll groom each other. It's so sweet. I love it so much. You know, we have a bunch of stickers to catch up on, but real quick, I actually totally understand the wanting to adopt the shy cat because of the hyperactive cat. And I don't know if I told you this story. I might have. When I went to go see my dog, the dog that I wasn't there originally for my dog. I went to go see a dog, and they weren't available because they were with another family. And we asked them what dog would they recommend, and they showed us another dog, and she was too big. And then I was like, oh, this other dog, I love this dog. And as we were adopting, the dog I came to see was being adopted in front of us. The dog they showed us was being adopted behind us. So all the dogs ended up getting adopted that day.
That's
and
so sweet.
It was a good day. All right, okay.
Awesome.
We have a lot to catch up on. I have not missed anybody. Glasher to get back to us. Thank you for the new high, by the way, with $28 Canadian.
Holy crap!
You're getting a lot.
This is for you.
I don't know why you're running a Kickstarter right now. You might as well just do this full time. Glasher says, happy birthday. Not writing a novel, but writing a story for a webcomic I want to do with relics.
Ooh, you're doing the
Mage
next.
objects,
Oh, I love that.
like a coin that controls luck and technology. You're an inspiration for me. More Berserk.
More Berserk is resuming next week. I just couldn't do it for a bit because the copyright strike, because I was afraid of my channel being taken away from me.
Yeah.
But worry not, it is returning on what's the fancy way of saying next week?
Next week.
Next week.
Yeah, it's good. That's a good way to do it. There's also Yen Press just released one of Red Ice's webcomics that is a relic-based progression fantasy. So you might want to look into that. I can't remember what the heck its name is.
Look at this nerd. Look at this nerd.
No, I'm definitely not. I abhor anything fantasy related.
Yeah, that's why you run Wraithmark Creative.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I do continually accidentally call Wraithmark Creative.
It's okay. One of my employees the other day sent a professional letter to someone, big someone, and called it Wrathmarked. So just totally missing a letter. That was great. At least Wraithmark, when you start Googling it, it shows up.
I used to work at a DSW, the major chain of shoe stores back when I was in high school. And one of the really interesting things was I didn't actually know what DSW stood for the entire time I worked there.
What does it stand for?
I thought it was Discount Shoe Warehouse. And I said that to so many people. It's Designer Shoe Warehouse.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, I bet they didn't appreciate
on the
that.
last day, I was like, yeah, it's been really great working at Discount Shoe Warehouse. And my manager went, it's Designer. And I was like, that doesn't matter to me anymore. I don't have to pretend to care.
Oh my god. All right, Vilson Chu. I can't believe I'm lucky enough to share the same birthday as you. Hey!
Hey, November 30th, what's up?
Happy birthday, and I hope you have a year of success and joy. He won't. I won't let
You're
him.
You're responsible for
He
my
won't.
success.
He won't. I'm gonna embezzle all your money.
Oh, well,
That's all mine now.
You did tell me, like, you steal, so no.
No. I said I used to steal. I said I was a klepto as a kid.
My new theory is you're not actually Bryce O'Connor. You're someone who just, like, stole his identity. This one, I think, is drying up. If you look, it's got some... You can work on
is
this.
Is that the old one?
Yeah.
No. Okay. We can at a certain point just do this. I mean, I'm not Bryce O'Connor, so that works out well.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're one of these people who has a fake name.
I'm one of those people who has a fake name.
My-
I would argue one of the smart people who had a fake name, Daniel Green.
Yeah. One of my biggest regret in my career is not using a fake name. It has been a bit of a problem for me.
Yep.
People find me, they find my number, they find my address. We have a really intense security system now because of that. Not smart. I should have just been calling myself the Goblin from the beginning.
The first time I came over here, actually every time I've come over here, not only do I not know their address, they black bag me every time I come over.
Yeah, we have a van pick them up.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I wish I had a van. It's like a Honda Fit. I am a tall man. It does not work in
What's
there.
funny is there's going to be someone who thinks I actually have that kind of money.
Yeah.
Who's like, oh, he does have that.
Yeah. No. You just get your friend Noah to do it.
Noah will
Noah's
be
a
here
big
later.
Dude.
It's so funny. He's going to be my security at some conventions in the future. But it's so funny. People always think like, oh, he's a big muscly guy. He's the sweetest being. Like, he
Dude, don't
could not
say
hurt
that
me.
if you're trying.
But that's
He's
the
gonna be
thing.
my security
He's
con.
the-
Also, he's harmless.
No, he is harmless until I've seen him, like, because he used to throw parties and stuff. I've seen him have to, like, throw out people.
Oh,
and when
yeah,
he
yeah.
throws people out, it's one of those situations where the people are just like, oh, okay, never mind. I can't stop this.
He's harmless until until he's not.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Wow, I'm missing several. Okay. Happy birthday, Daniel. Oh, this is from Austin McConnell.
Thank you, Austin.
Happy birthday, Daniel. Congrats on your latest release. Hope you are doing well. Take care. His latest release is a Kickstarter for a deluxe edition bookmark that you should check out in the description down below.
Boom.
Boom.
And also, Potato, if you're moderating right now, you can throw that link in there whenever you want. Thank you so much, and I hope that
That was me.
you're good. I hope that payment cleared. I do pay my mods for big projects. And then what was I also gonna say?
Doesn't matter because I'm going to say what the next thing is. Cosmonaut said, I said hello at Dragonsteel. Say hi to Cosmonaut.
Love you.
Again, Kazabut, you are awesome. I am terrified of how to pronounce your first name. I think it's Casper, but it may also be Cacper, so I'm going to go with Casper. Hopefully, I can be skilled enough to meet you someday. The fantasy series I'm writing is titled The Saga's Grudge, but that name is a work in progress.
I actually like that.
It's
name.
actually a solid name. I will say, in my professional opinion, that is a solid name.
And Bryce gave me really good feedback for A Witch's Sin. So the original name of the book was Neon Ghosts, but after talking with Bryce, we just agreed. It was such a good name. It was like, that needs to be the series name. Like, it needs to be something that is the brand of the series, because it also thematically just resonates so well with what happens throughout my whole planned series. And then we were like, okay, so what's the big, like, thematic point of the first book? Well, there's a character introduced that's a witch, and a lot of the book is ramifications of their actions and stuff like that, and so it's going to be a witch's sin. And Bryce gave me really good advice, because originally it was just witch's sin.
It was, no, so originally we had, do you want me to go through all the things that we were going for? So the one that I really liked originally was Fallacy of Sin.
I like that one too, but
But
every time I told people Fallacy of Sin, they'd go, oh, that was really cool. It sounds like phallic sin.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn it.
And then we had a bunch of other good ones. And then it was Witch's Sin was the one that I think you and Kayla came up with together. And I really liked Witch's Sin, but the problem is that phonetically, if you're using word of mouth, witches could be multiple things. Like 90% of people are going to think, a witch.
Yeah.
But, is that a little sticky?
Yeah, a little bit.
But if you don't have some kind of clarification there when you're doing word of mouth, it can cause a little bit of confusion. And when you're in an industry like ours, you want zero confusion. So that's how we negotiated via fisticuffs. And they won because they ganged up on me. and we went with A Witch's Sin.
Kayla gets what she wants.
Yeah, worked out well. And speaking of, if you guys haven't seen the cover art for A Witch's Sin,
It's on the Kickstarter.
It is on the Kickstarter. If you guys just want to go take a look at that, that is awesome. Again, the link is in the description.
And the cover for the deluxe edition of the first 2 Lawful Times
yes,
books.
and the cover for the deluxe edition of the Compendium.
I'm covering your logo.
I mean, that's fine. My logo's shit. Ooh. My logo is Shizer.
Do you not like the Wraithmark Creative logo?
Oh, I love my logo.
Okay, I was about to say, your
I'm-
logo's
I'm-
awesome.
I am bantering right now. Are you
Okay.
kidding me?
I
My
was
logo
saying.
is amazing, and I'm going to shank you later for having covered it, but that's fine. My logo is amazing. My logo is also available on the Kickstarter if you want to go check that out.
Well, do you have any more?
Do I have any more?
Or are we caught up on super chats?
I think we might be caught up on super chats. Potato, thank you for tossing the link in there. Also, I believe his name is actually pronounced Potato.
I know.
Potato. Potato. There's 2 H's in there.
Potato are on the potato level. Like we know.
Okay, I'm gonna call him Potato because potato.
Okay.
Yeah, we're caught up on
So
super chats.
I do want to talk about the process of working with Wraithmark for a bit, if you don't mind, Bryce. Is that okay with you?
Sure.
So,
I don't know where this is going.
No, I just want to talk about, so a lot of people, one of the main reasons I put out self-published books in the first place was I wanted to be able to make videos on the self-publishing experience. Shout out to Evan Winter for being a huge help in those videos.
Evan is an awesome person.
Evan is, everyone
Awesome
I know
person.
who's met Evan Winter
Yeah.
is like, he's the best guy. Like, and he's also insanely smart when it
Yes.
comes to publishing and marketing his books. He's awesome.
I was about to be like, I saw an interview with Evan Winter that was like the interview that made me want to work with him. The problem is that it was your interview, so it wasn't going to be a good recommendation.
Oh, it's not good to recommend my videos, right?
To you? It's not good to recommend your videos to you? No,
I thought you
Daniel,
were
it's
recommending the
not.
audience. Okay.
No, you should go watch that interview. It's a great interview with Evan Winter.
But so then I was like, okay, so the next step would be to get a publisher. But one, I don't necessarily love. I do love Tor and Orbit. Don't get me wrong. I think they're fantastic companies and they've done really good things recently. But I know that publishing right now is changing a lot. And I wanted to find a company that I felt like was really on the pulse of how things were changing and taking on new strategies for, really evolving what the publishing industry could be in the internet age. And after a lot of research and already having known of Wraithmarked, they coincidentally kind of reached out right around the same time. I think.
Wait, you knew about us before this?
Yeah, man, because you made Fantasy News a couple times.
Oh,
Yeah, I had known about you
right.
because of Fantasy News, and so when you reached out,
Oh,
you were
right.
already on my
The
short list.
Coordination of yeah.
Yeah, you were already on my short list, and then I was like, well, we were talking about some sponsor stuff, and I was like, I'm also, I'm putting out some books. I'm putting out some books in case you're interested.
I mean, I knew you were putting out books. This is a mutually beneficial tango.
We're symbiotic. That's the right word, right?
I think parasitic is the word that we're going.
He is a parasite.
Otherwise, yes, that is the right word.
I did see some
My
comments
parents
who
would
were
be proud of you.
My parents were like, wow. I did see some. I did see some comments on the video where we were announcing the Kickstarter. That were like, Daniel's really rude to Bryce. That was a bit.
No, it wasn't. I was chained to the desk. Have you seen me get up and move yet? No, you haven't, because I've been chained to the desk.
I have shot something at you.
Several times. Multiple times.
It's those guns we used in the discussion video, the ad spot, little pew pew pellet guns. That's what I'm talking about.
They still hurt, Daniel.
No, they do. They made me bleed. Did I tell you that?
Oh, hold on. When did they make you bleed? Before or after you shot me with it?
No. This is before Noah and I were doing that ad spot where we had them trained on each other and we're shooting each other whenever we screwed up. And he hit me in the elbow, right where the skin was taut.
Ooh.
And it just split my skin. And it actually kept bleeding for a solid second. It's kind
Fun
of
fact,
funny.
that is called your olecranon.
He has a biology background. No, not biology,
Something like
anatomy background.
Yes, I do have an anatomy background.
I imagine you had to do a lot of biology for that too. No?
So I got out of college biology with an AP course in high school. So
AP courses, what's that?
I did have to do a cadaver dissection. That was super interesting.
I got through all of college without having to do a single math class.
I'm sorry. And you work with computers?
Yeah, because computers are all logic. And I did a bunch of logic classes.
I mean, but logically, you would think that there would be some math involved.
Everyone thinks that software development is literal math. There is some, don't get me wrong, but it's mostly logic. It's almost entirely, in fact, logic, which is a form of mathematics, don't get me wrong, but it's not like it's not like I'm fucking doing freaking doing like complex algebra.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna interrupt because Jacksky says #freedom for Bryce, and I have to agree with that.
Yeah,
I have to agree with that.
What's scary to me is we've been alive for a while, and I feel like I have not made a dent.
In this?
Yeah.
Oh, we've been live? Yeah. Remember how... So originally when we started this, if you want to talk about a little bit of like your... And by the way, you can continue to fawn over your experience with Wraithmark Creative after. But I told Daniel I was coming down to do this signing, and I was like, we have to sign... It's actually $27.50 because we have some spillover for when he messes up, when Noah decides to sign inappropriate things on them, and various other things. So he used to sign 2,750 of these. And he was like, "Yeah, it'll be fine. We'll get it done in like 2 or 3 hours." And I just was like, "Uh-huh." Yeah.
I underestimated.
Sure we will.
Well, okay, here's my defense, and I think it's a little bit understandable. I've watched snippets here and... Wow, that one's not working. I've watched snippets here and there of Sanderson's streams.
560 people. Wow, nice.
Yeah. I've watched snippets of Sanderson's streams here and there, and he will sign, like, 1,000 an hour. Like, he just burns through them. But I didn't realize it's because he has a team of people perfectly rotating, so he's just doing the movement again and again and again.
He is basically his own auto pen. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
I realized the downside of the giraffe costume is that I put my phone in my pocket, so I'm gonna have to awkwardly reach into my giraffe costume to go check out my phone because I haven't looked at the Kickstarter in a hot second.
Yeah, we need to do top of the hour Kickstarter checks.
Also, we could also just pull it up on.
Well, let's only do every top of the hour. We'll check the Kickstarter.
Well, we need a starting point. Okay, all right, fine.
Top of the hour.
Top of the hour. Can you guys remember if you're here for the next 7 hours? Because I'm sure most of you will be hanging around for 7 hours straight. Can you remind us when it's top of the hour?
Oh, my favorite people on Twitch or live streams that last a long time. There are people who will just like hang out the whole time because they're like working a shift. They're just doing something chill. Yep. And so like it feels like I've gotten to know some people on Twitch because they just hang with me for like 4 hours and like we have conversations and like because I have a small enough audience on Twitch, it really is just like me talking to a few people. I love you too, YouTube, don't get me wrong. But hanging out on Twitch with just like a few people, just playing like chess or something, oh, it's fantastic. It feels like I'm almost getting rid of the parasocial barrier. Oh wait, you're scrolled down. That's why my hand's cut off. I was afraid for a second that the whole time the hand cam... No, scroll up on the screen. There you go.
No, we're good. I've been... Don't worry. I got you, boo.
No, I thought it was my fault. I thought that was my issue.
It would have been your fault. Yeah. If anything goes wrong in this stream, I can accurately say that it is your fault. Not because he's done something wrong most of it, because I have no idea what the heck I would be doing, so therefore it has to be, by default, your fault.
I have a smoothie here from Kayla.
You do, that you haven't been trying. At some point, I'm going to steal some of your water, too.
Oh, here, this water's
Twitch
for you.
loves you, too, Daniel. Is there still time to get into the Kickstarter?
Yeah, that's why it's all linked up. Everything except the top tier is still available.
Right here, right now, you can jump on everything, but the top tier is still available. And if you really want the top tier, I recommend you guys check in every couple of days. Sometimes, especially for those top tiers, people will back out. The other thing is that actually you're not super familiar with this. There's going to be a post Kickstarter support platform. It's going to be BackerKit if you're familiar with that.
Mm-hmm.
And what is going to happen with that is you'll be able to go and you'll be able to get further add-ons and stuff. And if for some reason someone had a credit card decline or a problem like that, we will end up putting the extra units of whatever tier is open on that backer kit. So let's say out of the 100 personalized ones, there's 3 people who had credit card issues or just ended up not paying. Then there will be the opportunity to pick up those 3 more. So as long as you're signed on to the Kickstarter any tier, you will be able to potentially jump onto any opportunities like that.
Could you send a text to Kayla for me?
No.
And ask her to bring me my wrist brace. I forgot it. I'm not in pain yet, but I feel like wearing that wrist brace will be a very good stopper of me getting in pain.
For sure.
And then going more on about signing on with getting a publisher and everything, one of the big things that freaked me out was I know, and I get comments of people saying, like, the only reason Daniel has any sales is because of his platform. I never deny that. Of course, if I didn't have a platform, I wouldn't be able to market my book like I do, and it wouldn't sell like it does. And I know there'd be the same comments. It's like, Daniel only got a publisher because of who he is, and I think that's partially true. Bryce doesn't, we're buds, but we wouldn't have met if it wasn't for my platform and all that, connections. So I've always wanted to say, well, if I'm going to be having an advantage, I want to use my advantage for something good. So I, very early on, Bryce and I in this process, I said we're going to be donating to charity. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff for charity with my publishing because I want, there to be good coming of me being able to take care of, utilize the privilege I've gotten with my platform. And that's why, in case you missed the video, 10% of all profits of this going to charity, and 100% of the profits from my deluxe edition for the Lawful Times will be going to a charity that my audience will be choosing, which I'm very excited about. And that is a big deal for me. I've always wanted to be able to give to charity in a way that really matters.
Now, so while Kayla's handing off the wrist brace, one of the things that I like to clarify, just so that it's completely transparent, and we will have to clarify this somewhere a little bit more permanent. When we say 10% or 100% of the profits, that does mean that the number you see on Kickstarter, that won't be the number that ends up getting donated, because we do have to pay for the books, we have to pay for the design, we have to pay for all that stuff. It'll be a good chunk.
It's though. Net gross, yes. Which I think net profit.
It's just net profit. Like, net gross means absolutely nothing.
Net profit,
yep.
Which I think most people know that, but some people don't.
Yes,
so it's net profit, because I can't ask Bryce to lose money on something.
I'm sorry. That's the thing. Not yet. Not yet.
This is still a startup company. We can't be losing.
You hooked me up. You hooked me up with some of these big names we've been talking to, and then I'm willing to lose some money.
We can't. We're not allowed to talk about that. We're not allowed to talk about that yet.
We're not talking about anything.
There's secret projects in the future we can't talk about. We got more secret projects.
I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you talking about the secret projects?
We don't got no secret projects. I know what you're talking about. There's no secret projects.
Why? Okay, why are we still in this conversation? Anyways, there were a couple of things. We will be transparent with the donations though. So for all of these, we'll do a breakdown for as long as Daniel's okay with it, and we'll show exactly where the money is going, so that you guys can understand why, when it ends up being significantly less than you thought or the same amount that you thought, everyone will be able to see where it goes. We do have a couple of. What are these called? Sticky thingies?
Super chats.
Super chats. We have a couple of super chats from Mr. Dad.
Dun 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 dun! Super chat from Mr. Dad!
Congrats on birth, Daniel Green.
You should say that to my mom.
Oh God, yeah. I don't know why. You want to talk about? Okay, no, never mind. We don't have to go. You mentioned privilege, and I was like, you want to talk about privilege?
I feel really bad for my mom because I was a big baby. I know I don't look big, but I was a big baby.
I mean, knowing you now, your head was probably like about this size, like.
No, I think I weighed 9 or 10 pounds. Yeah.
My best friend from college was 10.6.
Do you work at this one? 10.6?
She. Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah. So it's not this, but it's not this. It's this.
Okay, just keep that near me so I can do that then.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep going.
I'll put this right here. Yeah,
Thanks.
I think this one's good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll cap it.
But what was I gonna say? There's something else. Okay, so put your hand over my mouth if I say anything that's a little bit too far. I'm gonna be very careful. But one of the reasons I like working with Bryce and Wraithmarked is Wraithmarked, because of their sensational projects like what they've done with Sword of Kagan, is getting a reputation for putting out really high quality products. If you've gotten a Wraithmarked book, they look good. And so, by the way, Mako ruined this. By the way,
he bit the.
Yeah,
wait. The Unmarked Kings?
He bit the ribbon.
That's fine. I thought you were talking about the leather bound of Breach of Peace. I was going to be really upset.
And I have a lot of connections to authors, and that's all I'll say.
Yep.
That's all I'll say.
That is all we will say. Otherwise, I would have to shank you, and then we would have some blood to deal with, and that would be a problem.
It's really fascinating to me that whenever I've mentioned to like other authors, like I'm working with Wraithmark, they're always like, "Oh yeah, I saw there." Like, and then,
really, that's news. So it's that whole thing. Like, I don't know if you feel this way, but like I feel like a fraud 97% of the time.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I'm talking to who this weekend?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, who?
Yeah.
Like,
I still feel like a giant fraud, as I just talked about earlier. There's imposter syndrome in both of our industries is huge. I mean, I've talked to, I'm not going to say names because I don't know who's comfortable with me saying what their mental state is out loud on live stream, but I've talked to best-selling authors who said they still feel like everything they've done is fraudulent. Like they've somehow faked their way to being in the top, and that's just, it's crazy to me that people feel that way.
I told Iron Prince hit #1 in Audible like last year on the entire store, and I was just like, it does not feel real. Like, it doesn't matter at what level. But I also think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I think that having at least some level of that at any level of success is a good thing to have, because if
stops you from going full Kanye.
Yeah, We do not speak of. Did you see what happened to the West Sub ever? By the way.
Yeah. Oh, I think.
That is the best thing ever.
Also, for those of you who didn't see Dragonsteel, which was Brandon Sanderson's convention, there was a moment that I I went from thinking Sanderson's a cool dude to being like, he's hilarious, because he cracked a few jokes I thought were really good. But he was standing on stage and someone handed him like custom-made Cosmere shoes to sign, and Sanderson took the shoes, signed them, and then yelled out, "Eat your heart out, Kanye." And I was like, that is genuinely a great joke.
I wish I'd seen this. Okay, we have a couple of super chats to catch up on. Forever Knight, I think this might be the second time that they have super chatted.
Thank you.
They say, why is it a privilege when you put in the work? That's actually a really good question, and it's actually one that I think you should answer.
So here's what I like to think about it, because I don't ever want to get to the point where I'm thinking like, oh, my channel isn't a massive advantage. It is. I would never deny that. Did I work my ass off for my channel? Yeah, I ruined friendships for my channel. Like, I basically was an antisocial psychopath for a while just to get this channel where it is. And it wasn't until I had people like Kayla, Maddie, Noah in my life that they got me back on track to, you know, especially Emily, actually, to, like, behave like a human again.
Emily is one of my favorite people.
Yeah.
They're all amazing, but
he met my whole friend group last night and basically was like, yeah, these people are incredible. And they're the reason I've been able to keep my head on so straight. But just because I worked really hard, which, yes, I did, the benefit of my channel is, of course, everything I put out after the channel is going to have an advantage because of the platform. Me acknowledging that advantage, I don't think dismisses the work I've done. And I just try to work as hard as I can to still improve in the ways that I have. So, like, my first couple of books, they have flaws. That's why Bryce has been awesome enough to be like, okay, we're going to get these re-edited and redone to be up to par. And that's because, like, if you go to my early videos, they weren't very great because I was just learning. I was just getting... Do you think that's a problem?
No, that's good.
Okay.
A little dot. It's a little extra love.
Okay. So I was trying to, like, always improve. That's been my, like, life philosophy, is I always want to try new stuff and slowly improve. And if I make mistakes, if I make stumbles, that just means I know I can look back and say, hey, I got better. So that's been the big striving goal for this whole thing. And Neon Ghosts is, for me, in my opinion, the most significant improvement I've ever felt in myself. I've really struggled with a long time to acknowledge that I've been able to improve. It's part of my anxiety. It's part of my depression. I always think I'm as bad as I was. And Neon Ghost is the first time where I've actually felt like, oh, I'm improving as a writer. I'm understanding what makes a book work, not just on a critical review level, but like as an audience, just author to reader level, which is surprisingly different. And I'm also trying to keep it different. I'm trying to tell a story that I don't feel like has exactly been told before, and I'm trying to tell it in a way that will feel like my writing voice, which I feel like I'm finally developing. And the best way to do that is to get people around me who tell me no, who tell me when something's bad, and do it in different ways. I think a lot of times you hear people talk about don't have yes men around you.
Don't have yes men around you.
Yeah, which is a great advice, but you also don't want the same
Sycophants.
no. Yeah, but you also don't want the same no. Like, Kayla will tell me this isn't working for this reason, and then I'll send it to Tim, Hello Future Me, and he'll say this isn't working for these reasons. And they're all giving me like this different perspective, these new angles, and I love that. And that's where I've really been able to take criticism, and from just people who reviewed my book and had good, bad, all kinds of things to say about it. And a very important part, and I think you'll back me up here as an author, it's really important to listen to criticism of your work. It's also really important to listen to what people liked. Because if you try and overcorrect course, and maybe you forget that this really worked and people liked that, you can lose some of the good qualities of your writing.
Now, one thing I'm going to add to that, and I want to touch on the privilege, but one thing that, like, so I've been writing for almost 10 years now. And one thing that I will say is I completely agree with that, but something that people also have an issue with is that it is also important to know when to stop listening to feedback.
Oh yeah, for sure.
There is a point at which your project needs to go out the door.
Yep.
Like, there is a point at which, like, you can tweak and you can touch up and you can do everything forever, but there is a point at which it is time to say, this is my baby, this is great, and it's time to go.
That's why I never want to get feedback from the same person twice.
Yep.
Because you also have to do, every time you get feedback from a person, you have to say, okay, I want to make these changes, but I'm going to not make these changes they wanted. And if you send it back to them again, they're going to go, well, this problem is still there.
Yep.
And you're going to go, yeah, but I'm not going to waste my time debating that problem with you. I like that. So we're just gonna move on.
I also, and this is actually a question that you and I have never talked about. I also actually don't recommend getting feedback from professional writers typically.
Yeah.
Because they will often tell you, even if they have self-awareness, because of how they write and because of what they know they like to write, they will try to tell you they'll try to tell you to write your thing like they write it.
Yep.
Even if they mean really well.
That's why Stephen King's On Writing is not something I recommend writers read.
Really?
Yep.
He's got a couple quotes in there that I really like, but there's something I want to go back to really quickly about though, and we have so many super chats that we have to catch up to, but really quickly about the privilege thing, and we should have talked about if certain things are okay to bring up on stream. The thing about
book.
Well, it's not about you, it's more like politics and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
But the thing about privilege that I have really come to terms with the older I get is less about the advantages that I have now from the successes I've had in the past, and more the steps that I started ahead of so many of my peers.
Yeah.
Like, my parents were super supportive. They paid for my college. They did all of this. I had access to books. I had access to all these things. I had access to so many things growing up that I didn't realize until I was like 25. That is just such an advantage to so many other people, and that's privilege. That's the big thing for me.
Okay, super chats.
Super chats. I believe that I'm still on, so hopefully they're still around. The Dusty Wheel.
Love you, Dusty Wheel. Matt, you're amazing.
You must use this super chat to buy yourself a birthday Taco Bell meal. Happy birthday.
Damn you, Matt.
You know
There's
what?
4 people in the audience who get that reference.
You called me out for eating McDonald's the other day, so I'm gonna.
No,
I
I hate Taco Bell. He loves it, and so he's.
Oh, does that mean I can give you $10 to go buy a Funko Pop too?
Yes.
Oh, Dirk Ashton says hi, by the way, and he says that he's gonna message you his wall of Funko Pops because he collects night Funko Pops.
Give me his address. I'll come burn his house down.
Dirk, if you're here, you heard that. I don't know why I'm looking at I'm pointing at the webcam on my computer. Dirk, if you're here, you heard that.
Bryce, we're using that camera, by the way.
You know what? I tried. Ryan Clark says, "Hey Daniel, I am a huge Cradle fan. Will is good people.
Yeah.
I know you bounced off the first few a little, but any chance you will finish the series, please?"
Yes. That's. It's not progression fantasy. What's it
It is
called?
progression
It's
fantasy.
progression fantasy,
Yes.
but there's another. It's
Cultivation.
thank you.
Yes.
I've heard it referred to as both, so I was looking.
It is so progression fantasy. So within progression fantasy, cultivation is one of the two, or one of the subs.
I want people to clip what I'm about to say here and send it to that lovely man. I've heard nothing but amazing things about him. I have not loved his first couple books, but I definitely get the appeal. But what I think is so fantastic, and I would love to see in the future, I think his books would make an incredibly good manga. I want to see that so bad.
Yeah.
I will continue to read his books because if I heard it just gets better and better and better, and I'm excited for that. But oh my lord, I would love to see that series as a manga. Maybe more than more than a lot of other series I like more so far, because I think it just fits that medium so well.
You know, I've never asked you. Do you read any webtoons or webcomics? Or dude, we got to change that if you want to.
Yeah,
if
I want
to.
to.
Like so that's a big space that I'm trying to get Iron Prince into. And Will. So for one thing, I've hung out with Will a couple of times at Dragon Con, and Will is genuinely just one of the coolest people out there, especially for his level of success. It's unreal.
Charismatic too.
Yeah. He can hold court, and I mean that in the best possible way. But yeah, his stuff is perfect for manga or manhwa. And if you haven't started doing, we'll have to. All right, we have so much stuff that we have to get through. But if you want new stuff at some point,
I do plan on trying webtoons to the channel at some point, seeing how my audience reacts to that.
There are a couple that I can recommend. Oh, I skipped to the end. I'm going backwards. Don't worry, guys. Actually, I'm gonna go all the way back up just to make sure that. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, it jumped into the bottom. Unknown Soldier says, "Happy birthday. Are we allowed to know how many books there will be in the Neon Ghost series? Also, do you have any idea of when the next book in the Lawful Times will be coming out? As many as make me money."
So very good questions, Unknown Soldier. Appreciate that. So the Neon Ghost series I have planned for a first act that will be 3 books, but that is not the end of the series. But that is all I have planned. So it's a world and characters that I think need more books than that. But really I didn't want to over plan and have too much on my plate. So I decided to plan out that first act, set everything else up to where I know it needs to go, and then I will pick up from there and continue onward to finishing the rest of the story. I think it will be 4 acts, which if they're all 3 books, which I don't know if they are or won't be.
You're building your own universe, dude. I didn't know this going in here.
Yeah, so you're gonna be publishing a lot of Neon Ghost books.
I'm not gonna commit to that. I'm not gonna overcommit to that. I'm gonna be publishing at least 3 Neon Ghost books.
Fair.
The verbal agreement. I've only signed him for 2, so we got the verbal agreement.
I've been very happy with working with you, so
we haven't published anything yet.
We're doing this.
Of course, you've been happy working with me. We got you pretty art and shiny bookmarks. That's not the hard part.
Let me say that's not all Bryce has gotten me. He's also got me in touch with editors who have been invaluable for me learning and seeing flaws in my writing. He has personally given me advice and heard pitches from me and given me very good feedback on it. And I don't care if my publisher makes me the most money. I care that I'm working with someone that I like and I feel like is a good person who hires good people and pays them fairly. Wraithmark Creative does all of that. In fact, you do profit sharing, don't you?
So we do profit sharing with the employees that we have so far. We have an equity share. Full transparency, that is not something that we're going to be able to do long term because.
Right.
But I was thinking about this the other day. We're going to have to break into teams at some point probably because we also do Witch Song and like a ton of other stuff. And I think what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try. So don't quote me on this in the future. I'm going to try to break it up into teams and then profit share within those teams and keep the teams small so that everyone ends up getting a profit share without me handing off the entirety of the company because then we just can't grow.
That's fine.
Real quick, I'm going to shout out Taya Latham Editing.
She's an amazing editor.
She is awesome. I'm trying to convince her
Where'd she work before you?
If
that's okay. I don't want to. Is that okay for me to say?
It's actually not my. It's not my business. She's probably fine with it, but I don't know if she's 100% fine with it.
Then don't.
She's a freelance though, so if you guys are looking for a really great editor, she is booked out like 6 months ahead of time, and there's a good chance that Wraithmark is going to start utilizing her a lot more largely in the coming year. But if you guys can get in right now, if you're looking for a really talented editor, Taya also writes under TL Greylock, which I think is public knowledge, so hopefully I didn't just leak that. She's a fantastic writer as well, so she knows what the heck she's doing.
Also, one of the reasons I like working with Wraithmark, and I will actually say negatives about the company too.
Good dude.
Yeah.
Shit, hit it. Go for it. We are not a perfect company. Good God.
You guys are connected to artists. The cover work Wraithmark gets done, and the artists seem thrilled to be working with you, is sensational.
You want to know why? This is an easy one, and I'm going to give you guys a tip for anyone who's working with an artist. You let them do their job. You do not nitpick. You do not go in. You do not. There are so many covers these days that you can tell that the author thought they knew better than the artist. And also, if they quoted you something that is under market price, please pay them market price at least. Yeah. Just they worked very hard. Yeah, and they're very important.
My biggest frustration with you all is, I think you won't be mad at me for saying this, y'all need to step your social media game up.
Did I tell you we're getting an intern?
That's a horrible one.
Not the intern. McKenna, you're not horrible.
No, it's the bookmark. The bookmark. God. I put my... Sorry for the smoothie in the way. My bad. That has been... If I wasn't doing my job, I would love to come in and
we are fully,
fix your really, really weak social media.
So we are fully aware of that, and the thing is like it's a pick your battles things as we grow, and we have been so fortunate and so privileged to have a good amount of success without just from word of mouth.
You would be so much bigger.
I know, dude. I absolutely know. But we only have limited funds as we're going. I told you, and a full transparency, this will happen if you guys ever start your own business or something like that. We took all of our investment, we hit bottom, and we were like, all right, we timed it, and now's the time where we start getting that capital back. Yeah. And now that we have that, now that sort of Kagan has done really well, now that this weird dinky, by the way, if you're just joining us, we are signing the deluxe edition bookmarks for the Lawful Times. You can get these on the Kickstarter that is linked both in the chat and in the description. They're available for $5 unsigned, $20 signed. And there might be some slots at $75 for personalized, but they're really cool. But with the success of this and the success of other stuff, that is one of our top priorities. Believe you me.
It's really interesting to see how different companies in the fantasy space are adapting to the social media requirement now. If you want to be successful as a publishing, making merch, anything around fantasy, sci-fi, you have to have someone who is not only savvy with social media, understands marketing on it, but you need to be able to have a personality as well.
Yep.
Which I think is where a lot of the bigger, older guys are struggling because they've never had to develop that. They're just known as big, older penguin subsidiary, whatever. And it's something where I can see them floundering, and I think they have a bigger hill to climb than you in some ways, because you can just be like, the personality is me, I'm Bryce, and my team, and they're going to be at the forefront. Whereas, like, if Tor just suddenly was like, here's a guy, you'd be like, who's this dude?
And you'll see newer companies doing that, like shouting out Broken Binding. Broken Binding, aside from having gorgeous books, their social media game is on point.
Yeah.
Like, they are just on point. Okay, let's get some of these out of the way, because we haven't looked at these in like 5 minutes.
Gotcha.
Mark DeJagger, happy birthday, Daniel. You're
Thank
my
you.
favorite fantasy content creator.
Oh, thank you.
Not person though.
I assume they got a family.
Love your reviews. By the way, I discovered you through your rant review of the Fifth Sorceress. Still golden
Jesus,
content.
yeah.
You're right, but we can move on from that.
I'm willing to. That's one of the few books I'm willing to just continue to pile on, because the stuff that author said in that book and presented as fact.
Is it okay? Is it? We'll talk about it another time.
A character turns evil and therefore is now bisexual.
Seems legit. Sounds about right.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where people are like, it's funny. I had so many people in the comments in that video who were like, "Man, you're being way too harsh." And then they edited it as they like went further into the video, and they were like, "Never mind. They're like, we get it. It's blatantly homophobic and sexist. Got it."
There's some things. When was it written?
And it was also just poorly written. Probably still better than my prose, but still.
That's a thing that a lot of people realize as they're writing, is that being a very good writer is very helpful when it comes to being successful as a writer. It is not necessary.
Yeah. Exhibit A. No, I'm kidding.
Exhibit A. Exhibit. So much. Happy birthday, Daniel. This is from what?
Your pros are fine. I'm just fucking with you.
My pros are fine. He says my pros are fine. Thanks, bud.
I meant.
Mr. 6 out of 10. I don't forget. I hold grudges.
Hey, I specifically said it was due to personal taste.
You also said that if you were going to recommend that kind of book to anybody, it would be that book. So I'll take it. I'll take it. I decided there was a choice of either reaching out to you or burning your house down after that review, and I decided to go with the less violent of the two first. Owen Cohen says, happy belated birthday, Daniel. Wishing all your dreams come true in the best way possible, as opposed to the worst way possible.
Yeah. Also,
like Monkey's Paw.
Occasionally try to read a not super chat. I just want to make sure it's not.
Sorry, we keep talking and don't have.
I know. It's not your fault at all.
Right.
I never want people who just can't afford it to ever feel excluded.
Yes. All right. We will ignore all super chats from now on, and then.
That's not true.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, that's a good idea. The problem is that some of these, like Royce Schatzel asked, "What's her name?" But this might also have been 20 minutes ago, so I don't know where we are.
That was Kayla, my girlfriend, who came in.
Oh, Taya Greylock.
He's asking about.
We're talking about
the publisher.
We're talking about Taya. So
gotcha.
It's T.L. Greylock, but she writes under Taya Latham Editing. She writes under. She edits under Taya Latham Editing. That's Latham.
I do want to say she didn't give me my favorite piece of feedback on Neon Ghost, though. That actually came from Emily Lowry, who you met last night, friend of mine, who made my audience furious by saying that Lord of the Rings is Twilight for men, which is still the funniest thing that's ever been said on my channel.
Because it's true.
And she was reading Neon Ghost for me and giving me feedback, and she highlighted one point where I was talking about a fictionalized smut author in my universe. That's a combination of Nicholas Eames and Evan Winter as a joke, just to shout out those guys. I love them. I made a smut author in my world that's named after them. Their name is Nika Winter. And
weren't they initially Nicholas Winter?
Yeah, it was originally Nicholas Winter. But Emily's feedback, she highlighted it and said, your character is bisexual. They would not be reading a smut book by a male author. And I was like, that's actually a really good character note. So I changed it to Nika Winter.
She and I had this conversation yesterday. I don't think anybody should be reading smut books by male authors.
That's called Wizard's First Rule.
Bud.
Apparently I'm throwing shade today. I don't know.
Bud.
Oh, am I allowed to do that right now?
Oh, you can throw shade at Wizard's First Rule all you want, but calling it a smut book is like...
It's a disservice to smut books.
It's a disservice to smut books. It's also a disservice to BDSM, which we don't have to talk about on the channel. Like, not my favorite guy for various reasons.
I will
But he
say,
didn't write fantasy. You only talk about fantasy.
He didn't write fantasy.
He didn't write fantasy.
He did not write fantasy. He specifically said that. Rest in peace, though.
Okay, all right. So Kayla has messaged me. Several people have messaged me. There are apparently autofocusing issues with the camera. It is.
I don't know how to fix it.
It's focusing on here. It's focusing on here. Do we want to?
That might fix it.
That might fix it. Actually. Oh yeah, because it's just delayed here.
Yeah. Did you think the mic wasn't moving on the
I was
record?
I'm confused. That didn't actually help.
All right, I'm gonna do this, and we're gonna do that, and hopefully.
So we actually probably have room to move it this way a little bit.
Hey, if you want to mess with the audio, go ham. But if you ruin it,
not the audio, the camera, because look, you are slightly off center inward.
I don't care. It's fine. I don't think is anyone gonna dislike and unsubscribe and not back the Kickstarter.
Someone paid you 500 KES to tell you that, so actually you're making money off of it technically.
Jesus. All right.
And that person is David Gadamu, by the way. So thank you, David.
I think it's also that this we could just put it on manual focus and not autofocus. Hold up.
Okay, well while he's doing that, Luke Harrison says top of the hour. Maro asked me a question. Wait, people are asking me questions? I feel so special.
That's illegal.
Maro asked me, and I lost it, Maro. I'm so sorry, but you did ask me. Okay, what's Bryce's favorite manga?
Did I just ruin that? What's it doing now? Look at the.
It looks fine, but it hasn't changed yet.
Okay, maybe that will be better now. I don't know. I just did something. I flipped a random switch on my camera. I don't know what it did.
That's what you want to do with complex electronics, is just start pressing buttons, I've heard.
Yeah. That's actually worked out for me when I was a software engineer. I just did stuff to code. I was like, this might work.
You were literally the hacker in every Hollywood movie.
There is an actual. Have you seen the infamous scene where?
I think that actually might have. Nope.
No.
You sat down and then it focused. I think we're good. I think we're good.
There's an infamous hacking scene in some NCIS show where to try and stop someone hacking their mainframe or I think they say motherboard. Which what?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
They have multiple people typing on one keyboard. Because they're like that will solve the issue, and
I love Hollywood. So that is one of those things that I can watch and just enjoy. But on the flip side of that, when people get injured on screen or something,
because your background.
That's my you took a bullet to the shoulder. That's not how that works.
I wish I had known that you had a background in physical therapy before I read Iron Prince, because I love going through books, knowing authors' backgrounds and trying to spot okay, did their knowledge in anatomy help with that? But I feel like there's some stuff I still remember that I was like, maybe.
Okay, so someone asked me what my favorite manga is, and the problem with that is that there are so many different genres.
He believes Griffith did nothing wrong ever in Berserk.
So I actually don't like grimdark stuff, so I haven't actually read Berserk.
Just say that you love Griffith.
No, I know I know what happens in don't try to do me like that. Okay, so can I do one that's a little bit risque and a little bit
I don't care.
My absolute favorite manga right now is a manga called Dress Up Darling, which if you open it, you're going to think that I am the sleaziest person in the world because it looks like it's one of those lewd mangas. It's written by a female mangaka, and it's an incredibly wholesome romance that you think is the unpopular guy meets the popular girl and she falls in love with him for no reason. It's not at all. It's the unpopular guy meets the popular girl who is a huge fan of cosplay and anime, and she's open about it, and she's this is me, this is my personality. And she finds out that the unpopular guy is very good at making clothes, and it's the story of how they come together while he builds her cosplay costumes. And it is just the most wholesome and the sweetest thing. And what's fascinating about it is just from any perspective, is that there are lewd aspects to the manga, but because it's written by a female author, she uses them in a way that is meant to make the female characters vulnerable and the male characters realize that this is a space in which they are vulnerable, and it is just stunning. And I'm someone who typically hates that stuff, and for some reason, it is just absolutely incredible.
Interesting.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It is the best. But
you need to pick up the pace.
I'm trying to. Excuse me. People are asking me more questions than they're asking, and they're talking about you.
I like how one person asked you a question.
Yeah, exactly. Other than that, you got to read Bakuman. That's the only other thing you got to read.
I'm gonna try a different approach here.
Potato says that the Dress Up Darling manga was very good, so you're outnumbered.
Okay, fine. If Potato likes it, then it's good.
Wow. It's because the mic is pointed at Daniel. Camera's worse. Captured word. seems really cool.
Oh, the camera's worse now that I made that change? Is that what people are saying? I could take it back.
A lot. We may want to pause and it says Bryce is really quiet now.
Oh, Bryce is really quiet?
Yeah, so I probably just talked about so that actually there was probably Bryce is really quiet, and it's because the mic is pointed at you now.
Okay.
So here, yeah, tell us if the camera is good now, or if it's still flickering in and out, because it's been good every time that I have seen it.
Yeah, okay, that works. I need a little more space. If you could scoot a little bit to the...
once I catch up to... And then you're going to have to give me 2 seconds to catch up to all this, because I'm trying to do 17 things at once.
My goal is for Bryce to have a full-on meltdown before this is over.
That won't happen. Remember, I have the mentality of steel when I am in my giraffe onesie.
Oh, wow. I love that the giraffe onesie is what brings you...
This is my safe space.
Okay, that's fair.
This is my safe space. I'm also very hot because of the giraffe onesie.
Yeah, I don't know why you did that. We can't turn on the fan any higher because then the mic will pick it up, so...
You know what? That sucks to be you. You're going to have to be here. Actually, I'm the one who's trying to get you to have a full-on breakdown is actually what's happening.
Oh, come on.
Let's...
Oh, that one was barely even my name.
Griffith is an anti-hero.
That person should be banned.
Potato, ban that person. Just kidding, don't.
Where's it good?
R.I.P. your wrist.
Yeah, really?
Yep.
I'm going to let you catch up for a minute and take a break.
Who's signing with Danny? I'm Bryce O'Connor. I'm the CEO of Wraithmark Creative. I also write my own stuff, but we're not here to talk about my stuff. We're here to talk about Daniel signing his incredible...
Wait, say the name of your series real quick.
The Lawful Times.
Yeah, goddamn.
And Daniel is currently signing his deluxe edition bookmarks that you can get on Kickstarter right now. The really cool thing about these is that they print really, really fast. So as opposed to...
We passed the top of the hour. What's the number, Bryce?
Oh, yeah, we did. It's 111. How about you look it up? Because I'm busy doing this thing.
That's fair. I don't have a phone. That's why.
Well, then never mind.
My phone is capturing me fingies right now.
Your fingies that you're giving a rest to?
Yeah.
Giving them a rest to get back to work.
I'm going to
get back to work.
Tighten this a little bit.
Okay, and I'm going to pull up because I've got it.
Woo! What's the number? What's the number? What's the number?
Also, somebody has been texting me. I want to make sure that it's not Kayla telling me that the entire system is broken. 33.2.
We're at 33.2 on the Kickstarter! Wow!
1,133 backers. That's a solid number of backers.
Yeah, holy crap. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate that.
Let's find out.
Again, 10% is going to help special needs children at Bryce. What's the name of the place?
Mary Cariola Children's Center. Sorry,
I can't say that name. I keep wanting to call it the Mary K.
Cariola. You can just say MCCCC, but then no one can find it.
Exactly.
Kayla says that Bryce is very quiet now, but now that I figured out what is throwing off the focus. When Daniel is sitting directly behind the mic, it struggles to focus.
Okay, so let's
when
just
he's
put
closer
it
to the edge. Yeah, put it like. Don't put it in the water though. I don't recommend that.
I think we sound great underwater. You also can crank the gain on the mic. If it's too quiet, everyone, we can crank the gain. We tried to set up 2 mics, but I'm not very good at that.
Daniel says, Bryce, you can crank up the gain. I don't know what any of that means.
Fair.
I wonder if what Wraithmark is acquiring right now. My books aren't ready. It won't be for ages yet, but I am still curious. Currently, we are unfortunately invite only. Dude, did you start again?
You said go!
Oh, I did. We're currently invite only because we just do not have the capacity to do more than we are doing right now. So we really appreciate all the interest that we're getting, especially since Daniel has been shouting us out. We've had a lot of people coming to us, and we really wish we could work with everybody. But unfortunately, we're going to run out of spares at this rate.
I've done like 10.
We're going to run out of spares at this. You've done 10, and we are 7% through all of this.
Okay, well, I'll be more careful.
Yeah. No, don't be more careful. It's fine. Okay. We'll sell those as misprints, and we'll sell them for $1,000 each.
You
just
greedy
don't
capitalist.
don't tell the chat. Just don't tell anyone.
Do we need to crank the gain? Let us know.
Yep. Oh, Caleb says he just wrote Child of the Day Star. Now they are actually just talking about my stuff. Been watching you since before you went full time. Congratulations on everything, dude. You earned it.
Thank you, my friend.
Yep.
I personally think I'm the greatest thing to ever exist, and I should have been given it all of it without the work.
I, too, think that I am the greatest thing that ever existed, and therefore this is gonna go terribly when people start walking in on just these conversations.
Someone's gonna just soundbite that and be like, "This
Yep.
is what Daniel thinks about himself."
Yep, pretty much. That's gonna be the GIF.
Jesus.
Crank the gain, yeah. Crimson says.
Okay, I got that.
Cool.
You can catch up to my amazing writing abilities.
I am reading Bleach. I know Black Clover is inspired by Bleach. Did you ever read Bleach?
Oh, excuse me.
Did you just flash me with your?
I flashed the chat.
Oh, you flashed the chat. All right. Here, while you're doing that, I can catch up to the people who are all currently realizing that I'm the author of Iron Prince. Yes, I am the author of Iron Prince, that disastrous book that is so bad that Daniel ripped it to shreds and called me bald, all on stream at one time. That made me sad. That was a sad,
You
sad
are
day.
bald.
Okay, you know what? We can just... All right, Bryce, can you recommend something from Wraithmarked? I'd love to support a smaller up-and-coming author and company. God, there's so much. Honestly, we have done...
Oops.
Everything good?
Yeah, we have chat box twice.
We have chat box twice? We have
We
two
have two
chat...
chat boxes.
I did see that there was something popping up here, and then we have... Oh, we do.
Yeah, hold up, I'll fix it.
Okay, we're doing it on the...
Put some stuff in chat. I need to see if it's still here.
Talk.
Yeah, okay, it should be fine now.
The underdog that I think that people should be reading is something that I do have my name on, so I feel a little weird writing it, but Taya Latham T.L. Greylock was the one who did 99% of the work, and that is the Godforge Chronicles. It is a ton of fun. It's a fantasy a little bit unlike anything else I've ever seen.
Ooh, I'm going to put you on the spot. Can I do that?
Do it.
What's your favorite book Wraithmarked has published?
Okay, well, hold on, because like...
No. Answer the question.
We're not talking about my stuff?
No.
So I'm not allowed to talk about my stuff.
You can talk about your stuff later. I just want to know what's your favorite book Wraithmarked has
I
published.
can't name my stuff? I mean, that seems kind of like...
No, you can't name your own stuff.
I really enjoyed... I really enjoyed Wraithblade. I really enjoyed Mother of Learning too. Was another fun one that we did. I can't say that we're publishing that one yet because I also read one recently that that we're publishing.
Yep.
And that I'm not technically. I guess we didn't publish it.
Next up, they're publishing the Bible.
Yes, the favorite book of all time. Highly recommended. Old and New Testament. I guess we're doing a deluxe edition of that. So we're doing
illustrations by Felix Ortiz.
Wasn't talking about the Bible anymore, but Felix, if you're here and you want to do biblical illustrations, we could probably get away with that. I wonder how Kickstarter would feel about that. Hey, can we also do the Bible?
I think, honestly, if you did, I would see, a cool, illustrated, respectfully done Bible. That'd be cool.
Can you respectfully do the Bible by definition? No. You can do the Bible respectfully for people who the Bible is important to. Can you do the Bible respectfully for everybody else?
Yeah, I think so.
Daniel is going to be doing the Bible.
I think genuinely there are people. I mean, you're not going to make everyone happy, but anyone who you could do it in a way where you put in the effort and get really amazing artists involved and stuff. And if you put out something quality, I think 90% of people will be like, "That's really cool."
Can we edit out the parts I don't like?
Well, it depends on which one you're talking about.
Actually, if you want to talk about $1 billion business
why
idea,
is this
and
covered
you
in
guys,
flex?
It's cold flex. It happens
Okay.
on occasion. Someone's getting a pretty one. If you want to talk about $1 billion idea, which is probably not something we're going to do, so if you want to do it, or if anybody in the chat wants to do it, is did you ever hear? So you and I both lean a certain way, but the funniest satire book I've ever seen is Reasons to Vote Democrat. Do you know what this book is?
Mm-mm.
So
You need to project a little more.
I need to project a little more.
Yes.
The funniest satire book that I've ever seen is Reasons to Vote Democrat. And it's a book that has a nice cover, and then you open it, and it's just blank pages.
Oh, that's funny.
I thought it was really clever. I thought it was really funny.
Yeah, I don't identify as a Democrat. I'm further left than that. So
okay, well, you do you, boo boo. What was I gonna say? You and I are in the same political spectrum, so it works. But what if we did? We could do a Bible where we redact the things that we don't like, and it's just like.
Then you would make everyone.
That's the problem. But. People would.
By the way, after this conversation, I bet there is some of the high tier left, so you can go check out the high tier. Oh lordy! All right. And if
Daniel's gonna start kicking me under the table.
If
you
you
knew this was gonna happen, you should have been.
Oh no, you're fine.
Warned.
And if you are interested in a Please Dear God Don't Be a Bomb, when Maddie gets here later, we'll be doing a live Please Dear God Don't Be a Bomb to give my wrist a break. I went to the USPS today because I was like, I'll pick up the newest packages. I forgot they're closed on the weekend, so I was able to empty my locker, but I wasn't able to get any bigger things behind the.
Oh, it is Saturday, isn't it?
Yep.
Like time is a thing. Like time is a thing that.
Full seriousness, like I'm not joking. This is 100% real. Since COVID started, time has been different to me.
Yeah.
Like it has just not been the same.
Even since COVID ended. Someone, I can't find it anymore, but the Bible is bread for my soul. I read it every night. All right, we're gonna move on from that talk. Daniel, just wanted to say that your friend looks like I was trying to find one that was about you. Your friend is the nicest guy. Looks like the nicest guy ever. He just looks so friendly. It's because I'm bald, isn't it? I'm non-threatening because I'm bald. I don't appreciate being called out like that. Matthias. What's up?
Sorry, I'm just checking to make sure that I'm signing in a hand cam way. People,
your giraffe.
There's someone out there with a
costume's getting
hand
in the way.
fetish that I am making so happy.
Your manga collection is growing, Daniel. We see Nausicaa back there. Hope you read Akira. Loved your Akira movie review.
Thank you. Akira was awesome. I've learned. So one of the things I think is a big hurdle for people getting into manga or anime the first time is the way the cultures that largely manga comes from tell their stories is different than Western cultures often do. And so I think some people kind of get sticker shocked, or not sticker shocked, that means price, culture shocked, when they like come across something like Akira. Because if you compare like Akira towards, let's say like Lord of the Rings, they are not structured of the same. They are entirely different. The way they try to resolve things is different. And I after I got over that and realized that, and Akira was a large part of that, I began enjoying the mediums so much more.
That was a big part of my adaptation, and I actually still struggle with that. I still struggle with brands and IPs that don't terminate, especially like the way that they end in a way that is Western friendly. But there's so much stuff out there that when I force myself to get into something that I usually wouldn't get
Project
into.
Bryce.
When I force myself to get into something that I usually wouldn't get into. Can we ASMR the rest of this?
No.
When I force myself to get into... I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. I am here with you, bud.
No, you're here with 700 other people.
Oh, God. All right. Well, in that case, I guess I might as well project so they can...
Check that one if you don't mind.
One job.
If someone kept up with me, it would be
Dude,
easier
I'm sorry.
job.
I'm like fully...
I'm just messing with
If
you.
someone kept up with it would be an easier job. Okay, so it's my job to make your job easy. I don't know about this. I might have to tap out at some point.
Well, other people will show up and help at a certain time.
I'm not worried about it.
Also, Kayla, if you're watching, I love you.
Wow, get a room.
How much do you want to bet if I open that door right now? There's a cat right outside of it.
It's not a hand fetish that I have. It's a people in giraffe costumes fetish that I have.
All right.
We can hear Bryce just fine, so suck it, nerd.
Okay.
Oh, that's spam.
Potato, if you're here, if you could take care of that, I appreciate it.
Spam. Let's see. Baldness gives a false sense of security?
After talking to Bryce, I disagree.
Oh, baldness because I look harmless. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I'm a shark. That's what I am in this industry, is a shark. Yeah. I don't know whether to ask if you're okay or what the heck is wrong with you.
I'm going to get slap happy by the end of this. I hope everyone.
No, you're gonna get slapped by the end of this. Is what's gonna happen. It's
Also,
probably not gonna be me. It's gonna be Maddie.
I had a fun idea that we could do if there's not a lot of super chats or anything coming in right now.
I have not seen any in a minute. No one loves you.
Okay, that's fine. You sound like my dad. We could try and develop a story together.
Oh, dude.
Just like pitch back and forth.
Oh, dude. Oh, dude.
No?
I mean, are you gonna write it?
No, I'm not thinking to write, nothing to commit to. Just
okay.
like try and tell a story to the audience.
Oh, I'm not good at this. You would think I'm good at this. I'm not good at this.
So you're saying you're an author who's a bad storyteller?
No, I'm an author who's really bad, like being on the. It's the same reason why I can't like do roleplay in D&D, is because I'm the author who walks in circles for 7 minutes and then sits down and writes 7 words, and then walks in circles for 7 minutes. We can try it.
Okay.
I'm down. It's gonna go terribly, but as long as you're okay with being embarrassed on screen.
And if anyone wants to steal this idea and write it, go nuts.
Wow.
Obviously, we're taking.
I didn't give permission for that. Hold on now.
Obviously, yeah. Come on in.
What do you want?
You guys might need some food. So
This is why I love this woman
Oh,
so
did you see the
much.
bite marks, by the way?
Yeah. He also climbed into the fridge while I had it open, so.
I also want to
That's
make
no
sure
fear.
they're not talking about me.
I'm putting this over here because this is mine now, and Daniel doesn't have the ability and space. You want to take a 2-second break, and we can dev this concept.
Yeah. So I think it would be on brand for it to be about a goblin.
Ooh. So I did a meat grinder D&D. Oh, Jennifer MC says, new to channel, Daniel. Do you have any other books besides the Lawful Time series? Also, does your friend write too? You answer.
I can't.
Sucks. I believe, and Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, that was a new to the channel Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she wants me to answer. She doesn't know
Fair.
my name.
Fair. Lawful Time is all I have right now. We're about to put up Neon Ghost as well. Neon Ghost is my sci-fi series, supernatural cyberpunk.
Where can they find the cover, Daniel?
The cover is on our Kickstarter, and I tweeted it out. And on top of that, my friend here has never written a book.
I have never written a book. I've never completed a book. I've never tried. I actually hate fantasy sci-fi.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I'm here.
Bryce can't read.
I can't read. That's sadly true. It's kind of sad. That is very sad. Yes. Bryce is incapable of reading. It is the worst. Oh, a cute couple. Guys, do you haven't played the new Pokemon game? Which ones do you guys own? Scarlet and Violet. I have Scarlet. It's much darker than Violet. You played the new Pokemon game?
I heard very negative reviews, so I decided not
Really?
to spend my money on it. Yeah.
Oh.
I heard really negative things, so I decided no.
In what way?
The graphics are still like 2005.
I heard about that too. Am I good to put this aside for now?
Yeah, you're good. And also on top of that, I don't want to make people listen to me eating the whole time. But on top of that, I just am not excited. I don't normally like turn-based games. I liked Pokemon when it was a clean turn-based game. I also preferred it when it was 8-bit. Because you can make 8-bit beautiful and update it to modern stuff.
It's also because you're old.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm old. Says the guy who's in his 30s.
Hey, you know what? No need to shoot at the middle-aged guy, okay? I brought you a giraffe costume. You owe me.
I am 28 now. Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I just had to realize that again. Okay.
I like how you say that as though that's like a big mile marker. Like, just wait till you're 30 and I'm back here with like a cane.
Well, I could say when I was 27 that I was still mid-20s. Now that I'm 28 now, it's late 20s.
Here's the thing. Are you between 20 and 30?
Yeah.
Therefore, you were in the middle of your 20s, right?
Yeah, but I feel like I'm being dishonest.
I mean, you are being dishonest, but
Yeah.
like technically true.
I guess. But
Oh, did I mess that up? Did I mess that up? I did.
who's ruining the spares now?
Oh, look at that. It just looks like a little bit of definition. You can't even tell.
Whoever gets that one, feel free to ask for a refund.
And Daniel will pay for it. Okay, let's see here. There's a lot of video games. There's a lot of it's going around about how broken and buggy I don't write. Full Metal Alchemist is so good. There we go. Have you read Full Metal Alchemist or watched it yet?
Yes, but I was so early into manga that I didn't click with it, and I think now that I'm more experienced, I need to try it again.
That story is also. Do you know the story of Full Metal Alchemist?
It's a female author, right?
It's I believe in chat. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it's the first mainstream, ultra successful female mangaka. And she also wrote her own story, and it's a huge deal. And it was so popular that when the anime came out, the manga actually hadn't finished yet. But the anime was so popular that they had to continue. So there are 2 animes because they have the one that finished with the one that finished with the original content and the one that finished with the
oh wait, I need to go there. Okay.
with the original content. Wow, they're both original content, I guess.
Yeah.
You did write a book, Bryce. You had mentioned it. It's Iron Prince. You're right. I did write one book.
He did write Iron Prince. Yeah.
I did write Iron Prince. Here's right. You will, if you hit that at 30, you'll need a cane, I think is what...
that sounds like a threat. Are you going to hit me with a car?
He might not, but I will. Happy birthday to fellow Mary Washington alumni.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously.
What year did you graduate?
Zach, what year did you graduate?
Did you have Dean Rucker? Dean Rucker was amazing. And also, if you were in the communications department when I was there, you would have had Jesse Ohl, who is probably responsible for this YouTube channel existing.
Ooh, there you go.
He's the one who gave me an assignment that made me do a YouTube video.
Also, there's a correction here. Miles, I believe you're correct. I believe Sailor Moon was done by a female mangaka. That's my mistake. I was talking about shonen. She was the first female
You
shonen.
monster.
That's true. I'm not going to pretend to be a pro.
Do you see how far behind he is here? Do you see all these building up?
Daniel's going to be doing this by himself in about 27 seconds.
I think this marker is just about done.
Why am I here?
Because I'm going to be your friend.
You're working real hard at that, bud. You're doing a great job of that.
This is the guy who was continually telling me, like, all the people that I'm closest with, I give a bunch of shit to. So I'm just I'm rolling with what you said.
I don't know if Ben or Ira, my two lead employees, are in the chat right now, but they always yell at me because I'm hyper aggressive to people that I like, which means that I'm hyper aggressive to most everyone.
I love the idea of your wedding day. You're just like, I love you. BAM!
I'm not physically aggressive. Hold on. You just implied I was going to abuse someone. That's kept behind doors. Like in polite society, you keep that behind doors.
So you're saying in polite society it's okay to abuse someone behind a door?
Why would you say that? That's awful. Why would
That's what you're just saying.
Wow.
That's what you just said.
Why did you say that?
All right. So
I just joined. Have I missed anything major yet? No.
Barack Obama swung by earlier. That was kind of cool.
He did, actually. That was neat. Except I don't think it was Barack Obama. I think it was his anger translator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know who I'd be more excited to meet, Key and Peele or Barack Obama. I like both a lot.
I know. Key and Peele are hilarious, and also the movies that it's Jordan Peele.
Yeah.
Jordan Peele is making. I have really liked some of his stuff. So although Barack Obama's pretty fucking legit, so
I would. Is Barack Obama the most famous person in the world? Do you think?
In the world?
I think he.
No, I hate to say it. There's someone more famous.
It's probably Trump.
It's probably Trump. Yep.
It just was so controversial.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, we need more questions. Ask us anything. AMA.
Oh, they've been asking a lot. I've just been ignoring all of their. I get started on a thing.
No, it's good that we get started on a topic. That means
you only abuse people if they burn toast. That is.
I actually. True story. Recently, Kayla was making dinner. I'm not a very good cook, and so she put me in charge of just making the Texas toast. I made charcoal, and we could not have Texas toast that night.
Well,
that was my bad.
You know what, Daniel? You have many talents, and apparently, being a good partner is not one of them.
Oh!
I started watching your channel a couple of years back because you did a video about Wheel of Time that convinced me to read the books. And now I need one of your bookmarks because it looks badass.
Thank you.
You do. You can check them out on the Kickstarter, linked in the description, or occasionally in the chat by Potato.
Who's your favorite Lord of the Rings character?
Do you know this about me?
Oh, right. You don't like Lord of the Rings.
I like Lord of the Rings. I've never read the series. I have tried literally 17
you've seen the
times.
Movies.
My favorite one?
Yeah.
It's probably Legolas, because Orlando Bloom is just a stunning gentleman. But Aragorn, Viggo Mortensen was...
I've never understood how Orlando Bloom was considered the hot one of that series when Viggo Mortensen was just right
no,
there.
No. Orlando Bloom was the you ever read the mangas or watch the animes where like there's the group of guys and there's the hot one, the pretty one, the jock, all that stuff. Orlando Bloom was the pretty one. Aragorn was the hot one.
That wasn't good enough. That's fair.
Also, he went.
That's
dead. You wrote dead.
I'm sending that to someone.
You wrote dead.
I'm sending someone a bookmark that just says dead.
And someone is going to be like, I want a refund.
And I want you to know that is a threat.
Orlando Bloom also slid downstairs on a shield, and let's just come on. That was pretty cool.
I hated that.
That
scene.
was pretty cool.
I liked it when I was a kid. I hated it as an
cool.
adult.
Oh, see, but I never grew up. So, all right, hold on. Oh god, I'm missing so many things. Oh, we got a couple of things. Milk says, "Hey, Goblin King.
Hello.
I've been working on my sci-fi crime series titled Judgment of Angels."
Ooh,
that's a pretty good one.
That's a good one.
And I'm currently working on book 1 named Floral Corpse.
Floral Corpse.
Yep.
Okay.
Which I'm at 90K now. 90K words.
Nice.
Which, if you guys want a quick pro tip, if you're ever communicating with a publisher or other authors, we communicate in word count, not in page count.
Yep.
So that is 90K words, which is a solid, good go.
I think that's about the same size as some of the Discworld books.
I wouldn't know.
All right. Bryce hates Terry Pratchett.
I don't hate Terry Pratchett. I tried Terry Pratchett recently, and it is not my humor. I'm gonna give it another shot.
He said Terry Pratchett is a hack fraud who never wrote anything.
No, I
good.
said you were a hack fraud and never wrote anything good, and you're just confusing.
You like Neil Gaiman though, right?
I have not read Neil Gaiman.
Really?
That's the thing that I bet I would like. I haven't done it. That's the thing about here's the thing about my side of the industry is that I do so much reading for my job that like I don't have the time.
That's fair.
Like I've got to read my stuff. I've got to read my stuff.
Hey, if you guys actually want to see our setup real quick, hold up. I'm going to take a
eat.
break real quick. So here is obviously the bookmarks we are working on. There's the camera, our light. It's pretty jank. Hi. Here's my mouth.
Wow. Inappropriate.
In case you wanted to see that. And I'm going to quickly check some stuff real quick.
Cool. Do it.
6 messages. When do I call? We had to cancel that.
What happened? Who did what?
I messed up the setup and we're unable to have people coming in real quick. Cancel that.
That's a cucumber.
Oh no, are you
a pickle.
okay?
Yeah, I thought that was a pickle. That's a cucumber.
Bryce hates those.
I despise cucumbers with a passion.
Okay, is this
Does
working?
that look like a pickle? That looks like a pickle.
Wait, hand me the plate of food. I want to show how amazing what Kayla made was for us. I love this woman.
This is handmade.
This is handmade for us.
Handmade.
Look at that.
Nothing is pre-made.
That is incredible. She's just too good for me. All right. Are we good?
Forever Night has said parentheses Ashton Kutcher burn. I'm not sure why. There must be a conversation happening.
Oh, because you said earlier. Is that moving? Oh, because it's delayed. Because you said earlier.
And you were giving me crap earlier for the mic.
But you were.
Some cheese.
Yeah, go ahead. Because earlier you said you're not a good partner. To me.
Oh, burn!
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. I got it. I'm slow in the uptake. It's because I'm a boomer.
That's damn good cheese. Also, since I started dating someone from the Midwest, my education on cheese has been extraordinary.
Yeah, you're dating the cheesehead, of course. Does Bryce like anything? I'm gonna assume that's related to the cucumber. And no, I don't like anything. No food. Food is the bane of my existence.
You like writing?
Do I?
Mm-hmm.
Do I like writing?
Yeah.
There was a time. No, I love my job. I just finished Joe Abercrombie's first Law series. Good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Another one that I've never had the opportunity to try. I know.
What have you read?
I know, but it's grimdark. It's like after, like I'm really, for those of you who aren't in MySpace, I've had a tough time getting into really dark stuff post-COVID. So there will be a time. I'm getting there.
I completely understand that.
I'm getting there. I want you to watch The Old Guard. Yeah, it's fine. It's just watch it. That's why I gave you one giant napkin. Do you guys like Neil Diamond?
Mm-hmm.
The musician?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, is there
another Neil Diamond?
Did they mean Neil Stevenson or something? I was just like.
Let me get this marker working. I should get this marker working real quick. Oh. I think it's working now, everyone.
Well, I'm not hungry anymore. We've got Curry who says, "Hey Daniel and Bryce, what's your favorite? Ooh.
Okay.
What's your favorite Ghibli animation movie? Mine's Howl's Moving Castle.
Great
Fun
pick.
fact: Christian Bale is the voice of Howl.
I did know that.
I actually don't. Which one is yours? Because I know which one is mine.
Princess Mononoke.
Dude,
Yeah. Easily.
I watched it 4 times in a row once.
Really?
Yes, literally.
Oh,
I
wow.
literally watched it 4 times in a row once.
Here's my thing. I acknowledge the most impressive as a film is probably Spirited Away. But I think my personal favorite for the story is Princess Mononoke.
Why do you say Spirited Away is impressive as a film?
The composition, the music, the characters,
So as a visual piece.
As a piece of visual art, I think Princess Mononoke or Spirited Away is the most impressive.
So this is where we may be getting into like the cultural difference things, because I really did not like Spirited Away because I didn't connect with the story at any point.
Fair.
At no point did I really connect with the story. Versus the thing about Princess Mononoke and Howl's Moving Castle Howl's Moving Castle a little bit less so, but Princess Mononoke was a very like comfortable, familiar like hero's tale for a kid when I was watching this.
Yeah.
Which I think is why nostalgic wise I really prefer that. But as an adult, I actually wonder if I wouldn't like the challenge of something like Spirited Away.
See, for me, what I think is my controversial opinion for Ghibli, I think they have put out one objectively bad movie, and I do not say that lightly. I like to give a lot of people a lot of benefit of the doubt. You know, everyone has a right to like everything. But what they did to Earthsea resulted in a very bad movie, enjoyment-wise for me. But also, I will say what they did to the story, how they changed it, how they murdered the themes, how they disrespected the author, was just unacceptable. And if it was a lesser studio, I would have probably been like, well, I'm just not going to watch anything else they do because of that. But because they're freaking Ghibli, I'm not going to do that. But Earthsea was just a miserable experience. And the more I learned about the behind the scenes, the more I'm just angry that they did that.
Was there any response from Le Guin or her estate?
If I remember correctly, don't quote me on this as I say it in front of 1,000-ish people, that she basically said, like, I'm never going to let someone else adapt my movies or adapt my material again.
Wow.
Because it was just such an unpleasant experience for her, which I don't blame her. She was lied to, and then they just made something that was not her book and put her story label on it, and it affected the mainstream perception of what Earthsea is, and that movie is absolutely not Earthsea.
Was it a good movie if it was separated from Earthsea?
No.
Okay.
Which is why I think it's just like the changes they made did not make it a better story. It was just upsetting from beginning to end. It's not as, you know, and it was also just kind of boring. Unfortunately, the movie they made was just like, I would say it was almost as, you know, I'd say as boring as Rings of Power, for me at least.
All right, we've got a couple. I didn't even get through the first episode of Rings of Power. You and I have talked about that too. Forever Night once again. I think I was quoted in my Rings of Power final season review of saying it stuck the landing because it never left the ground. So it never landed though. I mean, that's a good quote, but yeah. Forever Night once again. My Neighbor Totoro is the best. I'll fight anyone.
My Neighbor Totoro is great. And what's the other one that everyone loves that we haven't mentioned yet?
Delivery service. What is it?
Kiki.
Kiki's.
Yeah.
Kiki's. Wow, why are we blanking on that?
I don't know.
All right. Roy King. The Kingsman's household stands with the Greens.
Oh, is that my friend? Is that Reed?
Roy King.
The
Kingsman household stands.
I have a friend
with the
named
Greens.
Reed Kingsman, and if that's them.
I mean,
hi.
that might be them. They might be doing a
They
subtle.
should be swinging by today too.
Oh yeah. Am I gonna meet new peoples?
Yeah, you're gonna meet my whole friend group, man. You already met 6 people.
So like one more person.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Dad again. Bryce. Sorry, this one's for me. Do I get this money? Bryce, your The Wings of War series looks very interesting, and I'm considering reading it. Talk about it and tell me why I should give it. Hey, Evan.
It is Reed. Hi, Reed.
We also Evan popped in, so we have to say hi to Evan real quick.
Evan, we were talking you up earlier.
But hold on, we can't cut off Mr. Dad real quick. Yep. Sorry, Evan, you're important. You're not that important. We do love you. My stuff. We're not really here to talk about my stuff, Mr. Dad.
You're welcome to talk about your stuff, man.
About what?
You're welcome to talk about your series.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's a pro scaly series, and if you're into furries, you should read it. That is a joke. The special thing about the Wings of War series is that the protagonist is an inhuman protagonist, and I'm very, very proud of it. They remain to this day, Roz and Cyril remain my favorite 2 protagonists that I have created. One thing to be aware that I have been telling people more and more as I get a little bit older is that there are some problematic themes in that series that I think I did well, but every male author who uses those themes thinks they did well. Yeah. And I need to revisit them and talk to some of my female colleagues about what I could have done differently. I'm not going to change it. I'm not going to rewrite it. But what I could have done differently and how I could have approached it differently. So just be aware that there are some themes in the series that are a little bit problematic. I'm very, very proud of it. I love my protagonist. It's much darker than my other stuff.
And I personally believe it's very okay to be proud of something and acknowledge you didn't do it perfectly.
I definitely did not do it perfectly, and it's just the problem that the thing that I didn't do perfectly is triggering to people who have been through trauma, which is a thing that I wish I had been aware of when I was in the process of creating that story.
It's for Neon Ghosts, very, very mild spoilers. There is someone who is trying to deal with the trauma of losing a loved one, which is a very, I know from experience, painful thing to go to, especially when you are there when they are found. And so I wrote my own experience with that into this character's emotions and processing of it. But one of the things I realized after the first draft is the way the person I know IRL who passed is very different than how I had the person this character knows pass. So I'm actually trying to talk to people who have lost people to the similar thing that took away this loved one in the book. But it's also very, it's difficult to approach someone and be like, hey, you know someone who passed this way. Can you talk to me about that and let me pick through your emotions? So you have to really know someone, well, if you're going to do that, and you need to be careful. So it's also difficult as an author to find the proper sensitivity readers and things. It's very okay to acknowledge that. But I will say what I have seen and gained from finding sensitivity readers, from finding people who can speak on these matters, it's worth it. Because as an author, you're always trying to write the truth of emotion. You're trying to access what's inside people's mind. That's what makes
That's
good.
how you reach your readers.
Yeah, and so it's definitely worth it. It can take some time. You can find forums online where there's people who offer, being sensitivity readers and stuff, and what you will gain is extraordinarily valuable.
Not to completely pivot, but let's go a little bit lighter. And Evan, let's say hi to Evan.
Evan!
Evan says, happy birthday, Daniel, and congrats to you, Bryce, and Wraithmarked on the Kickstarter. You're right. I take all the credit. Daniel does not get any credit for this Kickstarter.
Hey, Bryce and his team are responsible for these. I had almost no input aside from just saying what's in the character, what's, in the series.
You got to pick the color.
That's true, and I picked the color. But it was incredible to see what they turned around and delivered.
It's the thing that we've seen, and again, like not to preach to the choir or to tell people how to do their stuff, but from a creative standpoint, in this day and age, what we have discovered is that quality is always going to be better than quantity. People have responded, whether it's the people you work with or whether it's your customers.
Yeah.
We just dial it to 11. When it comes to the stuff we put out, and just people respond to that. We sell a few less because we don't have a social media platform, which Daniel's really upset about. But
yeah, I'm willing to tell you guys to your face, your social media presence is bad.
You know what? I'm willing to tell you to your face that your social media presence is great, and you're biased because you have that. Okay.
Actually, insider info for my channel. For a while on the channel, I was doing special edition reviews, which is actually the first time I got my hands on a Wraithmarked book. And the reason I was doing those special edition reviews is because a lot of the people who make special editions also just publish. And I was trying to find, okay, which people are putting out actually really, really high quality stuff for a reasonable price. And that was one of the reasons I chose Wraithmarked.
Which is why we're also upping our prices, because we didn't like that you were making us feel cheap. No, I'm just kidding. Really quick.
There are people, I'll say it, there are people who put out higher end stuff, but they charge an arm and a leg. And I never want people to be able to say, I can't get your book because I can't afford it.
And I will never name a competitor when I'm criticizing them. So for example, I love some of the stuff that Broken Binding is doing, and their prices are absolutely incredible. I don't know how they're doing it. Broken Binding is incredible. There are some other competitors that I look at the stuff that they're doing, and I'm like, you're charging $400 for that.
Yeah.
You're selling them, so obviously it's working for you, but come on, man.
Yeah.
We have David Shahab, very important one, says hashtag make Daniel read webtoons.
What webtoon would you recommend to start with?
Oh God! All right. Well, what are you interested in? Because there are ones that you need to read just to have an understanding of the culture that you may hate, you may love.
I'm really trying to get more into slice of life because I loved Legends and Lattes so much.
Oh, Legends and Lattes was so. I absolutely love that. Let me think on that one because that's not one that I am gonna pull off of the top of my head.
I wrote Deal.
A slice of life-ish, and those of you who are big into webtoons might correct me on this. One that you need to read just to have an understanding of webtoons, because I think it is the most successful webtoons to date. You need to read Lore Olympus.
Okay. Spell that for me?
Lore Olympus.
Oh, okay. So I thought you said that as one word.
I did.
And I was like, what
probably,
is that?
You need to read Lore Olympus. Lore Olympus has some very important themes that are explored very well by a female creator. Got it?
I hate this mic arm so much. Wait, okay, hold up. I will do this right now. Hold up. IX Tech, you make bad mic arms.
Get the Ergo what's it? Or...
I know. I just tried to cheap out and get something that wasn't as expensive. I'm not as rich as people think I am. All right. No, dude. There's people who think I'm like.
Yeah. No, dude.
There's levels to wealth, and there's people who think I'm on that high, and I am.
Well, we took that. We talked about this a little bit too. Like, it's actually the same thing for Wraithmark. Well, they'll see something like sort of Kaigen, which raises almost $250,000, and they're like, that company is rolling with it, and they don't realize that 78% of it goes right back into expenses.
Yeah, when you create a book like that and you sell it for not an insane price, the money you make goes into making that book.
Yeah.
Especially when you're doing stuff like I've learned through you, like sprayed edges.
Sprayed edges. Yeah.
I thought that was something you could essentially get for free.
So if you find the right producer, yes, you can. But because we print in America, and I'm spitting all over these, because we print in America, it's a lot harder.
I was the one who's supposed to lick them.
Only one. You're only supposed to lick one. Okay, real quick back to the webtoons thing. You should read Lore Olympus. There's a really good slice of life-ish one that's the art's not great, but it's a Martian one where a Martian comes to Earth and falls in love with a human, and it's super, super cute. The one that I challenge you, the one that I challenge you to read, and I'm probably going to get love and hate for this in the chat, is that you need to read Solo Leveling. You need to read Solo Leveling not because the story is fantastic. It's really not. Not because the characters are in depth. They're really not. But the reason why Solo Leveling is one of the, if not the most successful webtoons of all times is because the action and the art is so incredibly good that it overcomes everything else about Solo Leveling.
Okay.
So it's worth reading just to see what your response is. To if you're one of the people who you like quality stuff, so you might be one of the people who's like, you know what, I don't love this, or you might be someone like me. That's like, usually I like higher quality stuff, like you can't beat Legends and Lattes for recent releases. But the pros of this series make up for it. So I'd be really curious to, you can get it in physical, you can read it online. It's worth doing. Also, the artist unfortunately passed away.
Oh, that's too bad.
Like almost immediately after finishing the series. So
that's always tragic.
Yeah, so those are the two that I would challenge you to do. Let's see here. Daniel, have you read the Shattered Reigns series?
No. I typically avoid reading just the ones that are like, have you read? Because if you do too many of those, the whole chat just becomes, have you read? And
I would also avoid reading the Shattered Reigns series, guys.
Oh, okay.
I would at all costs avoid reading the Shattered Reigns series, even if he has it on his shelf.
Let's see.
I don't think you realize that's one of mine, which is the funny thing about this.
I thought you were being very serious.
No,
I was like, wow, whatever this author did, I'll ask you when the camera's off. All right.
Someone said hi to Evan Winter. They're a massive fan. Absolutely. You're getting a lot of read Solo Leveling.
I'm a very big fan of Evan Winter as an author and a person.
I thought you were going to say, not so much as a person. I was like, dude, he's right here.
No, Evan knows I love him.
Let's see.
I want to buy Evan a drink one day. That's a goal of mine.
Real quick one. How would you rate the Vinland Saga?
But how would I rate?
How would you rate the Vinland Saga?
I would say right now it's in a very high A-tier position for me with the potential to go higher if it maintains the quality that it's been at. But I'm still definitely in the beginnings of the story, and I always hesitate to say something too big for something that is I'm not super deep into.
Vinland Saga is a perfect example of what I was talking about not being able to read Dark, because I started reading it and I was like, this is a thing that I'm going to enjoy one day when I'm back in that space. But right now I can't. But it's awesome. We got a quick sticky. I'm just gonna call them stickies because I cannot remember what the hell.
Super chats.
Super chats.
Super chat.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Having fun.
Lowy, I think they super chatted this because it's a funny comment that I actually did see earlier, but I didn't shout it out. What's your favorite fantasy world? Mine is Ohio.
I lived in Ohio. Can I steal that? Because that's gold.
Dirk is in Ohio too. Oh, I did miss one. Dirk is in Ohio as well.
My favorite fantasy world is Wheel of Time. It always has been. It always will be. In terms of just like what was accomplished there by Jordan. But the one I want to live in most is always and forever will be Discworld. Discworld, it just sounds like it would be absolute heaven to live in. I mean, it's to the point where Terry Pratchett made death someone who could be your best friend, and I think that's just an incredible accomplishment, not only for fantasy but the themes he tackles and how he humanized death. It's one of the most impressive things I've seen in literature. So Discworld for me, yeah, I want to go there, and I would stop fearing death because I would just look forward to meeting him.
And you know what mine is, and we're not going to talk about mine. Also, we're almost at the top of the hour for 2, and since we're doing really well, what I'm going to recommend is we take a 10-minute break just so that your wrist doesn't, because even if you didn't have wrist issues, doing this for that long is going to be a problem.
Yeah, I usually use the bathroom anyway, so we'll take a 10-minute break at the top of the hour.
I suppose we're allowed. I did miss. Sorry, Jennifer. I did miss your stinky super chatty thingy majiggy. Any thoughts on Interview with a Vampire by Anne Rice?
I don't think I've read Interview with a
I have
Vampire.
not either. I did watch the movie and I really enjoyed the movie. But
Wait, is that the one with Tom Cruise?
and Brad Pitt and Antonio Banderas.
I have seen the movie. I
And
do not remember
Kirsten
it
Dunst.
because I think I was extremely young when I watched it.
And also the mother in that, who has like 2 lines, is also a famous person now.
I'm going to guess it's Evan Winter.
You're right. Actually, the mother from the movie from the 1990s
Yes.
of Kirsten Dunst was Evan Winter.
Yes.
Congratulations, Evan.
That's why he got his career started early, you know?
Yeah, started real early as a white woman in a movie. Yeah, this is... Evan, you are a multi-talented and wonderful gentleman.
Yeah. Oh, I think that's actually where he told me in an interview that's where he got his inspiration for Rage of Dragons. So.
Really? Interview with a Vampire? Or you just messing with me at this point? I don't know. Oh, from his part in Interview with a Vampire. We're continuing this bit. Okay, we're continuing
Jesus,
this
Bryce. Okay.
I get it. We're continuing the bit.
I thought I
got it.
was getting tired here. Good Lord.
So okay, but you see all these capital: read Soul Leveling, read Lore Olympus.
Okay.
I'm gonna look to see if there are a couple of other recommendations.
I'm also willing to talk about okay, Neon Ghosts is what we'll be doing after this one. That's Secret Project 2.
That is Secret Project 2, yes.
I don't know why we're calling them Secret
They're not
Project.
secret anymore.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm saying that. It's basically because Sanderson started that trend, and I was like, okay, I'll call it Secret Project.
He also called them Secret Project number 1, 2, 3, and 4 as he was revealing them because they were never secret because he revealed them as they were going on.
Which I thought was really funny. It's a great marketing thing, though.
Yeah, it worked real well.
Yeah.
He raised some money. Like,
$40 million.
45.
45, there you go. Which, again, he did not keep all of that. That is something that you have to realize with Kickstarter. You do not keep all of it. You also manufacture. Yep. I'm sure he kept a lot of money. But he did not just... People think you put $40 million in the bank. No.
No, you don't.
But Neon Ghosts is going to be the next series that is going to be inspired by a mixture of things like... Oh, good Lord. Ghost in the Shell, Dresden Files to an extent, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Cyberpunk 2077... let's just get through this last stack, and then we'll take a little bit of a break. And
it's not top of the hour. You don't get to quit yet.
Okay.
You don't get to quit yet.
And Bryce, you keep me honest, you know.
I mean, if I'm not going to, who's going to?
It is following a character as they are living in a world. I can talk about world details, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
You do whatever the hell you want now.
Okay, sweet. So the world has been consumed by a haze. It is. Did I not put my last name on there?
I think that says dancer.
It does.
No, that's a good one.
You're
getting better, bud. You're getting better.
Are you being serious or joking? Do you think you're joking? My wrist is getting sore. I'm sorry.
Okay. Stop now then. If your wrist is getting sore, stop now.
Okay. And the world has been
Doctor's
consumed
orders.
by a haze, which has resulted in everyone having to live within these gargantuan mega structures where cities on top of cities make up the individual floors. And our main character, Tara, who has a similar name to my editor, so I keep accidentally calling my editor Tara.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Her name's Taya, which honestly, I like her name so much, I've considered changing Tara's name to Taya.
Dude, she would love that.
But,
just don't call her Taya.
I don't want to name it after someone I like because this character's trajectory is pretty dark. And it's
she's going to be called Bryce one day.
But so we are working. I'm working on making this a series that is about someone who goes down a very, very dark path in the first act, and then from there it's about their eventual recovery, because things like cults and radicalization and terrorism and how people get involved in that stuff when, you know, they used to be just normal human beings in their life, theoretically, at some point, has always fascinated me. So I'm diving into that with this character and trying to get into the psychology of someone who ends up going down a slope that once they end up pulling themselves out of, they realize there's no redemption for the things that they've done. It's kind of actually inspired by my favorite Bob Dylan lyric, which is "Not even Jesus would forgive what you do," which is such a good lyric, even as a not religious person. I just think that is an amazingly good lyric. And so I'm trying to find out that kind of arc for a character, and that will be released. Can I say any specifics on that or no?
No, not in case, especially since since I messed up, and like we said, we're not perfect humans, and Wraithmark's primary job is to keep everything on online and on dates, and we had a hiccup with the dates, and we have to make sure that we have those dates down before we promise anything to anybody. And if there's an issue, it's not on Daniel, it's on me, because it's my job to make sure that he gets his stuff done.
that helps the YouTube. YouTube then takes it back.
You did it earlier.
Whoever gets this one, I put the protagonist's name on it. So
that helps the YouTube.
That helps the YouTube. I am going to go ahead and hit the 10-minute break button, and we will be back in 10.
Oh. I was just going to hang out here with the people.
Oh, okay, cool.
You're
okay.
Good? I mean, I can do it, yeah.
No, okay. No, you go ahead and hang out.
This is good, because then I can talk to them about all the stuff they want to ask me, and then we're like, we're not here to talk about me. Okay, so while he's gone, tell me all of the things that you know so that I can, like, hack it. His computer's right here. And we're going to hack it. We're going to steal all of his money. This will be great. All right. Okay. On my own now, and I'm actually going to be looking at the webtoons. Everything is fine. Rocker Zombies. Wow, you guys have some... Oh, Tower of God. Tower of God is a really, really good one. But Tower of God is very strange. Lots of really good manga recommendations. I love One Punch Man. I love Mob Psycho. Read Soul Leveling. Weeb Daniel Arc. I love all this. Yeah, the artist Passmorian. I did see that. Tower of God. Noblesse. God of High School is a really good one, Curry. I will try to remember to get back to these super chats once he's back here with us. Actually, there's only one. Blink twice if you're in danger. Does that work? Does that work? Steal the experience. Let's see here. His weakness is sunlight. Mine or Bryce? When can we expect Shadowrain's book 3? Cody, Bud. I owe Iron Prince. I owe Stormweaver 2 and 3. I still have to finish. How you
doing in here?
How's it going? You come hang out with me?
You want me to come hang out?
You can go. Yeah,
Daniel's gone?
they're asking me about book
guys.
stuff.
Book stuff.
My favorite person.
Wow.
Here.
We have been having such a great
decided to. It's been real good. Even if you do black bag me and take me in a van every time I have to come over, so I don't find out what your address is.
You know, that's fine. You can always just ship your Thai food and follow that. Yeah, Bryce shipped his Thai food to our house on accident instead of his Airbnb.
I'm gonna laugh about that every time.
I know, it's great.
We decided to go to lunch last minute. I was like, I have Thai food coming, so it's fine. And then we got back to your place, and I accidentally delivered it to your place.
Daniel just stared at our front stoop like,
he was so tired.
what is happening right now? He was really
He said
tired.
he didn't even nap after that, too.
No, he got a second wind. That editing deadline put a fire under his ass.
I did. I felt real bad about that.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a little stress there. But how's everyone doing over here? I've been curious. I've been tuning in and out of the stream here, just checking in on everyone.
There's lots of chats about the special editions. Lots of chats about me being in danger, which is absolutely true.
Hi, I see a hi Kayla in there. Hi there. I also heard you guys talking about webtoons. Very exciting.
Yeah.
Have you read Tower of God yet?
So I have not read. I
read it.
Hold on. I tried Tower of God.
Really?
I tried Tower of God and I got lost, which is the strangest thing because usually I'm pretty good about like. It's not even that I got lost. They got to one of the challenges where they did like the full explanation of the challenge and like the pool and the diving, and I was like, I'm bored.
Okay, but that's fair. You know, there's certain things, and I gotta give like credit where credit. We talked about this with even though you haven't read Rings of Power, we had a discussion on.
Read Rings of Power? You're right. I've never read Rings of Power.
Watched Rings of Power, but we talked about this because it reflected on writing and why some things resonate with some people and some things don't.
Yeah.
And it all comes down to like what you're looking for in a story.
and how it's presented to you, which I know sounds basic, but I feel like a lot of people kind of forget that.
That's so important. It's like
And what we talked about, and the reason that I personally didn't enjoy Rings of Power that much, is because I felt that everything was externally conflict driven rather than internally conflict driven. And I feel like when you're reading, whether it's webtoon, whether it's a book, whether it's watching a series on television, if you are looking for something like to connect to a character and you're just not connecting them with their internal conflict and what's driving them in that story, you're just not gonna have a great time. And that's totally fine. Some people will be like, no, I totally resonated with their internal conflict, and you could be like, I couldn't find it, and that's totally okay.
That's gonna be really interesting because I don't know if you saw, but I recommended Daniel read Solo Leveling. Have you ever read Solo Leveling? Okay. Solo Leveling does none of what you're talking about.
Really?
Solo Leveling, the characters are very two-dimensional. The story is you should hear, but this is my challenge.
Okay.
The story is fine. It does nothing. You never connect with the main character from a writing perspective, but the art is so exquisite and the action is so exquisite that they manage to achieve it from a visual dynamic, which is one of the things I love about manga and webtoons, is that it offers another dimension to the medium that I wish people would like take part in and enjoy a little bit more. So I actually challenge you to read Solo Leveling to see, because it's amazing that they achieve that in a way that I will never be able to.
Well, and I like that, and that's why I've always been very interested in both like manga, and since I lived in Korea, manhwa as well.
Yeah.
Like I've always been a big follower. I think since probably high school I got into it. And so for me, what I appreciated about it was the art more than anything, because the art was a way that impacted the storytelling. It wasn't the dialogue or the little bits in there. A lot of the times it would just be the visuals of me following this that I sometimes would lose myself and forget to read things because I'm just enjoying the scenery and the art that's being presented. So I think for me, am I in your way?
Not at all.
Okay.
I'm about to say, if you want to chill with me for a minute, Bryce, you can take your break.
Do you
now.
want to take a break?
I'm fine whichever way. I'm the kind of person who can do this all day, so it's if you want to switch with me.
You go
we can
take a
switch.
leak. I'm going to sit with Kayla for
All
a
right,
minute.
that works for
Do
me.
you wanna
The
sit
first
here
thing that we're
so
going to
you
do though is
Yeah, I'll keep assigning, and then
keep a roll. Oh my God, you guys are at 33,000.
we're at 33.8, bud.
yeah, buddy.
We're doing good.
Also,
Yeah, buddy.
I saw when the cucumbers were for Daniel. I know you don't like cucumbers.
Yeah, I thought you were trying to poison
No,
Bryce.
they look
No.
like pickles, so it was
They're
I was
baby
like,
ones. They're the little. I
baby
think they're
cubes?
called the baby cubes.
baby
and-
cubes. All right.
Sorry,
All
that
right.
wasn't. I put the carrots on there
Yeah,
for you.
you should really be ashamed.
I
of yourself.
know. I'm such a terrible host.
Yeah, honestly, just no person. Just person.
Yeah.
Keep
that's
it
actually
up,
fair.
and I'll start hitting you with these.
Hey, where did livestream
With
things
the
go?
Other tab.
There
It's
we
back
go.
one.
Why?
There you go.
There we go.
All right, so you can just
When do you want me to pop back in?
Just
how long?
take a break. And, like, come whenever you do. You can be 5 minutes. You can be 10
Okay,
minutes.
I'll come
Really,
back
the
in-
chat
I'll
will
back-
tell me
I'll-
when I should leave.
I do actually have work I have to do, so I'll be back in 15 minutes.
Okay.
Enjoy your time.
All you gotta do
Watch
is
your
keep.
elbow.
Yeah, I got you. All you gotta do is keep stacking these and read the chat, especially if there's a
Can I
super chat.
stack
Also-
it on top of the dry ones, Bryce?
Yes,
Give me the
so
lowdown.
the pro tip that I have found, so we start back there, but you see how these are upside down?
Yeah.
So the way that I have kept track of which ones I have done is, so we stopped here, so you take one and you put it upside down there.
Upside down here.
Or sorry, right side up.
Right side up
Right
here.
side up there.
Okay.
And then you cover all the upside down ones with the right side ups. And then you flip it around and you do upside down this way so you can track where.
You are brilliant.
Because otherwise it was impossible. to track
I'm so impressed with you. This is a great setup. Way to go, guys.
So smart.
Way to go, guys.
You have
Oh
homework
my
for
God.
you.
Please take that. I'm good.
Yeah, please enjoy. There's also some food downstairs if you need it. I can make a smoothie if you want it.
I tried to close that. I am incapable of closing it.
All right, chat. Sorry for that. That was a little like a home, kind of reorganization there. And now we're back. Oh my God, the table just
Yeah, I
moved.
know. Sorry if the mic, you keep hearing it when I bump the table, everybody. I should have had the mic attached to that table, and I just didn't.
And I sort of figured out what was going on with the autofocus here. Because this arm is so much closer to the camera's struggling to like, oh, should I focus on that versus these two? The only way to fix that would be to like get the camera moved and stuff. So for now, we're just gonna leave it. And if it gets really bad, let us know.
Also, that's just not even words. Now you get to ask Kayla questions.
Oh boy!
So you get to ask Kayla questions about her life, about dating me, about what
Oh,
she's
boy.
writing.
Oh my goodness, let's see here. So Solo Leveling is like the Avatar movie, amazing to look at and worth reading for just that. I'm very excited because Bryce and I had real deep discussions on what we like to read. And I honestly, if he recommends it, I certainly will check it out. I do have a long TBR, though, of just every other book that's been recommended. Daniel really wants me to check out Murderbot, which I have not yet. So I'm super excited to check that out. And then I want to read in terms of both anime and manga. My next one is going to be, I think it's called Spy Family.
Oh, that one's huge.
Yeah.
I recently saw a list of like the best-selling manga, and that was near the top.
Yeah, it came out kind of well, the manga I think has been around for a while, but the anime just released, I think, and everyone has been telling me it's great. One of my best friends back in Korea, Trevor, is a huge manga and anime consumer, so we would
Shout out, Trevor!
Yeah, we would have anime Sundays a lot of the time where we would just go to a coffee shop and discuss the latest anime we've been reading or watching, I should say. So I always love new recommendations, and we'll add them to the list. Let's see. Kayla, is Die Hard a Christmas movie and pineapple on pizza? I'm asking the important questions. Also,
Die Hard is a Christmas movie.
Yeah, I'll give it to Die Hard, but I don't give it to Love Actually. I know that's going to cause so much chaos, but I genuinely found Love Actually to be tiresome.
Wait, it's because it's tiresome? It's not a Christmas movie?
No, but it's also like, it's one of those things that happens with snow around it and there's a Christmas play. And I'm just like, oh, nee. Cool. Like,
is Home Alone a Christmas movie?
Oh my God, yes.
Okay.
Home Alone is like one of the classics. And in fact, in Korean, it's called Narojibe. And we would watch it every Christmas in Korea.
Also,
it's like... Loved it.
I love watching Macaulay Culkin do his yearly every birthday. He's like, just to make you feel old, I'm 40. He's like, remember the little kid from Home Alone? He's 40 now.
Yeah, and when we see him on Red Letter Media, can we mention other YouTube?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah. When we see him on Red Letter Media, I always get so excited because I'm like, wholesome Macaulay Culkin's back.
He's also so weirdly hot now. The whole, like, I went through a bad phase, but now I'm an amazing father. And, like, I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, well, just dads do it. You know, that's just great. Also, I am
we got super.
here.
We got super sticky.
We got a couple super ones, and we read the super, and then I'll go back and go through the non-supers. So, The Final Thrust by Mike Oxhard Review? Question mark?
No, and also that is a very interesting name.
Yeah, I thought so too. Mike Oxhard. I feel like
I was thinking The Final Thrust.
Oh, that too. And then Curry says, you guys planning on playing God of War Ragnarok?
I was going to because I thought it was on Steam, but I got rid of my PS5. I gave it to my brother-in-law as a gift, and I regret that choice. Not really. I don't regret that choice, but...
We love...
Also, I'm officially an uncle.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's so exciting. Can we say their name on camera?
Matt and Laura? Yeah.
No, well, I was going to say baby name.
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't be comfortable saying the baby name to everybody first.
No problem.
Okay,
Then, yeah, congratulations, Matt and Laura, at the end.
But I'm an uncle. I'm officially Uncle Goblin.
Woo! Let's see here. Kayla, being a super fan of Lord of the Rings, who do you like the best? I'm guessing you mean characters out of the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
I know your favorite.
Who do you think is my favorite?
Are we talking attractiveness? Are we talking character?
They
or are we
just
talking...
said favorite. They just said favorite.
I can name all three for you.
Yeah, you can. Okay, just go.
Okay. Her favorite character in terms of the movies and performance is going to be Sam.
Yeah.
Portrayed by Sean Astin
Yeah.
perfectly. The most adorable man ever, playing one of the greatest characters of all time.
Yeah.
Your favorite character in the books, I think, is Gandalf.
Yep.
And then your favorite character in terms of attractiveness, do I even need to say it?
Zaddy Viggo Mortensen. Oh my God. Aragorn is just... Honestly, I think till the day I die, we'll find that man just ridiculous levels of attractiveness.
I think
both in terms of like how much humanity and like balance of masculine and feminine, like traditionally stereotyped traits, and how he balances that and brings just such wonderful depth to the character. Oh, I adore him.
Yeah, he is absolutely sensational.
Let's see here.
But I got all three right?
Yeah, you got them right. I really do. Kayla, when are you two going to finish Andor?
I started the first episode of Andor without you.
Yeah, I haven't seen
But
it.
then it was good enough that I was like, okay, we need to watch this with Kayla. So I think as soon as we're done with White Lotus.
Yeah, we're watching White Lotus, which, did you tell them what we accidentally did?
Yeah, we accidentally started with season 2 of White Lotus, which apparently a lot of people are doing because HBO is auto-playing the second season.
Whoops-a-daisy, yeah.
So my dad did the same thing, for example.
So we just kind of messed that up.
So we're going to go back and watch season 1 and then finish season 2. And then after that, I plan on watching Andor.
Yeah.
So I'll probably start Andor, God, at the rate we do it, in a week.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Let's see here. The final thrust in Mike Oxford was a joke. Okay, thank goodness.
Okay, Jesus. I was sitting here like, I don't want to make fun of someone's name, but that man needs to do porn.
Yes, very true. Let's see here. A Christmas Story is a really good movie. Okay, also, this is going to be a very controversial opinion.
You don't like A Christmas Story?
It doesn't really do much for me, not gonna lie. I've seen it, I'm like, okay, and then all I can hear is, every time a bell rings, an angel gets its wings! And I want to, like, die a little bit inside.
Okay.
But... You
to
know
each
what?
their own.
Exactly. It's like, it's one of those things where if it's got nostalgia and you love it, that's all on you. For me, my go-to Christmas movie is always going to be the Christmas Vacation movie. That's my go-to thing.
I'm so happy you don't say Elf. I think Elf is a good movie, but people act like it's the best Christmas movie. It's a good Christmas movie.
Yeah,
it's not the best Christmas movie.
And I will admit that, like, National Lampoon does not always age gracefully in any way, but for me, that's the nostalgia factor of it. I've watched that every Christmas since I was a child. I am now 30.
Learning that
that's
Chevy
a lot
Chase
of
was
time.
such a jerk apparently was really disheartening.
Yeah, I know.
But I actually, going back, I haven't really found him that funny in a lot of the movies he's in, so...
No, I really just enjoy that one. I've seen all the National Lampoons, and it's only the Christmas one that I've enjoyed. Let's see here. Have you read Den da Den? No, if that's a real thing, I have not.
I think they're putting in fake stuff because earlier I said to not ask me that, and so people are just like, haha, fake. And that's
Interesting.
good meme!
Let's see here. Ooh, Christopher Travis says Scrooged is my go-to. I don't know if there's an actual movie called Scrooged.
Yeah, that's
there
one.
is.
That's the one with Bill Murray, I think.
I haven't seen that, but because you said Scrooge, my other go-to Christmas movie is The Muppets Christmas Carol. I love the Muppets. I am obsessed with the Muppets. They are so cute and fun, and I grew up on them, and Muppets Christmas Carol is a classic.
I have my top three Christmas movie is an extremely underrated and underappreciated movie that Netflix put out, and I think it's genuinely, like, damn near perfect as a Christmas film, while not even revealing itself to be a Christmas film until, like, halfway into it, but it's undeniably one, and it's called Claws. Have I shown you that yet?
No, but I think we've talked about it.
Yeah.
I think, was it on Best of the Worst? Or?
No. It's a genuinely great movie.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, it's a genuinely outstanding animated movie. You're thinking of...
Elves.
You're thinking of...
Yeah, the Elves movie.
Yeah,
Remember that one that came out where the elves went crazy? We watch a lot of Red Letter.
But Claus it's almost like this dark retelling of Santa's origin story in an animated kids movie, and it's splendid. I don't know if people here have seen it, but holy smokes, do I love that movie. There's a bit of a delay, so there's...
Oh, Kayla, Daniel, what are the books and or manga you wish the other person would read?
For me, I really wish Kayla had read all of Wheel of Time, but it's not her thing, and that's completely fine. I'll never push her to do anything she doesn't want to read. Instead of that, Kayla is not that big into horror movies, while I am quite into them. So she'll watch summary videos, like through Dead Meat and stuff like that. Shout out James A. Janice. There's a lot of horror movies that I think are masterpieces I will never be able to share with Kayla, which sucks, but it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, I'm a giant baby. Fully own that. I have a very active imagination, and horror movies give me nightmares, and I won't sleep for days. And I already don't sleep enough as it is, so I just avoid that. For me, also, Daniel reads a lot, and we have a lot of crossover in a lot of the things that we enjoy. So in terms of books, I often don't try to recommend books to Daniel, too, because he gets so many books every day being sent to him, which appreciated and love, but it just gets to the point where I start piling it on. So for us, I think it's terms of things that we enjoy or want to share. I would really like him to watch this animated movie called Your Name. I saw it when I was living. It came out when I was living in Korea.
Yeah, I still really want to. We just haven't had the time to sit down and do it.
Yeah, it's called if there is any Korean people watching here, Doe Iramun is like, it wrecked me, but it's so beautiful and just, oh gosh, emotionally damaging. Which I normally get. I don't know. Sad movies can sometimes do it for me, or I can be like, that was a really difficult to watch. But Your Name was just beautiful. It was well done, and I saw it, I think, maybe 3 times now, so I hope you'll watch that someday.
We will. We'll watch that together. Yeah. And then another movie, if I was going to pick one horror movie that if you ever was going to, like, grit your teeth and sit through it, Kayla is as big a fan, almost, I'd say, or maybe even same, of practical effects as I am, especially good creature design. And so I know she'd be fine with Alien, because Alien's not even that scary anymore with modern stuff.
I've talked about that.
Yeah, but the one I know she probably won't do, but has some incredible practical effects I think she'd love seeing is The Thing. Probably the best practical effects ever put into film. And I would love to share that with her someday.
I think the older movies, if I'm going to be honest, the older ones that came out in the 80s and 90s, are you joining us? Do you want me to leave?
Doesn't matter. I can stand awkwardly behind you.
No, we have a stool.
Wait,
Let me
I'll
just
get the
finish.
stool. I'll get the stool.
But I really would, after watching Dead Meat's Alien series, we watched Prey together. I enjoyed the Predator prequel movie thing.
It was really funny. After I watched Prey with my brother and I were like, wow, that wasn't a horror movie. It was just kind of like a Predator's in an action movie. But it was good. Like, I liked Prey. But it wasn't a horror movie at all. But my mom and Kayla watched it with us, and both of them were like, that was so intense.
Yeah, it was. And then I also really enjoyed when we watched Alien vs. Predator.
We never watched Alien vs. Predator.
Was that also Dead Meat?
Yeah, I think you watched the Dead Meat video.
Yeah, well, I enjoy Dead Meat because it makes the scary
Did you
good.
get out of your giraffe costume?
Yeah, dude, I was sweating and I need stamina here.
I'll put it on if you grab it from me. Go get it. It's in our bedroom.
It's going to be really frustrating when everyone else shows up.
But so basically, I will watch those. I did see another comment. Does Kayla like any Korean dramas? Not gonna lie. When I was learning Korean for the first time, I tried watching dramas. I'm gonna be real. Nobody speaks like they do in dramas. It's not helpful. So I didn't really spend a lot of time watching Korean dramas. I would watch more Korean television reality shows or game shows or stand-up comedy. It's more slapstick there. They don't do stand-up as much as we do here. So I watched those more, but the dramas I would say I really enjoyed. My favorite was Itaewon Class. One of my friends starred in that. And so, of course, I started watching it to support, but then just fell in love with the show as a whole. So if none of you have ever seen that, highly recommend.
Can I go on a bit of a rant real quick?
Of course.
I was a huge stand-up comedy fan growing up. I would spend hours watching and rewatching and enjoying all kinds of specials from people like Robin Williams that I love, George Carlin, Richard Pryor, and I unfortunately have just completely fallen out of love with watching stand-up because every stand-up comedian now, or at least a lot of them, except for a few that I still enjoy like Bill Burr, they have this mentality of like what we do is this incredible voice of the people and we have to be political because we have to have all this stuff. I'm fine with comedy being political, but this like up their own ass mentality that so many of them have that's like we're the most intelligent truth speakers in society. No, you're not. You're just people who read stuff online, have opinions, and say your opinions. Sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's not. And there are some who I do think have genuinely really smart, great voices. But I just become exhausted listening to the same people talk like, oh, we're the greatest philosophers of our time. You're a pot smoker with a podcast. That drives me nuts.
This does not fit the vibe of that.
Have you ever watched? Yeah. Actually, completely agree. Yeah, completely agree. Have you ever watched I'm blanking on the guy's name. The dude who does just really, really dark comedy.
There's like a million of those.
There's one.
Every
guy.
one of them is like, I'm that darkest, edgiest guy.
No, there's one guy, and it's.
If you're gonna say Anthony Jeselnik, I'm gonna judge you really hard.
Hey, do you ever watch Anthony Jeselnik?
Sorry, that was well done.
Anthony Jeselnik is kind of funny for shock humor, but shock humor just doesn't do it for me.
We do have another super chat. I almost said super sticky.
I'm out of room.
2,000 there. Which
Yes, but it's CRC, which I don't know.
Happy birthday, Daniel. I hope you have a great one. You're part of why I got back into reading fantasy, and I'm so glad I did. Have fun. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, the 3 people's too much. I gotta say it's too much.
You want me to leave?
If we can just keep the rotation going, I'd appreciate
I'll
it.
leave.
Switch.
Bye.
Thank you. Love you.
Love you too.
Daniel's uncomfortable in large groups.
I am.
Or should we say herd, given that, 2 of us are wearing a giraffe costume and one of it isn't.
Just call me when you need me.
Oh,
Will
wait,
do.
oh, where's my phone? I don't know where it is. I fell.
All
Oh
right.
well. Hi. What have I
Hi.
missed?
I went on a rant that stand-up comedians are getting too preachy
Oh
and
no, I
annoying.
didn't miss that. I said what did I miss?
We talked a lot about our relationship and a little bit about Korean drama
Oh.
and horror movies. What's your
About
favorite
our-
horror movie?
About our relationship? That's so
Yes.
sweet. I can actually answer this, except I have to answer it 2 ways. First of all, I hate horror movies, and by hate, here's the thing. Hold on. Let me. You gotta let me finish, all right?
Okay.
I hate horror movies because I have an extremely overactive imagination and I can't sleep. And by that, by I hate horror movies. What I actually
You're
mean to say,
mirroring Kayla right now.
what I actually mean to say is that I am incapable of appreciating most horror movies, despite the fact that I know that so many of them are really, really good.
Right.
My favorite horror movies, though. Do you consider Get Out a horror movie?
Yeah, for sure.
So Get Out is incredible because it's psychological, and then the other one that a lot of people actually like, you will probably be more familiar with this, but a lot of people who are younger than me aren't super familiar with the movie Seven.
Seven's amazing.
Seven is
I
amazing.
call it a thriller.
That's the thing.
It has very unfortunate casting.
Why?
Who's the villain?
Oh. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, any movie with that dude in it has unfortunate casting. So, but yeah. No.
Let's just say it's some no-name actor who never blew up.
Some dude. What was his name? Thingy? Yeah, that guy.
I think his name was like Gerald.
It's got Brad Pitt in it. That's right. It's got Brad Pitt.
I love me some Brad Pitt.
I do love me some Brad Pitt, especially when he plays an invisible man who has no lines in a movie.
What? Is he playing Invisible Man at one point?
Did you not know this? Have you ever seen Deadpool 2?
Oh yeah.
So part of the story with Deadpool 2 is that apparently Ryan Reynolds pitched it to the producers. It's like, and we got Brad Pitt. And they're like, really? He's like, yeah. And Brad Pitt's in it for literally
Like 1
0.7 seconds. It's great.
But if you like psychological horror, have you ever watched Eraserhead?
No.
Are you a David Lynch fan at all?
I've heard the name. I don't know who that is.
He created things like Twin Peaks. Basically, he's one of these people who's just like, he's an auteur of his
You're
craft.
making my life difficult by throwing them up here.
Good.
Drop 'em. I'm leaving again. You're gonna be in here by yourself.
I appreciate the help, Bryce. But
Then take a pause so I can grab the ones that are
Deal.
behind you.
But Eraserhead, it's like David Lynch's first big project, and it is an absolute masterpiece of horror, of psychological kind, and it's a horror, especially if you are someone who is adverse to having children, it will make you even more adverse to having children. And if you're someone who has kids, it'll probably represent a lot of the fears you have. And if you are about to have kids, it might make you regret that decision.
I am very much on the not so sure about having kids. So I might check it out. Did we read Sophia's Happy Birthday, Daniel? I hope you have
Yes.
a great one. You're part of why I got back into reading fantasy.
Yes, thank you, Sophia. I love you.
No, that's so nice of you. At least you love somebody. At least you appreciate somebody in your life.
What the hell, man?
You're making fun of me. I can just go deep. I
please
put
do.
the knife in. And,
Cut deep.
Yeah. Go cut deep. Okay, I like how you saved that one. What?
No. Anything.
Holy eight. Now we're all talking about horror movies. So, have you got a schedule for today's stream, Daniel?
What do you, no. People are going to show up and we're going to hang out and have fun whenever.
Cycling through as they come.
I got loose promises from some friends that they were going to show up. I was going to have some YouTubers on, but unfortunately we weren't able to set up how guests would call in time. But there will be in-person guests, which honestly, that's my much preferred way anyway. Yeah. Because having people over, I'm always like, where do I look?
Yeah. I do see a.
Hi. Okay, sorry.
Trying to do my freaking job over here, and you're just literally screaming at the ceiling. Literally. I do see a number of suggestions for like a silent voice and stuff here. Were you guys talking about manga?
Yeah, we were.
Gotcha. All right. Well, we'll move on from that since that's a boring subject and no one likes manga.
It's not even a real art form.
It's not even a real art form. Silent voice is very good, though. By the way, if you have not.
We were talking about your name first, and then I think they recommended silent voice.
Oh, your name. I thought you were talking about Bryce. My name is Bryce. I was very, very confused here. God, what's another really good? Bakuman is actually, you should read Bakuman because it's about creators. It's about the creation of manga. It's the creators of Death Note, and their next big successful manga was about 2 teenage boys falling in love and writing manga, and it's really good.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. It's a fun time.
Although I did not like Death Note.
I also did not like Death Note. Happy birthday, Daniel. Are you going to Twitch later?
No. After this, I will be exhausted and probably going straight to sleep.
I'm not even sure it's going to be after this. I think it's going to be 30 minutes from now. Daniel's going to be like, you know what I need? A nap.
Just leave you in here and be like, forge it.
Deal. Just like my parents' signature. When
Not like there'll be any witnesses.
What? Yeah, none. There will only be 570 witnesses.
Oh
so,
no, we're
yeah.
losing viewers.
Yeah.
We're losing viewers.
So someone said, "Oh my God, yes, Bryce loved Bakuman," except they put one of the greater than signs, which it's supposed to be an arrow to yes, I agree with you, I love Bakuman, but it really reads to me as though, "Oh my God, yes, Bryce" is more valuable than loving Bakuman, which I would agree with. Like,
I've successfully made a dent here, but then I look over here, and I get sad again.
Yep. We don't have to do this, bud.
Yeah, we do.
I mean, yeah, we do at some point, but like, you know, we don't have to. Oh, did we pile these? Oh no, we didn't. That's
That's old one.
That's a crap one. Are we gonna be running out of markers at any point? Is gonna be the question.
No, I'm still on my 3rd one, and these markers are good.
Daniel, okay, there's several here. I read. Wow, Daniel, do you read other novels outside of the sci-fi fantasy genre,
Yes.
like crime, historical, and neo-realist stuff?
Pretty much everything I read outside of my genres that are on brand for the channel, I keep to myself because I need to have some things in my life that I don't monetize that I enjoy.
So they're off-brand for your channel.
Sorry, yes. And so those things I just don't talk about with this, so I can just keep it for me. But for instance, I love true crime, so I read a lot of true crime books, especially because true crime books tend to be less exploitative than true crime shows. I don't get me wrong, I love me some true crime shows that are actually respectful. But God, especially a lot of podcasts in true crime, it really seems like the people are like getting off on it.
I haven't tried it.
Whoo, you need to be careful about true crime podcasts.
Even Serial and those like big ones.
Oh no, Serial's fine. That one is fine.
The ones that are exploiting the market.
What do you mean?
The ones that capitalize on Serial's success and.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean more people who are just like invasive to victims' families, or they're like talking about the murders and like glorifying the murderers and stuff. Like,
well, on the subject, what did you think of the situation with the Dahmer show? Like, did you follow that?
Yes, I watched.
I don't want to call it drama because it's not drama to the families.
I watched the Dahmer show all the way through. I think I'm not going to deny that a lot of it is very well shot and acted. Like, you can't deny that. They did a really good job on that level. I think the actor's name is Evan Peters.
The actor?
Yeah, I think that's his name. I don't know.
I have no idea.
Like, I'm not going to discount his performance. I don't think he should deserve the backlash. He's a guy who got hired to do a job, and he did that job. But I like how much time was spent on the victims in certain episodes. They definitely did do that. But at the end, they tried to act like the entire show was about the victims, which is not true. And then they also misrepresented some people in terms of like what they were doing and their reactions to what was going on and all of that. And I think the big thing is if you're going to do a show like that, you really need to get the sign off for all of the real people you're going to be bringing into the show. And they clearly did not do that.
No, a lot of the people didn't know it was happening until they started getting like texts the day that it released.
Yep, and that was messed up. So I admit it's entertaining a lot of the way through. I thought the ending was bad because it just felt like them trying to cover their own ass by being like, we are actually all here for the victims, and this isn't about Dahmer, when they spent the majority of the time on Dahmer. But you know, I did enjoy the bulk of it. So that's my takeaway. What about you?
I did not watch the show for, again, obvious reasons, so I'm a little bit biased based off of the reactions that I saw online of just like I'm totally in your court about like I don't know how you could, like, with living victims of that, I don't know how you can justify like going in without having the sign off of the individuals in the show, even if you have to get creative on how to remove certain situations and certain characters because you didn't get the sign off of their portrayal.
Yeah.
But then again, the other issue with that is like playing the devil's advocate to my own opinion, like, if you're going to play in reality, do you have to get the sign off of every person involved in that reality, or are you always going to piss somebody off? Like,
I don't think you need to get the sign off of everybody as long as what you do is incredibly faithful to what they really did and it's well documented. But they didn't do that, and they took a lot of creative liberties, especially with like combining real people, which I think is the most disrespectful thing. If you're going to say, oh, this person did this and that person did not do that, that's where you get a lot of the problems. For those of you who are just showing up though and don't know what's happening, that's fair. These are the bookmarks that I am signing for the Kickstarter we launched Wednesday, and I just drew on my table.
He just signed his own table instead of the bookmark. He signed his own table. I haven't looked at the camera in like 20 minutes. I see you.
Yeah. So these are just me signing them. If you want to check these on out, as well as a couple book covers I just released, you just got to check the link in the description, and you will see what we got going on here. I think the top tier for now is sold out, but people could always drop. Keep an eye out. And I love you.
We're not going to look at the amount we've raised so far. We are just going to look to see if there are any.
Okay, we got to check. Have we hit 135 or 13?
Nope. Did I
35?
Did I not say that we were not going to look? What was I going to say? We have been making Joseph wait. I just wanted to thank you, Daniel, for giving me the confidence to believe someone with dyslexia could become an avid reader.
Oh, that is such a good thing to bring up right now. So I, for anyone who doesn't know, am severely dyslexic. I was actually diagnosed with being like the top 5 percentile or something like that of dyslexics. Like, I'm not just dyslexic, I'm like advanced dyslexic.
I have witnessed.
Yeah, Bryce has seen the...
I have witnessed.
It's bad. This is a true fact. I didn't know how to spell my middle name until middle school.
Don't tell me online, but I don't know what your middle name is. So
that's fine. I've already said it online. It's Brenner.
That would be a tough one.
It's not. It's Brenner. But when I was a little kid, I realized I didn't know it, and I was too ashamed to ask, so I just never did, because I was just terrified that people would make fun of me, even like for just not knowing that. And so I overcompensated for my dyslexia by just reading. I just started reading, and there were some books I'd only be able to read like 1 in 10 words, but I'd still just keep trying and plugging away. And then I got into audiobooks, and I'd read along with the audiobook to try and figure stuff out.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah, and so then I got advanced tutoring because my mom is a badass and fought really hard for me to get... did you not see that one, or is that...
I did not see that
Okay. And so my mom fought really hard for me to get the IEP I needed, which, for those of you who don't know, that means I got some extra help in school. And the school did not want to give it to me. She had to have meetings and get incredibly angry at some school officials and bring in licensed tutors to testify the fact that I was dyslexic. And my mom is a warrior, and I love her forever for being able to do that for me. And eventually I managed to get some help. And that, combined with my just obsessive reading, I got to the point where I was reading at a college level in late middle school. So I went from not being able to spell my middle name, thank you, to reading at a college level in middle school. But of course, my spelling was still atrocious. I could not spell worth a damn. And so then I just started getting into writing short stories, because I said, hey, if reading made it so I could read better, then writing short stories make I spell better. Not true. You need special kinds of help to learn all kinds of spelling advantages. And then the unfortunate part, I didn't know this till way too late in life, autocorrect is great for most people, and it is great for dyslexics if you're just trying to get by. But if you're trying to improve your spelling, you've got to turn that shit off. You cannot be having your everything just corrected for you, because you'll never remember what it corrected it to. So you got to do that on your own. So dyslexia, anyone out there who's suffering from it, you absolutely can get over it. It sucks. It's the most common learning disability in America, maybe the world. I don't know that statistic. The font that everyone sends me once a week, I get that sent to me frequently, does help. I do recommend you install the Chrome extension if you're interested, if you have dyslexia. It differentiates the letters enough that they work better with your little miscommunicate and misfire in brain. And it's interesting. But Dyslexia, you have to realize, does not mean you cannot read. It does not mean you cannot write. It just means it's going to be a little harder, as I should say. And it's not as bad, especially if you have people around you who are really willing to help. If you're older and just finding out you're dyslexic, I am so sorry that you had to deal with that, because I know people who are dyslexic and did not learn until they were in their 30s, and people just thought they were stupid, and they were told they were just stupid. They were told they just couldn't learn, and especially before we were more aware of this stuff, I mean, it's why so many people just had no confidence in academia, that were actually brilliant, smart, great people, but our education system is not good.
I can't relate to the dyslexia specifically as you know, but the IEP and the struggles of getting your kids the things that they need in the IEP. I once had to go back and forth 4 times with an insurance agency to get a paraplegic child a wheelchair when they asked me to first give him a cane, then a walker, then a specialized walker, and I had to go back 4 times and say, the child is paraplegic.
It's not it's not
times.
funny, but it's like it's so ridiculous. It's funny.
It's in retrospect, it is like the child got the wheelchair, so we're fine now.
Yes.
But like, it's just like the hurdles that people will put in front of children is
just sad. It's
amazing.
just sad. Yeah. Hey, if you're anyone who works in insurance, if someone tells you that the kid is paraplegic, give him a wheelchair. Just do it.
Man carrying thing popped in real quick. He said, "Who are these 2 handsome guys?" That must have been when I was going to say a joke about Kayla being in here, but that wouldn't have been nice because Kayla's a wonderful, wonderful person. Because it couldn't have been when I was here. So,
for those of you who don't know, Jake is on the channel Man Carrying Thing, and he is probably the funniest YouTuber on the platform.
Would agree.
Yeah. Don't you want to yell at him about something?
No,
Okay.
no, not Jake.
Okay.
No, Jake did. Jake done good.
Okay.
Done good.
Jake done good?
Yeah.
You want me to yell at him for you?
I mean, if you just want to yell at him in general, like
Okay.
if you're looking for an excuse to yell.
Okay. I think I got it.
Okay, because you yelled louder at the ceiling earlier, so I had no faith that was going to go.
I'm not
the
going
way
to be
that
rude to Jake. Rude. I'm not going to.
That was not a yell. That was more like a someone put something unfortunate. You weren't expecting it for like a second.
That is the exact sound I made the first time I tried a bidet.
Oh. So I basically nailed it.
Yeah.
I basically nailed it.
Yeah.
I nailed it. Forever Night Again says Mike Oxhard could have had all these signatures done already.
Mike Oxhard, man. Well, we all know that his final thrust is lethal.
Each bookmark is taking you about 4 seconds to sign. With 725 signed bookmarks, that comes out to over 48 hours. You got to pick up the pace. I don't think that math checks out.
Yeah, we're about halfway done.
Yeah, I don't think that math checks out. But we'll take it. Listexia. You are the king of Listexia.
Yeah.
I did not.
I used to tell people that I have sex daily because dyslexia. Sex daily.
Gotcha. It's okay if you want to yell. You can yell at me. Oh, you guys. No, I don't want to yell at you, bud. You did good. You did good.
No, it's funny. I occasionally I found Jake when he's pretty small and started talking to him channel wise, and he is just blowing past me in views and everything. And I'm so proud of him. He's such good people. His wife also seems like a wonderful individual. But I occasionally get these kind of snide comments. They're like, "What do you think seeing Jake go by you?" And I'm like, "Good. He's better than me. Like I'm fine with talent being rewarded."
Don't be fooled. He asked me if I had contacts with some hitmen, and I was like, not anymore.
Only back when you worked in.
Only back in the days of being a PT.
Yeah.
PT stands for pain and torture.
But it's funny. I often talk about other channels. Like if I like their stocks. Like if there's anything I could invest in, I'd still be pouring money in Jake if I could. His channel's gonna be big.
The stuff is just good. Like it's just the bite-sized It's the bite-sized hits that just do real well.
He's mastered the bite-sized skit, which I'm a little worried about because YouTube doesn't financially reward that very well. So if you're gonna sign up for someone's Patreon this week, I'd sign up for Jake's.
Well, I can. The other thing that I can also test is that if you have a business and you're looking to do sponsorships, we did a sponsorship with Man Carrying Things that was very well worth it.
Good.
So if you want to financially support in that way, do it.
Do it. Do it. Do it. And then there is, there's other channels I would invest in if I could. Right?
You heard it first here. Daniel claims to have made Man Carrying Things.
I definitely gave him a bump. Yo!
Who dat?
Guests.
Who dat?
Hey!
Guests are here.
Hi.
You get a break.
I also have
Yeah,
Henrico
yeah.
with me.
Is there any way we could do one at a time? Just because. Okay.
I will cycle
You
up.
go first?
I'm getting kicked out.
You go first, I'll hang out with you.
Rightfully so.
Have fun.
All right.
Bye, friends.
No, you take Bryce.
Oh no, I'm leaving.
All right, you
Like,
you
we've
give
already
Bryce a
learned.
break.
We've already learned that.
Read,
Daniel cannot
Bryce,
handle-
Bryce, read.
How's it going? Nice to meet you, man.
All right.
Please, come on in. Switch. Is this mine?
Yes.
I was wondering where that went.
All right. How's it going, Reed?
It's going pretty good.
I need you to do a very difficult job. I need you to do multiple jobs.
Okay, what's my jobs?
You need to slowly pick these up and place them here as I'm doing them. And the way you keep track of where they are, because they're paint, so they have to dry slowly,
Yeah.
is you flip them. So you'll do so the row is currently being done, so you'll do the next row like that. Does that make sense?
So from bottom, top, bottom, top.
Yeah,
Okay.
assuming they're all dry.
Okay.
And then you also need to occasionally read from there random comments for us to respond to. Can you handle this?
Reed can read.
Also, introduce yourself to the audience.
Would
Hi
have been great
there.
to stagger friends because all the friends just arrived.
Oh boy.
Yeah, hence why it would have been great to stagger them.
That's so
Daniel
funny.
has to leave, and we have to do like a dance party before.
Right.
Just get it. Just come on in. Just come on in. It's fine. It's fine. We'll have the whole litany of
By the
people.
way,
Would you
Reed's been
like to look back at the
Kingston,
camera?
attorney at law
Yes,
here.
that would be amazing.
Camera, don't mind.
Oh my God, everyone's in onesies.
Yep.
Why is everyone in
I
onesies?
told you that
Because
you were
he
supposed
told
to
us
stay in
to.
your onesie.
I brought my kids.
Hold on.
Oh, I love it so much.
Daniel's
Hold
so
on, I'm
low.
gonna go get chairs
Oh my god, this looks
for
dry.
people.
It's
How's it going?
Hello.
How many do you have?
we're signing 2,500.
Am I doing?
I think about 1,000 in so far.
How's your hand For feeling? you.
Not hurting, actually. Okay, so we're gonna introduce everybody. We're live in front of about 600 people. Going from my right to left, we have Reed, Abby, Emily, someone who likes bombs, and Bryce is off camera. Just. But we are now angled.
Another one.
Oh, and Noah,
Howdy.
the co-host of the discussion.
Where's the thing? Hi.
It's delayed, so you can't see there yet.
Oh, so I can swear as much as I want, and then he'll bleep it out.
No,
No.
because I've sworn as much as I wanted, and I failed to bleep it out every time.
Okay, here's a practice
Everyone
round.
just has to say bleep.
We do need to stagger this a little bit. Is that okay?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
go
go
with
your cat.
Okay.
There, the rest will stagger in 30 minutes.
Okay, and if we could give them
30 minutes.
everyone a rundown of what they have to do once they are in,
Right.
that would be
Give the rundown.
yes.
Okay.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Sweet.
Abby,
One at a time or two at a time?
2 at a time. You're in.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
There we go.
I can easily see how this would be super overwhelming. So,
Yeah.
I'm taking this one.
Thank
Turning
you.
it.
Okay, fantastic. So Abby here runs a podcast.
Hello, yes.
It is called. Are you on frame at all?
No.
No,
No.
it's delayed.
I can get behind you guys too. There's
Yeah, I
a
think
little chair.
behind would actually work best.
Yeah.
Actually, if you could scoot the camera back forward, that'd be awesome. Though that was my friend group. They're real and not paid. I promise.
Exactly.
Maybe checking the delay on this here.
Yeah, I think we're good. I
I just moved it again.
Do you want to tell them about your podcast? You see, just project
Yeah.
into the mic.
Okay, project into the mic. Yeah, we Reed actually helps me out with it. It's called Sweet Baby Gay. We talk about queer things and learn about gender and sexuality and all of those things. And we are coming back for our season 2 in January. Woo! Super excited.
I didn't know you guys do seasons.
We decided to when I realized that I have a lot of topics for next year that I needed more time to work on.
Gotcha. Did you also just recently record?
No, yes, Reed recorded recently, and also we just wanted to take a break for the holidays. There's a lot going on.
Yeah. If I could go back in time and reschedule a couple things, I would not be doing a book launch or a bookmark launch during the holidays. That is a bit of a feat, to say the least.
Yeah, I bet.
But fun backstory for those watching right now: Reed and I went to the same college, UMW.
We did.
Yeah, but we never hung out really much at UMW, did we?
Me and Daniel had one class together. I did not know this class was going to be the defining class for Daniel's career.
Wait, were
was-
you in Jesse Oles' class?
Yeah, it was, no, digital studies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, and then he introduced me to his lovely wife,
Hello, yes, we are.
Abby. Introduced me to their lovely wife, Abby, and I have been enjoying her company ever
Thank
since.
you. I know we've known each other for almost a year now.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh my God, yeah, time
Yeah.
flies.
Yeah.
All right, now we have 3 people. Could you possibly read comments?
I could.
Yeah, okay, thank you
Absolutely,
so
I
much.
could.
That would
Okay.
be incredibly helpful.
All right. Here, you scoot over and I'm going to sit right there.
And it's so funny, I had like the wrong impression of you in college too.
Me?
Yeah.
Was I
What
just
was the
super
impression?
cool?
Yeah, no, I know you're super cool now, and I thought you were cool then.
That's right.
But I always thought you just like hated me.
No.
I was just like, I thought you were like, I saw you being talkative with other people, and then you weren't super talkative with me. So I was like, maybe he's just not the biggest fan. Turns out we just hadn't talked much, and I was being
Exactly.
anxious, and that's called social anxiety.
Facts. Yes.
Daniel also would come to class late and be in a rush, which might have been one of the reasons why we didn't talk that much, because the class had begun.
Did it annoy you that I constantly showed up
No,
late? Okay.
I also always used to come in super late.
I feel like if you're another student that's annoyed with other
Right,
kids showing up
exactly.
late, it's like, why do you care?
Yeah.
Why
I
do you
think
care?
anyone who comes to class super late is automatically the cool kid. You know?
I was not me. I wasn't showing up late because I slept in or anything cool like that. I was showing up late because I was reading. I was reading fantasy books, and that's what made me show up late.
Fair.
And I was editing videos for the first videos on this channel. I missed multiple classes to finish editing YouTube videos. Don't do that if you're in college right now.
It's paid out for you, though,
Don't
so.
do that. Yeah.
It worked out for me because I got lucky. I think we need to readjust the framing here a little bit. All right, what are the people saying?
We
right
have
now?
Amanda says, public school teacher here, sending hugs. The system sucks.
Yeah, we were talking about the failures of the public school system,
get the drink.
which Reed,
the
you
bookmarks.
are extraordinarily qualified to talk about
Yes.
public schooling.
Oh, I can definitely talk about public schooling. So I am a special ed teacher. I specialize with kids who are nonverbal and cannot be in the public school setting because their accommodations are too severe. That's kind of what I do on the regular. Any other time, I'm just watching anime, hanging out with my wife, walking my dog, and eating pizza. Similar to a Ninja Turtle.
There are few people on the planet that I, after getting to know them, would trust more than Reed when it comes to guiding our children's future. And what you have told me your job is like is just...
Yeah.
Reed's a hero. I fully believe that. I think Abby would back me up.
Absolutely.
So what Daniel, I'm not about to discuss the hero aspect of that. What
He's
Daniel
Luffy. Let's just get that out there.
is referring to is the fact that a lot of my kids, sometimes when they get upset, have physical behavior. So they'll bite, punch, kick. So sometimes when I come home and I'm like, wow, I just had a really hard day, it's because a kid has like punched me in my mouth or something like that. I'm like, wow, what a rough day.
Yes.
Can't wait to come back tomorrow.
I've never been punched at my job. If you ever see a super chat,
I was
thank
going to
you.
say, someone actually brought up a topic that I know Reed's going to enjoy. Has Daniel forced you all to read One Piece yet? Or are you guys already in the anime manga world?
You want to show him? I think.
I have,
I think. Reed's got you covered there.
Yeah.
These are pre-meeting me too, so.
these are all just a small tidbit of all the anime tattoos I have. I was into One Piece when it started. 4Kid Nation, stand up.
Wait, so you were in it like when the first arc was going on?
I did, but to be fair, I was one of the people who would constantly talk shit about it and be like, "Wow, this show sucks." put on Bleach right now.
So
This
did you
is-
keep up with it just so you could talk bad about it, and then you ended up loving it?
So I had a friend named James in college.
Shout out James.
Shout out James. He was really into One Piece, and I was keeping up with it to make fun of him. And just be like, "Oh, so cool! I bet the One Piece is just friendship." But now, if they were to tell me the One Piece is friendship, I would probably cry and be like, "That's the most beautiful thing I have ever seen."
Oh my lord! And Abby, have you gotten into One Piece
I
yet?
have not. I've watched a lot of
No.
One Piece like reviews because Reed will just be having them on literally all the time. It's just some One Piece YouTube thing is going on.
Shout
in
out to
my house.
Teching. Has
Yeah.
kept me up many a night.
Well, I play a D&D group with Teching over at Rustage's Twitch, and when I told Reed that, Reed was like,
Teching, if you're listening, you have a fan.
Exactly.
So I know some, but not nearly enough, and it's so intimidating to get into. So I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh.
Like,
Ivy is
I have a
currently
whole-
on episode 5.
of 1,000 and
1,068 chapters, and I think
I insisted on starting at the beginning when Reed was like, "Oh, we should watch this."
that's a good idea. That's
no,
I'm
it
very,
is not.
It's not. You think that about every show, though. Reed would always get me into a show and will start me on like the 4th season, 5th episode, and I'm like, "No, can we please start from the beginning so I know what's going on?"
I think you should always start with the best season and then be like, wow, I do like this.
It worked for
Now
Steven
let me go
Universe.
back to the
I
beginning.
will say that.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Reed, surely you can rap the entire 4Kids One Piece anime opening.
Ooh,
Can you?
Can you?
Oh my gosh.
Do it.
I know it.
Do it. Do it.
Do you need me to drop a beat for you?
So, I would like to point this out. There is a large group of people who have this thing called performance anxiety. Where when I'm put on the spot, absolutely, I cannot rap the 4Kids thing. If you were to catch me in the shower, yes. If
Okay.
you were to do a car ride with me, yes.
Okay, now that you should take that as Reed wants you to get in the car with them. He'll be going around the block and
Or catch them in the
everyone
shower.
one by one,
Absolutely.
or catch him in the shower.
You can call me. I'll let you in.
I'll film it, and you can just stitch it.
Oh my lord.
One of my favorite things. So we're trying to get more into recording our interviews and stuff like that. The first one we did, I immediately was like, firebolt, firebolt, firebolt. Abby will edit this in.
I did not.
It is just me just doing this randomly.
We recorded
on
it
screen.
the day before it came out, and I like was just learning Adobe, and I was like, I can't do this. I'm sorry. You're writing a check I can't pass.
I assumed Adobe Express was
Adobo
Express was really easy, and you just drag and drop.
All right, I have another one. Hey Daniel, I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Thank you for giving Berserk a second chance. Getting to watch you explore it in real time is great.
I appreciate that. Have you guys read Berserk?
Yeah.
You have?
I
Have because didn't you give Reed the
Yeah.
big one? We have it there.
Yeah.
When Daniel told me he was gonna start reviewing Berserk, I was like, that is a very tall order because this is one of the most graphic books I have ever seen.
Yeah, it's but the thing is, like, once you get deeper into it, like I've said this before, I'll say it again, and sorry for anyone who's not a big manga fan here, we're gonna talk about for just a second. Berserk is at the beginning a very like, oh, this guy's going through like edgelord dark level stuff. It's so dark. Oh, it's so dark. But then the series pivots because the author matured, and what he decided to do was to make it an exploration of all the trauma his characters just went through. And it is just this slow meditation on how human beings cannot be these uber badass, like, stoic people, and instead, like, they're all flawed. They all will break down. And I think, like, he actually has done an exceptional job, at least from where I'm at, of pivoting to say, like, no, this is a story about broken. I didn't even write a G there. I just went. This is a story about broken people trying their best to live in a world that is awful, and the exploitation of religion and things like that too. I mean, and that's a lot of people think Berserk is anti-religious. I deeply disagree with that. I think it's anti the exploitation of religion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I definitely feel like that's kind of what separates it from other like manga series that try to do something like innovative by doing something very shocking and traumatic in the beginning.
Yeah.
But then they just like kind of leaned on it. Like Shield Hero is one of. I really like the manga and I really enjoyed the anime, but I absolutely agree with everyone who says that it was unnecessary to. Essentially, the narrative is victim blaming from like episode 1.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Shield Hero.
Okay, yeah, I haven't read that.
So
Okay.
essentially,
For some reason in my head, I was like, I thought you said My Hero Academia.
Oh,
And
My
I was
Hero
like,
Academia.
that is, what? Like, it's not the impression I've gotten.
first episode of My Hero Academia, he just gets called a lot of slurs suddenly, and we're like supposed to be okay with this. And he's like, one day I'll be the one to be able to say slurs. And you're like, yeah.
Oh, Lord.
All right. What's your favorite manga besides Bleach and One Piece?
Oh, easy. Is this for Daniel?
I think it was for
I
you.
vote
I haven't read
for me.
Bleach. They know I haven't read Bleach.
My favorite manga.
And for you too, Abby.
Man.
I can tell you my favorite anime. I have not read much manga.
So I would say within slice of life, I really like Lovely Complex. It's about a very tall lady, very short guy. How's it gonna work out? Tune in. For shonen, I feel like I don't know. I was definitely a big fan of the big three, but my favorite probably would have to be. Jeez, that's so hard. I feel like I'm blanking on this, even though I have Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon, duh. Sailor Moon,
love
number
Sailor
one.
Moon.
Yeah.
You and Kayla need to talk about Sailor Moon.
Y'all have
She loves it.
Well, Daniel doesn't know that every single party where we're drinking, me and Kayla do talk about Sailor Moon.
Oh, I didn't know that.
We go to the other side of the room and we're just intensely talking
I always
about
somehow
anime.
end up next to you guys, and then I'm like, I can't contribute, and then I'm just like, bye. Y'all have fun.
I think the camera angle got messed up earlier, and now it's just weird, but I think it's also kind of fine. I think we're good.
I
It's
think
okay.
it works since there's 3
Yeah.
people.
Okay, good.
Happy birthday, Daniel! Will
Oh,
you
thank
read
you.
and review The Ember Blade till the sequel of the book comes out on February 23rd?
Probably not. Sorry, I get a lot of those. That's the answer.
That's fine.
Love
No.
you.
As a teacher, that's my favorite thing to practice is just telling kids no.
Oh, I bet you've gotten really good at saying no.
Oh, it's my one joy. It's like, hey, can I use the bathroom? I was like, did you just bite somebody? No. Give it 20 minutes and then you can go to the bathroom. I know this is a trap.
We have one that looks important. It says, by the way, Daniel or whoever is there might see this. We're coming up on the top of the hour. Time for another Kickstarter check.
Oh, we need to check how much money. Click the far right
right.
tab.
Far right tab. Okay, let's see, guys.
Scroll to the top.
Oops, wrong way.
Yeah, he has it inverted. I think he's a monster.
Oh.
34204.
Yeah,
Thank you guys
right?
so much. I appreciate it. That's amazing.
That's awesome.
I donated $2 earlier.
Yeah, I saw that.
And it was like Roy King. I was like, oh, God.
Yeah, and then you were like, I have a friend named Reed, and Reed was on our couch, like, yelling at the TV, like, that's me! No, Daniel!
I'm sorry. Why is it Roy on YouTube?
Dead names. Am I right?
Oh,
By the way, me and my wife are a gay couple. Shocker.
Hi.
I'm non-binary. Roy is my dead name. Reed, the progressive.
I didn't
name.
even know that was your dead name. I thought
I know,
I just
right?
know you as Reed.
So much
Once we-
backstory.
Once we change our names, we are married, but we haven't changed our names yet.
You're the character who you two are the characters who come in late in series but are immediately like super fascinating.
Oh, that's so funny. We
Thank you.
usually are just eating oven pizza on the couch.
Sometimes in bed. We have our 2 dogs running around a lot.
What are their names?
Mars and Winston.
Winston named after Winston Bishop.
I know your
Our new
dogs'
girl.
names. I just know they would ask.
I knew you knew our dog names. I assumed how much I talk about my dogs. Also, by the way, Daniel, these are gorgeous. I keep looking at them and they're
Yeah.
like the gold on the side. Just beautiful.
Show it off to the camera.
Look at that, guys. I don't know if y'all can see, but it's like blind gold.
There's a reason we're raising money on these mother. Well, I can't say that because YouTube. All right. And I just want to say thank you guys so much for showing up and giving Bryce a break and just being a part of this. It's like been one of the best days of my life. Hi everyone. Don't mean to make you feel weird. It's unreal to sit here and have an experience like this. And also my wrist is starting to hurt a little.
Okay.
Reed is giving me mad anxiety with their stacking speed.
Oh, whoa! That's right. Get scared. Should I slow down?
I don't know. Check to make sure there's no smears happening. As long as there's no smears happening, I'm fine with it.
Nope. No smear some more.
Nope. Nope, we're good. I think Bryce was just a little too paranoid, if I'm being honest with
That's
everybody.
so funny.
Can I ask the method to the madness of like the
So
stack?
you always rotate so you can tell where you've left off, so that way you don't actually put a wet one on top of a dry one. Or a wet one on top of a wet one. Yeah, there we go.
Wow. Makes
No
sense.
wet ones.
Makes sense.
Also, I think my audience, they got a fingy cam. If you look over there, we got a little fingy cam going on so they can see me sign. Everyone knows exactly how
Oh,
bad
nice.
my signature is going to be. And I think everyone's kind of accepted that.
Yeah, we also saw your mouth earlier, so.
If you donate $50, I will slow down my stacking.
That's, you know what? Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Now I need to ask both of you this because we're bringing up all kinds of stuff around mangas and things.
Yeah.
What's your hottest take for manga or anime?
My hottest take?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Hottest take? Dragon Ball should be over. Like,
Is that hot? Is that a hot take?
My hot take on that one, my favorite of all the Dragon Balls, Dragon Ball GT. The time when Goku gets turned into a child for the rest of the series, and it's just fun. Everyone in the entire community hated it, and they retconned it. They were like, "This is no longer canon. Anything that happened in this is."
And it's your favorite?
It's my favorite. I tuned in faithfully to see the newest episode.
What about you, Abs?
So I do not watch or intake any much anime or manga, except for slice of life stuff.
You just start. I just want to make sure you say it. You gotta say it with your chest.
Except for slice of life.
Also, yeah, say it to the camera.
That's actually a good signature. Sorry.
That's really
That one does look good. So there's not much that I have like watched except for stuff like Ouran Host Club and Kotaro Lives at Home. So I feel like I'm not educated enough to have a hot take.
But you have read some books I've given you. Do you have any favorite book I've recommended?
Ooh, okay. So I'm really trying to get into Gideon the Ninth, but you gave that to me at the beginning of my like reading sphere, and it's definitely a hard one to get into. I love what's that one called that you gave me that has that has death in it?
Discworld.
It's so good.
Abby's a Discworld fan.
That one's so good. I need to bring you your book back so I can get the second one.
You have Mort? You still
Yeah,
have
I have
Mort?
Mort.
Okay.
I have Mort.
Oh, that's why it's not on my shelf anymore. I was
yeah,
wondering where Mort went.
You gave it to me like 2 months ago. It took me a little while to read because I'm a little slow, but it.
Do you want to
was
continue the
very
death story, or do you want to do something else in Discworld? There's a lot of different stories within that world.
Okay. I kind of want to continue the death story and then finish that.
Okay, that sounds good.
I feel like I can't be jumping around too much. My ADHD will get confused.
I do think, to a certain extent, Discworld kind of can be classified as slice of life in some of the books.
I love slice of life. Just The Sims, my favorite game.
Because there's just certain Discworld books that, like, it's kind of just like the experience of living on this turtle's back on elephants and all that, and I just love those. Terry Pratchett was truly ahead of his time. And you've never read a book I've recommended you.
Me?
Yeah.
That's not true.
What'd you read?
You've given me the novella, the one about the android.
Oh, Murderbot!
You gave me. Oh my God, what is it? It's not the Jade Empire. Is it Jade Empire?
Jade City.
Jade City.
Okay.
Read that.
Okay. I thought you never brought it up to me, so I forgot.
I figured you want a break from talking about books.
Sometimes. Oh, I want to know your thoughts on these
Wow.
books. I don't care about their thoughts on these.
That's so funny. You want the very unique Southern gay perspective on these books.
I do. That's a valuable perspective, especially with that mustache.
It's very new. You usually have a full beard.
Yeah, I was like, that's a new one for me. Do we have another super chat there?
Yeah.
They've been keeping the mustache up for about 2 weeks. Yes, I do. I actually might have an answer to this. Who do I have to bribe to get Daniel Green to review Breach of Peace? Kayla, maybe.
I actually did review Breach of Peace on my own channel. I reviewed my own book. It's a joke video, but still, I did do it. Yeah.
That's so cute. I like that.
All right.
Also, someone a little bit ago said, "Yay, non-binary representation."
NBs around the world unite.
Yeah. I have 2 close friends that identify as non-binary. Reed, I'd say, is the closer of the 2.
Right now.
Step your shit up, Naomi. No.
Physically the closest.
Someone says, "Thanks for the lovely stream. Gotta go. Happy birthday, Goblin."
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, so if you guys want to keep rotating in and out with other people, I don't want to keep you for super long because I do know there's also a lot of people down there. So you're welcome to stick around as long as you want, or you can.
I'm fine. I was gonna wait till they came up. I'm sure Kayla has a schedule going on.
That's so funny.
Virginia is not Southern? ?
I'm from North Carolina.
Also, yeah, the Mason-Dixon line goes through Virginia. I don't...
Richmond.
We are Southern, I thought.
Yeah, we are Southern.
Yeah.
We
Like,
fought for the Confederate... I'm ashamed to say, we fought for the Confederacy.
I say
Richmond,
y'all a
the
lot.
capital of the Confederacy.
Yeah. Which it's so funny to me how close Richmond and DC are, and they were the capitals that were like
Exactly.
going at it with each other. It was like, you can get there in a day.
Don't you want your capital like a little bit further away from where the like line is? I don't know.
That's so funny.
Also, I learned so much about Civil War history after I moved here. Like, I did not know the Confederacy, when they retreated from Richmond, burned it to the ground. and just like left the people to like clean it up. They were like, figure it out. Like, oh my god, like,
Was
that's
that the
horrible.
Confederacy?
Yeah.
thought it was the.
It wasn't until the Union arrived that they helped put out the fire.
They were doing it as like so they were trying to create like an
Scorched earth tactics.
yeah. Someone asks, where did it go? I apologize.
Like all the people behind, good luck. It was mainly they wanted to get rid of the munitions and stuff that were stored there, if I remember correctly.
The Civil War was just kind of eat shit.
What?
On both sides.
I want that on a plaque.
Yeah.
The Civil War was kind of a eat shit.
Yeah. For both sides, it literally was just like, let me do the pettiest things possible. Oh, your crops? Salted.
Okay, so
Oh, your slaves? Free. They're
Wait,
like,
that's petty? I don't.
Yeah, you think they were just looking out for them? They were like, nah.
That's true.
This
They
is
were
gonna
all-
piss off the South.
Also, Reed, someone here is here to fight you. They say, North Carolina literally has North in the name.
Ooh.
Okay. Let me pull out the compass.
I guess South Dakota's in the South then.
Exactly.
All right. And Abs, are you originally from Virginia?
I'm from Richmond. I
Oh, yeah,
was
that's right.
born and raised here.
You told me that.
It's such a nice city. I just didn't leave.
And you guys do want to eventually head out, though.
Yeah, we're gonna do it next year, but now we're gonna
Alright,
wait
deal.
a little bit, and we will see where we don't have an exact location. But
Having so many friends here has definitely made it really hard to like suddenly decide to like relocate out of nowhere.
I love everybody that's here, and I'm like, I don't want to
Yeah.
leave you guys.
I would leave Richmond if it wasn't for my friends. Like, everyone here is
Fair.
just so fantastic.
You have great friends.
They're all downstairs in onesies.
Yeah, they showed up for you in one.
We did not show up in onesies. We should have.
I
I had to take mine off because it's so hot in here.
It's very
Actually,
hot
could
in
you possibly crack that window?
I
That would be an
absolutely can.
amazing thing to do. Thank you so much,
Reed
Abs.
has a. What's your onesie? Is it
I have a sock monkey onesie, and I have a Adventure Time onesie.
Oh, the wintertime one would have been a banger.
I know. Ideally, I would have wanted. I want to buy a Steven Universe onesie that has like just a giant star on the back. If anyone wants to get it for me.
Yeah, everyone start sending in stuff for Please to Your God, Don't Be a Bomb.
I know. I would love to. Even if you want to send me like a threat through the mail, that seems pretty cool.
Please don't. As someone that lives with them, please don't. I won't take that well.
Reed just loves getting anonymous threats.
I just really like mail. I
Reed-
feel like I don't get enough.
Reed really wants to be approached by a cult.
I do.
They're confused by why it hasn't happened.
I've never had a missionary come to my door, and I've never been approached by a cult.
I've never had a missionary come to my door either.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that's kind of going the way of the dodo.
I feel like there's actually this one time, this one, the kind of backtrack on what I just said. I did have one person kind of approach me, but I thought they were hitting on me. Because it was like this really attractive person, and we were like suddenly talking out of nowhere. I was like, Reed, you're doing great. And they were like, actually, do you want to like meet up for coffee? And I was like, I would love to. And they were like, yeah, like, actually, I have this extra book. Like, do you want to read it? And then when we get back, we can talk about it. I was like, absolutely. It's the Book of Mormon. Is that what it's called? The Book of Mormon? Is that what the text is?
No, that's the play. Or
The
Yeah,
play.
it's a play. Is it a book?
I don't know. Well, the book, I don't know if they call their Bible the Book of Mormon, but
Let's-
they do have their own Bible.
Let's call it the Torah.
But oh wow, can I salvage that? Can I salvage that?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's see. That one's special. Here. Whoever gets this one, there you go.
Aw.
It's a special one. And then, Abby, you grew up locally here in Richmond. Where'd you go to school?
High school or college?
College.
VCU. Well,
VCU.
I did a year at Virginia Tech, and then I transferred to Virginia Commonwealth University. For anyone that doesn't know what VCU is.
It's amazing to me that Virginia, like, I didn't realize this till I was applying to colleges when I was a kid, because I also was born and raised in Virginia. We are ridiculously lucky to have all these incredible colleges.
We
around
have
us.
amazing colleges. I studied engineering, and of course that meant I went to Virginia Tech at first, and then I realized that I actually would prefer VCU, who also has a very good engineering school. And I was like, I was very lucky that I could transfer in-state and stay in my major.
I also just remembered something I've been waiting to give you crap for in front of my
What?
audience.
Oh, God.
So, a couple times during my House of the Dragon reviews, I mentioned that I had someone spoil some things for me before I had
Oh my
time to
God.
watch the
I felt so
episodes.
bad. I thought you were watching
And that was
live.
because the night before I always had to be working on videos and I'd watch them in the morning. But I would wake up to morning texts from Abby, who had watched it the night before repeatedly. And she would be like,
Once you told me what was going on, I stopped. I just was like, oh, I was so excited to talk to you.
I want you to know this was never cleared by me. It was never be like,
It
hey,
absolutely was.
you'd be like, hey, is this a good idea to message Daniel about this right now? Probably not.
I just was so excited. I was like, oh, I gotta talk to Daniel about this. Because also, not many people watch House of the Dragon. I was very
the
upset.
viewership numbers on that show disagree.
Okay, well, not many people in my life watch House of the Dragon, and I was really upset with
You
everybody.
need to get better
and
people in your life.
They watch it. They
I've
watch
seen
it.
every episode.
Trust me, the second it came on, we were watching
Daniel
it. every
ruined
week.
House of the Dragons for me with crab people. Now that's all I am. I'm like, crab people, crab people. And they do not show up that often.
I know, but like the whole time I was watching that scene, I was like, crap.
Exactly.
Oh, someone's shaming me. Shame, Abby.
Aw.
It's okay, I understand.
Who's your favorite character from Mouse the Dragon?
Oh, Rhaenyra's.
Yeah, that's
No,
all
I'm
there.
sorry, not Rhaenyra's. I love Rhaenyra's.
Do you mean
Um,
Rhaenyra?
Rhaenyra.
Yeah.
I apologize.
You're good.
Wow. So many names very similar.
I had made that exact same mistake in a
yeah.
video.
I love Damon.
Yeah, Damon.
Oh my god.
Talk about a sex symbol.
Whew.
A very creepy, problematic
Yeah.
sex symbol.
Making me question some things and some of my.
Am I okay with cousin
I
banging?
literally, everybody I ask, my first question, I'm like, oh, have you seen House of the Dragon? If they say yes, my first question is, I'm like, incest? Is it really that bad?
We're joking. We are joking.
Bad.
We are not from Alabama. I laughed.
She made these comments at home on the same couch as me. And I was like, whoa, I can't believe this just happened. She was like, I know. How can they make this seem so hot? And I was like, not what I was thinking. I never once thought hot.
Oh, that is too funny.
Do you want to give someone else? a
They,
shot?
in the chat, they said that Kayla's going to send someone up at the 30-minute mark.
Sweet.
Okay.
Okay, awesome.
Cute, cute,
Um, so for me, my favorite character was Viserys the King.
Okay.
I just loved how flawed he was and how like every decision he made, I was like, I get why
Yeah.
you're doing it, but you suck. But you're so human. I kind of love you, but at the same time, you're an idiot. Like
Yeah.
that constant back and forth, where like it's from a writing perspective. As someone who has tried to do something similar, it is incredibly difficult to write a character where they are continually like making the wrong call, but it's justified each and every single time.
Yeah.
That is like impossible to do. And the fact that they wasn't a single scene with Viserys that I was like, oh no, that was out of character for him was just incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fun fact, Viserys looks just like my uncle. So
Yeah, you showed me a photo. It's creepy.
It's so weird. So every time he comes on, we're like, hey, Adam.
So when he started hanging out with Rhaenyra's 12-year-old friend.
It was a little weird. It was a little weird. Because he's also an uncle by marriage. He's married to my aunt.
House of the Dragon spoilers, by the way.
Oh, yeah. If you haven't seen it by now.
Yeah, it's been a while.
What's happening?
That's in your fault.
Yeah. What was the girl in the Greens name? I'm really bad with names. guys.
Allison.
Allison. I actually liked her a lot. Everyone like gave her so much crap. I really liked her character, and like, it's another person who I'm like, okay, I get that you're supposed to be like the quote.
No
like,
smears.
No smears.
No smears. I'm checking.
She was supposed to be like the quote like villain, but I could see all of her like decisions being made.
Yeah, I agree completely. And for me, it was the Viserys made the wrong calls because of emotional, like he was just too emotionally tied and too close to stuff. Allison made the wrong calls because she's actually loyal. Like she's
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
loyal.
Yeah.
And so she ended up like valuing that over everything else. And it was like, I get it. Like, and you're kind of a good person, but like you're doing the wrong thing.
I think what was
Absolutely.
really terrifying was you could tell she had like the most heart and she really did care about everyone.
Yeah.
And then she just had terrible children. And you're like, please don't win this.
She only had one terrible kid, right?
One of them stole the dragon.
I don't know. At the last.
The other
scene,
one was like perverse and
Yeah.
like very sexually aggressive.
And like masturbated onto the city.
Yeah,
Dun 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 dun. Who's coming
Whoa.
now?
Hi, I am here to do a rotation.
Oh my God.
You have been wonderful. We thank you for your service. Please come hang out with us
We're gonna go
downstairs.
hang out with
I
Kayla.
have cheese and crackers
Oh.
and
And your
lots
coffee.
of food all set up for everyone.
What are you gonna do
I
with
have beers.
We could just move him.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Now, next person, Maddie and Maddie's friend Daria, who is not wanting to be on screen but would like to sit and watch what's
Sure.
going to happen next, is coming in. Hello, love bug.
Someone's getting
If you
Damel.
would like to sit anywhere here, I will get you.
Oh,
a
sorry.
little stool.
Co-host of Please Dear God Don't Be a Bomb.
Also,
I'm
Daria, put
Daniel.
her-
Nice to meet you.
These are my children. This is Nyx, and this is the one that came with this costume.
Do you
Which
want me
we can name him.
grab your? Sorry, I'm just gonna sneak
Doblin.
past you to get those.
Okay. Doblin and Nyx.
Gotcha.
Doblin and Nyx. I love that.
Doblin. Or is it Doblin or
Kayla,
Goblin?
could you possibly plug in the charger to his laptop?
Yeah.
Thank you, because it's gonna die. It's going to die. You watched House of the Dragon.
I did.
We're talking about House of the Dragon.
Oh, currently?
We were. Now we can again. if
Okay,
you'd
all
like.
I've got to say is the fucking baby graphic scenes.
Swearing.
Oh, we can't do that?
Yeah, not on live
YouTube, we're on
streams.
Twitch. We're
Yeah,
on
sorry.
YouTube.
And that we always bleep them and Please Dear God Don't Be a Bomb.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Don't worry,
It's
you're good.
okay.
Everyone makes a mistake. Also,
okay.
Daniel,
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, just go ahead and slide them on under.
That's so tough.
I know. Especially because you and I are typically not sober on camera. Also, if you could read the chats from there every now and then, those are people watching.
I have
And if you could
terrible
scroll
vision.
up, there are super chats that we have to be hitting. Yeah, there's people excited to see you. Would you be okay with possibly doing that?
What?
Yeah, reading them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that.
Awesome. Okay.
Super chats
Someone
are the
said suck it,
colorful
nerd.
ones that'll be like.
No, I'll
Like
show you.
advice.
I'll give a bit of advice here. So if you scroll up a little, you can see like, oh god, he's got it inverted. I hate that. Here is someone who's like, this is a super chat. So if you just read that one, and then every now and then, if we don't have anything talking about, you just read a random one too. But this
okay.
person's saying, if there's time, try Saganta Snow Lion, please. It's about the internal struggle of self-doubt and depression. Okay, that's just someone recommending a book, but very cool. And thank you so much for that recommendation. I will go through these more detailed later on. I am just trying to...
Okay, wait.
You're
Can I...
gonna be chat lady.
Oh, if you don't want to be on camera, you're
Oh,
on
you're
camera
chat
back there.
lady?
Yeah, she's.
Let's go!
Let me be chat lady.
Oh my god, this is
Chat lady.
huge because I really didn't want to do that. I was like, this is gonna ruin my whole feng shui.
All
It's
right.
not good for me.
Everyone need water or anything good?
Do you want
good.
water? Okay.
All right, I love you. See you
Love
in 30
you.
minutes. Have fun.
Oh my god,
Okay.
30 minutes. We've got a lot to do.
So what we were discussing about House of the Dragon was how did they manage to make incest kind of hot?
I know. That was fucked. Because when you...
It's
This
okay.
sucks.
It's okay.
Can you say sucks?
Yes.
Or is that a bad word too?
If it can't go in a PG-13 movie.
Okay. Ooh, oh my gosh, they sent you a lot.
Oh wow.
Okay, first one is The Wildling Snare.
The
book one
Wildling
of the
Snare.
Wildling Dream series,
Okay.
A.R. Grimes.
Love it.
Seek
Okay.
justice, show mercy, and walk humbly with Lord Yeshua.
I love that.
Can I put this here?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
And
absolutely
then,
can.
okay, so where should I guess I'll throw them this way.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
I'm
they might
gonna
hit
I'm gonna
your
get
head.
some of these out of the way, and then I will join you for the unboxing. I need to take a break from my wrist, so I will join you here. All right. Ah!
I thought you had like really good wrist
Wait,
strength,
we need-
you know what I mean? Red Phoenix by Kylie Chan.
You are jumping the gun. First of all, we need to do an intro.
Oh,
We're doing a live Please Dear God Don't Be a Bomb. We need to do an intro.
Okay.
All right,
Well,
just
normally
be
we
careful
have
not
the-
to these if you
This
mess
kind
these
of-
up.
This sucks too.
I know. You want to
Ooh.
switch positions?
Should we do? Yeah, honestly, this is.
Okay.
Ooh, weird to be on this side. I'm always on that side.
Oh, now it feels weird being over here. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay. All right, so you ready? We're gonna pretend to do an audio sync.
All right, 3, 2,
2,
1.
1. Welcome to another episode of Please Dear God Don't Be a Bomb. I am Disheveled Goblin host Daniel Green, your host, and this is...
Maddie.
And today we are going to be opening, for the first time ever, live packages.
No cursing.
you like me to
PG
do
version.
Sure.
Okay, and here is our wonderful comment connoisseur. Do you want a fantastical fantasy name?
Yeah, why not?
The Fey Queen herself. I went straight for royalty. So if you could just every now and then just read like one.
Yeah, one that I related to is someone was like, drinks on the same table as bookmarks is giving me anxiety. Yes, me too. I have to pick mine up. And do you guys have a knife, or are we just going to be shredding everything with our fingers
There's
today?
always knives in the proximity of this
Okay.
desk.
Get me my
unfortunately.
knife.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and whip out the big blades for this one.
Red Phoenix by Kylie
All right, you can go ahead and keep it up.
Chan.
All right.
Immortals and martial arts, gods, and demons. Oh, tons of Welsh's fruit snacks. We are fruit snack rich.
Wow, how kind.
Oh my god, really? Fruit snacks? I love fruit snacks.
Oh my God! Look,
Wait, what? Ah!
secret note. See?
Feel free to read out loud. Okay. Here. Oh, we're gonna get a live reading here. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Doth verily, doth narrowly. Disheveled Goblin, feel free to read out loud. On an old episode of Please Dear God, Don't Be a Bomb, you mentioned wanting more fantasy that did not derive from French and British legends. This trilogy will toss you into Chinese legends along with some kung fu action. Also included in this box is my wife's debut book. I was so afraid it's going to be something weird, like my wife's hair. Okay, I don't think it will be your cup of tea, but if you could forward it to Murphy Napier, I would appreciate it.
LOL. This person said you are the middleman. Hey, like I don't actually. You don't really need to read it, but why don't you go ahead and forward that for me, big guy?
Also, they put the strong bad dragon. That is a reference from when I was a child that I
White
deeply
tiger,
appreciate.
blue dragon.
All right, we'll put that there.
So phoenix, tiger, dragon.
I'm also gonna
Very
change the
sick.
framing a little bit. Let me just. Does that look okay to you? Oh, it's gonna
gonna
change
be-
there first.
Oh.
That's the actual.
This is so cool.
Thank you. We also have a fingies cam for when I was signing, so you can have. Oh, Maddie, if you put your fingies there, that's gonna be someone's favorite moment.
I wore nice jewelry for this.
Also, if you want a knife, this is the Damascus steel blade that is like razor sharp. So, how sober are you?
Fine.
She's at it.
Well enough.
Sometimes.
First of all, you're worse. You like prompt me.
That's true. Yeah. All right.
Welsh doc.
Yeah, thank you.
What are the people saying?
People are giving you 2 seconds before you curse again.
I think.
Yeah, that's a good. Will we get kicked off? Will I literally
3
stop this
minutes.
stream?
No.
Okay.
I'll get demonetized possibly.
Demonetized, like for the whole thing?
Yep.
What?
It's happened to me before. All right.
Okay, no one told me that before I got on here. Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's nuts.
Ooh, tender is the flesh. In spirit of Halloween, I send you this morbid gift. This book can get disturbing, but you're reading Berserk, so you'll be fine.
Maddie,
Copyrighted
can
music.
you open mine?
Copyrighted music. Copyrighted music. Copyrighted music.
Thank you. Oh,
Light up the answer. Hello. Hello.
James Mendez says, happy friggin' birthday. Whose birthday is it?
It's my belated.
That was a butt dial, damn it.
Only on
Oh
the
no,
8th.
actually it's my belated, but Daniel's was much closer. Daniel's was November 30th.
Oh, happy belated,
What are you,
Daniel.
27?
Thank you.
Yeah.
28.
28. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, I'm old.
Jeez,
I'm an old man.
I only turned 27. Sucks for you.
It's been a ride.
It's been a ride.
Happy
Oh, let's
birthday.
see.
Oh, it's also Maddie's birthday, basically. So I'm
November
hoping you.
13th. That counts.
When's your birthday?
April.
Scorpio
Oh, same with my
stands
brother.
up. Hey.
Hello. Yeah, you butt dialed.
No. We deliberately dialed you. We were like, what if it's in there?
All of a sudden,
It is.
copyrighted music started playing, Bryce. Oh, I got a shirt. Ooh, it's a shirt.
Ooh.
Okay, my disheveled goblin. I wanted to send you something that would make you laugh a bit. I figured you don't need more books to read, but maybe you wouldn't mind a new shirt. I've gotten much more into reading since watching your channel. I'm now over halfway done reading Shadow Rising, and then I'm going to read Hero of Ages. Your videos combined with all this reading has really helped me get through a challenging year. Okay, we're live right now, so I can't read all of this currently, but I'm going to keep this right here, so I'll read it a bit later. And what do we have here? Okay, I'll make sure it's not like a penis.
I love how they said, not that you need any more books, but there's also a book.
Yeah, I know. Oh, well, I'm a book dragon, not a worm. Aww,
Aww.
that's really cute. Look at that. That's a great one.
That's really
I
cool.
really like that.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
great. It's been a while since we've done a Please Dear God Don't Be a Bomb. If people are sending us Halloween stuff.
Damn.
Right?
We've been off our game. Okay, so
Also,
I've
this pure
got
fantasy
one.
movie I found. Ha!
LOL.
Hey, everyone. Have you heard of this, Jim? Even the author swore it off.
Really?
A little bit. Oh, and then Fellowship of the Ring. Hey, here's a cool, fun fantasy book I thought you might like. This is the worst run of Lord of the Rings covers they ever did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why does he look like he's
I
so
kind of like
stoned?
it though. It looks like we're gonna find out like a beach cottage,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
or mountain house.
This one's like it's stiff. This has water. You sent me a book with water damage.
Okay, why don't you stop being such a little bitch? Sorry. Yeah.
Who got it right? You guys got to try to put the next guess in. Put a time code for where you think Maddie will swear next. I got 340. I think at 340.
This is awful.
Oh my god.
I can't. Okay, dear
I'd say
Daniel, I stumbled across your channel a couple of
Let's
months
give me
ago.
careful, I think.
Oh wait, this person's based. Okay, they're from Fredericksburg, Virginia, not too far from Henrico.
Oh, cool.
But this is a self-published book by Marcus Chambers. 7 days after.
7 days after. I love that. Against the Wall. My journey from Border Patrol agent to immigrants' rights activist. Wow. Okay. That's a very interesting
Do you
topic.
think this is someone like self-promoting themselves?
Probably. When all the worlds are a stage, beware stepping into reality. If you ever find yourself floating, let this book be a constant. Beware, from Stephen Hain. Oh no, it's not.
Wow.
It's just someone who apparently really loved this book and wanted me to give it a read. I appreciate that.
That's so nice.
By Jen Budd. Neat. Okay. Okay. Also, I love your onesie.
Thank
Where's
you.
your onesie?
I was not informed. Where's yours?
I sweat through
Oh.
it. I sweat through it, so it came off.
It is warm up here.
Oh, lordy, lordy. Okay, what do we got next? Is that... Okay.
Someone from
This is a thick
You're
book.
Whoa.
This is a thick boy.
Ooh, that could be. I love that cover. Can
That
you
is a
keep
really good cover.
We're gonna.
Dale
Colors,
Dania. I'm a
perfect.
fantasy author working on this... Just on the floor. On the floor.
No,
It's like-
I'm keeping them on the side
Okay.
for the. You know what I do.
Okay.
Oh, this is literally
Epic
a fingers
alternatives.
channel.
I just published my...
Oh, like this is.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, that's the
filming my
fingies.
hands.
Right now it's
Oh my God.
watch the blade. If you cut yourself on stream, that will also end it. I just published my first book in the series. It's a thickums. And I'm grateful if you could hear your thoughts on my book on your YouTube channel. That's probably not going to happen, but thank you so much for sending it in. All right. I have to say that because there's a lot of books. There's a lot of books. All right.
So there's a lot of guesses coming in about Maddie's next curse. We'll have to,
Oh, people are being
we'll have to
generous.
see.
Wait, do
Wow.
people? I know. I think I have more control than people think. Maybe not.
I think I can get you to swear in the next 30 seconds if I really tried.
If you really tried, but why would you? I don't want to. So this is
sounds
my
like she's like,
disheveled
it's inevitable.
goblin liege.
I don't
nothing
want
she
to.
can do
The
about
darkest
it.
that comes
It just
before. I present
happens.
the pill feudal science fantasy short story / novella anthology Tale of Khmer. Still working on that.
Oh, this looks like
Cool.
it's got Star Wars stuff.
This is
no
pretty
note?
cool.
No note.
One for you.
Oh, one for you. And
Looks cute.
one for someone you love who has kids. I thought I was going to say one for Maddie.
Damn.
The Night Before Star Wars.
That's so
Written by
cute.
Joel Leonard, illustrated by Scott Nicholson. Oh, that's really cute. Oh, that's adorable. I really like that. Oh, wow, the art style is really cute, too.
I know.
I'm not showing the audience. Here you go. I've realized I'm not showing the audience, like, anything, really. Here you go. All right. There's no note, though. That's a little sad. There's no note.
Wait, what about this one?
Where'd that come from?
Oh, I put it there.
Oh, okay. All right. We've now introduced blades, packages, liquid, alcohol, all near the bookmarks. This is
think
the
it's
same
fun.
book again. Someone sent
What
me
is
the
it?
same book twice with
Wow,
the same
it must be
note.
really good.
I hope this gets opened after the first one I sent. I completely forgot to say hi, Maddie, in that note. I'm so sorry. I got this book for you, dear. Hi, Mr. Goblin Man. From one by Lord of the Rings word to another.
Oh
Oh my god! Is that Megan?
Yeah, Megan.
First good Megan I've ever met. Wow, thank you. This is awesome. Tender. Okay, I am excited because I kept looking. I was like, that looks sick. I'm gonna put this in running for top cover.
Okay. You biased. You're so biased.
That's
you get
fine.
bought. Oh.
I
all
can
right.
be bought. What? What do you do?
The Endless War of Edward the Last. Okay. I'm a big fan of your channel. I wanted to send you a copy of my second book. I know you have time to read every book you get sent, but if nothing else, you can enjoy this awesome cover art. It is some pretty good cover art. That's an upsetting
Yeah, it's
smile.
pretty cool. It is
It's a very upsetting smile. I think it's supposed to be, though.
chilling almost.
I would call
Chilling.
it chilling.
I'm cold to my bones.
There's drones circling a penis tower. I don't know what else.
Now you have to read it.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a
You
really
have
good
to know
point.
now.
It's a euphemism for our society today.
It's a
Will
metaphor.
Wright. My disheveled goblin liege, to atone for sending you blindside, I will present Will Wright's underrated, unsold as tribute from Brett Gonta. Oh, he did this twice.
I've read that and reviewed it on the channel. I don't mean to be rude, but that's been done.
Wow.
I think,
Honestly,
I think we should clarify for some people that it's not actually either of your birthdays today.
it's not my birthday today,
Yeah,
but mine
mine's
was
the
November
30th.
13th.
We're just celebrating now, so I couldn't on the 30th.
He's a Sagittarius. I'm a Scorpio. It's very different. Close,
You have the
but
Scorpio
no.
tattoo.
Nearly.
Dear Daniel, I stumbled onto your channel. People always say they stumbled on my channel. It was recommended to you by an algorithm. Let's be clear. All right.
Daniel, Jesus Christ.
Sorry.
Are you grumpy?
I'm not grumpy. I'm
It's
just
been a long
overworked.
day.
I'm overworked.
He's tired.
Don't talk down to me in front of my audience.
I'm worried about you, bud.
I lost my dad too. Wow. Okay. I lost my dad 2
Wait,
years
okay,
ago
wait,
on the
did
17th.
they tell you
Yeah,
to
they
read
said
it?
read it out loud.
Oh, they told you
Yeah.
to. Okay.
He was one who introduced me to fantasy and sci-fi. He's the reason I love Lord of the Rings so much, and all went downhill from there. Anyways, I just wanted to thank you for putting so much in your channel. Watching it makes me laugh and feel closer to my dad. I can't thank you enough for the joy you brought me. Oh, it's really sweet. I know you don't get as many letters, and hope you do not mind sending me sending a package. Not at all. Hopefully, you'll have one of these days. Also, I typed this out because I'm a lefty with handwriting that isn't easy to read, so it's not subject people to it. If you can tell from my signatures, I don't even know what I was trying to go for with both of those. So I'm right there with you. I can't thank you enough for reminding me so much for entertainment. Content truly turns my days around. A loyal Goblin fan, Leanna T. Thank you. Oh, Liana T. Thank you so much. That was really, really sweet. I appreciate it. I'll put this nice and... Why is there an ass on my desk?
Okay, so this is Sugar Babe. It's got a Bitcoin on it, which I don't get. And I think she's a lesbian, which is kind of hot.
I need to make sure we don't be blurring. No, I think that's an okay amount of butt. Let me, hold up. Is this... Don't
Sugar
open it.
Babe.
Don't open it on camera yet. Let me...
Why?
Okay, I thought it was a graphic novel,
No,
so it was
not
gonna have
graphic.
like.
No,
Okay,
no,
we're good.
no.
We're
I've
good.
already proofread this. Christian McGee. And then the other one is The Ambition of Abaddon.
She needs to swear soon.
Same person.
I need to get her to swear soon. How do you get married to swear?
Now I'm thinking about I'm not going to do
I
it.
think, thank you to Aaron for saying you can show cover art on the hand cam.
Oh yeah, you can show
Oh!
cover art in
Yes.
the hand cam. That is genius.
So
The Chronicles.
Oh my god,
of
I'm going to
X.
use my hands and I'm going to model the books.
Yes.
Okay, you pass me.
What the? Oh, this is unfortunately too long to read on stream. I also don't have it explicitly anywhere that I can read it on stream, so I will read this separately another time.
So sick.
That is really cool.
The Chronicles of X. This is kind of cool.
This is all of the. That
I
was all
kind
the
of
new
like this
packages.
cover art.
Daniel, do you think that you could do a series of videos by genre where you make a graph or something by cost and value of books to buy?
I love how
Taste
she's
is different,
not.
but I think it would be awesome.
She's not showing the book
Maddie,
on camera.
Maddie, it's
at
not on the
all.
thing. Look, here, you can see it here. And
Oh, I
here.
didn't know.
It's like way more up here.
Oh. I didn't realize that at all.
Now we know.
Okay.
I probably could, but my current schedule is very, very, very packed.
Can I also just...
Yeah, you trying to? There you go.
It's tough. You know, it's hard. It's...
There you go.
Okay. That was all the packages that were new. So I'm just going.
Oh, wait, there's one more.
Nothing is in view, Maddie.
Wait.
Oh my god.
Did do it.
All right. You want to do our outro?
No, hold on. We've got to...
Oh, we got another letter. I'm
The
sorry.
letter. Jesus
I
Christ,
don't
Daniel.
get excited for letters anymore. You know what I mean? It's just
Oh
not
my
a letter
god, you're
guy.
being very cynical. It's not a good look on you.
Oh, there I am.
Me.
Oh man, I have a cavity.
Oh, this looks kind of like a bomb.
What?
Oh.
Oh, sugar and twine.
Oh my god, this is so nice.
Okay. Look, mind if I read this?
Oh, are you, I'm sorry. I thought you didn't like letters. You don't get excited for them anymore. When there's a
I'm gonna take
bomb.
my Welch's fruit snacks and leave.
honestly, she probably wants you to read this out loud. So,
All right. Oh, you want me to do a dramatic reading?
yeah.
I
Okay,
think
I'll
everyone
act it
wants
out.
that.
Okay.
Maddie, you guys keep putting stuff on the bookmarks.
Oh yeah, we do. Don't worry,
Sorry.
they're dry.
They're dry.
Yeah.
I
Ish.
just don't want them to go anywhere.
All right. Thank you for your weekly fantasy news. I don't normally send thank you notes and gift cards to YouTubers, and here's why I do it for you. Except you said why I do if for you. There's a typo there. I'll throw it to the cam. I'm so sorry. I'm appreciating that you point out in your reviews that these are often your own personal opinions and that you are not the law of the land. I'm not. Taking Rings of Power as an example, your criticism was spot on, and it was great that you were not swear words on people who were able to enjoy it in spite of all the flaws, which it had many. I agree. I personally loved the show, and it felt good watching your reviews of the show. Your open-minded approach is a nice fresh air in the stuffy internet world. Yeah. And second, it's good to hear your regular support of diversity and LGBTQ inclusion in the fantasy world. YouTube and Twitter is a toxic environment for fantasy fans. Yes, it is. And I am constantly feeling like I'm walking through a minefield trying to avoid drunken YouTubers and dementors. So thank you for giving me some hope back in humanity. I hope you'll enjoy some coffee and baked goods from Sugar and Twine from the land of Glen Allen. Aw, Glen Allen's a local thing here in Richmond, so thank you very much.
That's so cool.
Yeah, Kayla and I go get coffee like every morning, so we will be going to Sugar and Twine and spending this. Oh, wait. How appreciative am I? How much is on the gift card?
Wow.
$25. I'm very appreciative. Oh, my Lord.
That's
That's so good. Thank you.
That's many coffee.
That is, well, with inflation, it's like 4.
Yeah.
Inflation
It's true.
sucks. Yeah.
It's true.
Thank you for tuning in for this latest episode of Please Dear God Don't Be. I'm gonna hit the camera. You ready?
No, you're not.
Don't be a. Oh, damn it! Thank you for tuning in this episode of Please Dear God Don't Be a Bum. This has been your first and likely only ever live episode, and now you probably know why we need editing. Thank you, everyone, and I'm gonna get back to signing books now and not in the live stream.
Okay.
But Maddie, I think now is a great time.
Now we're off. Now, okay, that's done.
That's
over.
That's done.
I almost cursed there.
It's hard, isn't it?
It's really hard.
Um,
Oh my God, we never picked the best book cover.
Oh, we need to pick the best book cover. Okay, hold up.
This is my favorite.
She's bought and paid. This
'Cause it's
one
mine.
is my favorite. This one was my favorite. The one I'm putting on the little cam. All right, let's drop that down.
Do I get a favorite?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your favorite?
What's your favorite?
I like the creepy one.
The creepy one. Oh yeah. Oh,
Wow.
they're swapping. They're swapping.
Perfect timing. This one's
Who am
Daria's
I getting
favorite.
now?
You are getting. What happened in
They
here?
don't
We
know.
filmed a Please Dear God Don't Be a Bum real quick.
What have you? Oh.
Oh my god!
They don't know me like
Oh
that.
my god!
For those of you who can't see the floor, it looks like a bomb went off.
Wow! All right.
best part.
Thank you, ladies, for your wonderful participation. Thank you, chat. And we've got new people coming in here. Noah and Emily.
Oh, we're getting Noah and Emily. Sweet. Okay.
Got bye. Noah
All
and
right.
Emily from
Thank you,
the
Maddie.
discussion.
Thank you, new friend.
All right, have fun. Love you. Kill it. Have fun.
Okay. I almost forgot I was still live in front of people. I almost just started talking like I'm not live in front of people.
old seat back, or this is your old seat?
Yeah, this is my old seat.
Yeah, what's your preference?
Emily, you can sit right here. Noah, you're tall, so you can sit at this stool behind us if that's okay.
I want no.
I can sit on the what?
There's a stool right there.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah.
This guy.
And actually, Noah,
Yeah,
actually,
sure. You want me to read the?
yeah, could you read the comments?
no
And
problem.
Emily, do you know about the placement of these?
No.
Okay, so you're going to slowly put them over the previous ones that are dry
Can I
now.
drink on your channel?
Yes. You're going to slowly put them over the ones that are dry, and you
Okay.
rotate each layer, so that way you can keep track of where they are. That's why these ones are that way and these ones are that way. So that way you know which way you're going. Does that make sense? Are you scared?
Okay,
So-
someone never noticed the bisexual lighting on your channel, and also I have been here before, and I have also never noticed the bisexual.
Oh yeah, it's
lighting.
bisexual lighting.
Gay lights for gay
That's
friends.
freaking cool.
You're not gay. Get out.
Get out of here.
Emily has often said it is my worst quality.
All right, am I lined up to the fingy cam? Okay, I am. All right, sweet.
Yeah, you're doing great.
Oh! I was supposed to tell you that the tips
Mhm.
are still on the test ones. Those are not live. So it just keeps repeating the same person giving the same tip over and over again.
That's fine.
Okay.
But I'm very happy that Emily gets to be the next one on the stream. Wow, my signature is worse now that I've been practicing.
So I'm sorry. This way?
I can do these.
Yes, and then you'll rotate the next way around.
So
Yep.
zoop, zoop, zoop,
Exactly
zoop,
like that.
zoop,
And then
zoop.
you'll flip them and do the other way when next time around.
Fantastic.
Emily caused a kerfuffle on my channel
I love her so much.
not too long ago with the opinion that Lord of the Rings is quite simply Twilight for men. This was something she stated that resulted in many comments, many of which were misspelled.
And very scary.
So I would like now, Emily, for you to either double down
Oh god.
or backtrack. You can either justify.
You know when there's game shows and they're like, do you want to double your money or do you want to walk home with what you have now? And they're like, you know what, Bob? I'm going to risk it all. And then they press the button. That's
Yeah.
how I feel right now.
So, can you further explain in more detail
Okay.
why you believe, not my personal opinion, not Noah's opinion, Emily's personal opinion, dead ass serious.
Okay, first of all, I
Dead butt
gotta
serious.
show everybody my shirt first to give myself some credit here.
Women don't owe you shit. I like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
just to preface this conversation, please don't get mad at me. This is an opinion of a single person. That is also rooted in a lot of comedy. This is where I fear we might go wrong. Me and you.
Now that you're live,
You-
someone's a little more hesitant to speak their truth.
No,
You,
it's okay,
the
you have the
collective
support.
channel.
Me.
Here's my backstory. And I can give you as much context, I guess, now because
Yeah.
we're not even trying to I'm trying to entertain y'all folks.
Oh, my dad sent a super chat. Noah, whenever you see a super chat pop up, if you can make sure to read it, I appreciate it.
Noah and Emily, hiya. Long time no see.
Oh no.
I'm Art.
Someone says I'm already mad. I'm so sweaty. Okay. So here's the thing. I love fantasy. I love
So we all.
sci-fi.
You're reading Mistborn right now.
I am gonna start Mistborn soon. I haven't started it yet, but I, as a preface, I'll say tend to like books written by women. Just as a general, I'm not saying I don't like books written by men, but I just tend to relate more as a woman to books written by women. Right. So, Lord of the Rings obviously has a huge fan base. One of the biggest fans being my beloved husband.
That's this guy,
Hey,
my
hi.
co-host of the discussion.
There was a
And
request for that as well.
one of our favorite things in the world to do is watch movies together, right? So when he said that Lord of the Rings was one of his favorites of all time, obviously I wanted to watch it with him. No bias, no prejudice going into it. I have never read the books.
It was the happiest day of my life.
And
Until it
We
wasn't.
just got married.
and we were so excited to. I was so excited to watch it because I simply just love lore and love character development, and I just think it's really fun. I was really excited to like it. I started watching it, and I could not stop laughing. I was like, this is the funniest movie I've ever seen. Right? It is so. It's just so over the top.
Audience, it was also the worst day of my life.
You have to speak a little. You have to project a little bit here.
Yeah,
Noah.
sorry, that's fine. It was also the worst day of my life, but someone else agrees with you over here. So you got support from the chat as well.
I just think it was really funny, right? It's also a product of its time. The movie quality was still getting there. I know it was groundbreaking and how much it did, but there was still a lot to happen in the movie industry, right? So there's a ton of really funky lighting, the Frodo acting is just another sight to behold.
Elijah Wood is watching.
I love you, Elijah. And so we finished the movie, and I look at Noah, and I go, oh my God, that was hilarious. I'm so glad we watched that. And he was like, what do you mean it was hilarious? This is a really serious movie, Emily.
It's the mocking of people liking it that's making it better.
It's a
It was
really
one of the more serious
movie.
fights we've been in.
And I kid you not, we got in a fight about it. This was not
You got a genuine
we got
fight.
in an actual heated fight about it, and I was like,
No, I love you.
Oh, me too.
and part of my personality is sometimes when I like say something I'm not supposed to, I just double down because I'm stubborn as fudge, and I
Nice.
don't want to be wrong, right? So I'm just like, Noah, it's funny, like, you know, I like it, you know, but like, it's a funny movie, and I kind of equate it to, as an adult grown woman, being able to like look back on and watch Twilight and think like, this was so funny that I loved this movie so much as a kid, right? Because as a kid, I loved the books, I loved the movie, and when I saw every movie at the midnight premiere, I thought, this is the best day of my life, you know, like, and these movies are amazing. And then I watched them as an adult, and I'm like, wow, that completely ruined my perception of what romantic love was supposed to be like. And, you know, and it's just hilarious because it's a hilarious movie. And so I think the moral is to say, I simply wish that men, and this is a generalization, so please forgive me, but I simply wish that men could like laugh at themselves a little bit more in the way that like, and like that women sometimes are forced to, because we often don't like hold women's recommendations for movies or books at the same like value or tier that we hold books written by men for men. And so like as a grown person, I can look back and say Twilight was funny and I love Twilight even though it's bad. And I just hope that some of you out there can rewatch Lord of the Rings and say, I love Lord of the Rings, but maybe this isn't the best movie of all time.
I like Rowie, or Rowie, however it's pronounced.
I'm so
They say
sweaty.
that they agree with both of us. You're my favorite so far.
Someone says, I bet Emily is a Sarah J. Maas fan, and you would be correct.
She is. She's a very big Sarah J. Maas
I
fan.
literally just got my first ever book tattoo, and it's from a Sarah J. Maas series. I got
No, dial it back. You're losing them.
Here's the thing.
Oh my god.
I don't care if I lose you at this point because I'm being genuine, and I think that some people will just be like, wow, she's such an idiot, and I'm like, who has bad taste? And I'm like, okay, is my taste bad, or do we just have different tastes?
Hey.
And is there anything wrong with that?
You know what I'm gonna say? I respect your ability to state your genuine opinion so much more than so many people I know who just say the same
yeah.
crap about Lord of the Rings again and again and again. I might disagree with you rather violently,
And
but
that's okay.
I
Because
respect you
and
a lot.
here's the thing, and this I literally told Daniel this yesterday, is like after I said that on the channel and I got so much hate.
Didn't people message you on Instagram?
Yes, people messaged me on Instagram. My favorite comment in the whole world, and I'll never forget this, I think I've said this before, someone was like, you're being unintentionally sexist towards women. And I was like, no, please mansplain my sexism towards women. That's hilarious. But I had a serious soul search, and I was like, God, like I sometimes feel like when I talk about Lord of the Rings people, I'm in a simulation where I'm in like the Truman Show and everybody was programmed to like Lord of the Rings, and they're like, it's a very good movie. And I'm like, no, it's not. And they're like, oh no, she's breaking protocol.
So FBI's gonna kick
yes!
open the door.
And so I was talking to Noah, and I've talked to you about this, and I've been like, maybe I just don't get it because I've never read the books. You know, I'm just gonna read the books. I need to read the books, and then I'll understand, and then I won't feel like such an outsider in this world, right? And then they're like, every person who I've said
She
that
talked to us separately.
I talked to Noah, and he was like, oh, you don't want to read the books. And I was like, what? He was like, yeah, you know, like the first one especially is just like a lot of walking, and
It's a slog, people. Like,
it's a lot.
It's like 280 pages of just.
And then
the
so I'm
Shire
like,
and then
okay.
the
So he's
house.
like, you should read The Hobbit. I read The Hobbit. I really enjoyed The Hobbit thoroughly, right?
The Hobbit is like one of the most universally loved books
Right.
I've ever seen.
Right. So I read it. I liked it. Whatever. And then I'm like, so I talked to Daniel, same thing. I go, Daniel, you know, I'm really thinking I should read the Lord of the Rings books to relate to your fan
I
base
just know
more.
you would not like them.
And he's like, oh, don't do that. And I'm like, okay. So you're telling me that we're all sitting here defending a movie based on a book that nobody wants me to read.
Well, the thing is,
That's where
it's
I
not
draw
that
the line.
It's not that I think the books are bad. It's just I know you, and I know you would not like the books. I think that's what Noah would say as well.
Yeah. I just appreciate, like, I like to, I mean, like you all, right? You like probably to relate to books that you read. And I like to do the same thing. I like to relate to books that I read. I like to relate to movies that I watch. And I think everybody should do that.
I think my favorite thing you said in follow-up to that was, and this actually got a lot of support from my audience. I don't know what about your delivery for the second controversial comment got so much more of a positive response.
I
but
really
you've
gotta
been-
shut up
There's a
on
lot of
here.
people- no, there's- Alex says, TBH, I love Lord of the Rings for what it did for fantasy, but we're at the point where there are like 10 new fantasy series a year that are better.
So Emily then followed up that by saying no one should read Dune. They should read books that are enjoyable.
Like Twilight.
And what was funny was, like Twilight, and what was funny is there was a flood of people after you said that who were like, oh, totally.
Okay, that I got even more. So like I got a lot of hate for the Lord of the Ring things on like your comments, you know. But and like a couple Instagram DMs, but I got a flood of DMs from the Dune thing, and it was all
Really?
yes,
Oh,
and it
wow.
was all people being like, "Thank you so much for saying that." And I was like, I'm here for you. I'm just here to tell you that you should read what you want to read. And Twilight has and probably is always fresh on the brain because first of all, I watch the movie all the time. And then second of all, Maddie and I just reread Twilight again for the first time since we were like in middle school, right?
Right.
And we did a dramatic reading of it out loud. I have never laughed so hard in my entire life.
Oh,
like,
it's great. Yeah. Like,
we were
from my
cackling.
perspective, it's fantastic schlock.
We were dying. Like, we were just like, this is the funniest thing I've ever experienced. Like, this is porn for teenage girls. Like, it is just incredible.
And horribly toxic.
And so toxic and so bad. And like all the little things that we thought were romantic, which are just like so scary and possessive. But so that's why it was on the brain. I was like, do something fun for yourself. Like read a book that you haven't read in ages. Like read Percy Jackson. Read like
Here's a new book.
Thanks for the shout out. Just read it this summer. It was so good.
read Harry Potter again. I didn't read Harry Potter until I was in college.
Time for my controversial opinion. I don't like Percy Jackson.
Ugh,
That's a hot take.
and you're wrong for that. And everyone should send Daniel hate mail.
Everyone
what
should
is
cancel their
Instagrams?
pledges. Oh, I haven't done this in a while. In case you're tuning in and are not sure what's going on, I launched a Kickstarter for these deluxe edition bookmarks. If you want to check them out, it's linked in the description down below. They also, on that Kickstarter, you'll see the cover for my next 2 books, and you will find Emily's essay on why Lord of the Rings is stupid.
No, I never said that.
But interesting follow. That one's too bad. Interesting follow up to that. Noah, you have been getting deeper and deeper into Discworld, right?
Yeah.
How many
Heck
sorry, is it rude to ask you guys to swap seats so he could do a bit of Discworld talking?
Thank you for letting me talk to you all.
Okay. And if you want to keep an eye on the chat, that would be fantastic.
Honestly, you'd be surprised at there are some people who stand by the Lord of the Rings love and do not get your opinion, and there were plenty of people who were like, honestly, she makes a really good point. So, props to you.
Someone said, Daniel, I thought you'd have learned from Emily's like mistakes on bashing Lord of the Rings. I'm pretty sure.
So Noah, how many Discworld books have you read?
I mean, to be fair, I think there's like 27 or more than that.
40. Over 40.
40. Yes, that was my second guess. Over 40. I've only read maybe 8, but every single one of them, I think, like tackles something that I thoroughly enjoy or does something completely new. I have a soft spot for Monty Python, and Terry Pratchett is as close to Monty Python as I can get in book form.
Sorry, someone just said, how is Emily sweaty in the winter?
It is hot as hell up here.
That anybody's ever said to me.
Guys,
Okay, they
we're
said
under
about
studio
Daniel, too.
lights right now. I'm a
In
complete...
onesies.
So,
Yeah.
You have no
first
excuse.
of
You're
all,
not in a onesie.
That's
Look
true.
at how thick this is, people. And it is blazing light. I'm sorry, that was just so blindingly, painfully hurtful to read.
That hurt more than any Twilight comment
It
ever.
really did. Oh, sorry,
But
go
you've
on.
mainly read the Death series,
Yeah,
correct? Okay.
absolutely.
Did you read all the Death books now?
What have I read?
You read Small Gods.
Mort and Small Gods and
We need a reference. The Death ones
Reaper
are on the
Man.
shelf behind you.
Reaper Man, I have not read Hogfather yet, and I have not read, I think there's one more, maybe 5 or 6 in the Death series, but Death is one of my favorite characters of all time.
It is my favorite fantasy character. I've been on the record saying that repeatedly.
I think I heard you saying that, and I was like, yes, Daniel, God. Oh, so good. Yeah, I don't know. What do you want me to talk about? I've never done, I think someone else said, maybe Maddie said, like, or you said something about editing. I'm not used to doing this in a live setting or a live forum where there's no, like, post-production.
So the reason I brought this up, and so for those of you who do not know, Noah and I, we run a secondary channel called The Discussion, where we talk about various movies.
Go watch it.
And we're also, Emily will be there for the next
Or
episode
don't.
if you want to check
I'm not
out
a
that.
cop.
We're going to be watching Portrait of a Lady on Fire. But not long after that, I was wondering if you want to watch a show that was inspired by Discworld.
Ooh, I mean, yes. Like, what am I going to do? Say no?
It's
but
one
also, yeah.
It's
I
one
think I've heard
season.
about this.
It's called The Watch. And I maintain if you go in and you don't think of it as Discworld, it's perfectly fine.
Okay.
But if you go in having read the first Watch of the Watch books, it is a bastardization, like no doubt. So I was going to give you the first of the Watch books and have you read that, and then we could watch the show.
Is it Guards?
Yes. And then you and I could talk about in depth what does and does not work about this adaptation, because that is something we have not really touched on at the discussion at all, which is
Series?
Series, yes, but also the art of adaptation.
Ooh.
Yes.
I mean, I guess we just did Jurassic Park, which is like kind of like that, but it's also, I think we've talked about a couple of them where
Well, that was adaptation done right.
that was adaptation done
Yeah.
right. But okay, yeah, for sure. I'd be 100%
I think
down to do that.
adaptation done wrong can be all the more fascinating. Emily, is there anything interesting going on?
I'm just dying right now.
Oh,
Noah
they're
did
good.
Noah did a terrible job.
What?
Keeping
I feel
us
so.
updated on
I'm
the
sorry. I feel bad
content.
interrupting when you guys are having a conversation.
Emily,
You're reading
talk
it over there.
us, please.
Everyone wants to know if Noah is the
Brando Sando guy. Hi, yeah, it's me, Brando Sando, the guy with the writing problem. That's me.
What's really funny, almost every single time I have met Brandon Sanderson in person, he has brought Noah up and referred to him as attractive.
yeah.
He's referred to them as the attractive hired Noah to play him for like the Hollywood.
Yeah, but less talented. Oh, actually, also shout out to Hollywood. Please hire me to play Brandon Sanderson in your movie adaptation of him. And then we can also go back and do a meta version of the discussion where we do a review of the adaptation of Brandon Sanderson's biopic.
Also, you look a lot like how I picture one of Brandon Sanderson's characters.
Okay, this isn't it, but I love this one too. I don't know if I should call this out. Maybe not.
What is it?
It says, someone, I think in response to the Lord of the Rings thing, says, I get not liking it, that's fine, but you have to recognize that it's amazing.
No, that's
Like, exactly contradicting we're ourselves here.
I
people.
get not liking it,
Cassie,
but you have to say
I
it's
love
perfect.
what you were trying to do there. God, these are just killing me.
Oh God, Emily, I'm so sorry that I reignited that fire. I just thought it was
Every
really
time
funny.
they're
Emily has stopped bringing it up, and other people will be like, God, Emily, you're so dumb for liking Twilight or not
No,
liking Lord of the
here's
Rings.
what
She's like,
happened.
I don't bring it up anymore.
Yeah, I get so much hate for the Lord of the Rings thing, and then, but, like, inevitably, someone will bring it up and be like, Emily, don't you, like, hate Lord of the Rings? Because they just love to hear me rant about it. But then after I rant about it, someone will be like, God, you're so annoying for that. Stop talking about it. And I'm like, I never bring it up.
I would never say that to you. I think it's great, and I value your opinion.
You're my...
Daniel's like, I
Daniel's
just
a
want
true-
more views.
Daniel's a true
Bring more
friend.
people onto the
I'm
stream.
exploiting you for views right now. I'm hoping people will be angry enough to super chat about it. But I was actually going to ask you, I wanted to throw myself under the bus for you a little bit here, Emily, because my big controversial opinion is I went on record saying that I thought the Dune movie was
Noah's messing up the bookmark placements. The fans are pissed.
Oh, they were pissed about yours too. So
Wait,
I'm
what
not
are you
worried about
doing?
it.
What are you doing? Are you going like in order?
No.
You have to go in order because they're
okay.
wet. Oh no. Oh no, we're fine.
We're fine.
They
It's
dry a
fine,
lot
everybody.
faster than Bryce was saying, but if you could go in order, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. What's your order? Up and down and up?
Yeah, but then you
Any kind of-
rotate, like you do this to try and rotate, like keep track of where your placement is. But my big
Sorry,
controversial,
go on, yeah.
Sure.
my big controversial opinion, I liked the new Dune movie because I like Dune. I think the sequels are better, but I thought David Lynch's Dune movie was significantly better. I love David Lynch's Dune movie. It is just better. In every
Sure.
way.
I'm sorry, I was so focused on the bookmarks that I only heard something about David Lynch, and then I forgot who David Lynch was, and then
Have you ever seen Twin Peaks?
oh yeah,
You have?
yeah,
You like
this
it?
super weird,
Yeah.
like trippy kind of show.
And also,
a bunch of different plot twists.
I only realized late in life that Kyle MacLachlan was probably one of my first crushes. I didn't know why I liked Twin Peaks so much when I was a kid, and then I was like, oh yeah, I probably just really like Kyle MacLachlan.
Did someone ask you to put this on?
Someone said, "Are you wearing a raccoon onesie?" And so I wanted to show them that no, it was
a
a dinosaur
Triceratops.
onesie.
Oh, I was gonna say it was a dragon onesie. Oh, but yeah, Triceratops. Oh, it's a Triceratops. That's really cool.
Dragon, Triceratops, they're the same thing.
Unfortunately, Noah's sweatier than I am, so.
Yeah, that's why I will never take this off.
The fortunate part about Noah being in a onesie, though, is it does trap his feet as far away as they can get from me.
Well, the ugly's got to go somewhere, Daniel.
Sadly. My
What I love,
favorite-
every time someone brings up Noah's foot smell, he says, oh, that the ugly's got to go somewhere, which is him acknowledging that he's extraordinarily hot.
I honestly, I heard it once, and it really cracked me up. And it's cleverer than anything I can come up with, so I just keep saying it.
That is completely fair.
You know how dogs.
You guys want to
like-
see my feet?
No.
Yep,
You
do
guys
it,
wanna
do
get,
it,
you'll
do
get,
it.
You guys will get, I don't know, there's got to be some kind of fetish out
We're
there,
gonna
right?
need
For
some
like dirty
tips
feet.
For that. You
Yeah.
gotta monetize the
That's
feet.
true.
There's
Yeah,
gotta
exploit
be-
me.
If-
Exploit me
if-
for all I'm worth.
If you show your foot on stream, I will give you 100% of our next sponsor.
Oh, easy. That's so easy.
No,
That's
that-
the easiest $5 I've ever made. That's how much you make for sponsorships, right?
That's what I'm going to tell you we make.
Okay, someone said, "Emily, please tell Daniel it's top of the hour and it's time for a Kickstarter check."
Oh, thank you. Yes, it is time for the
I
Kickstarter
love y'all.
check.
You guys are. I mean, I love some of y'all.
Just click the far right
love-
tab in the browser and tell me what the dollar amount's at.
Let's see. 34,000.
Dang.
53.
That's pretty good. That's pretty
Fantastic.
good. We got 200 more than last
and
time.
we just got another one.
I think someone timed that out spectacularly.
Donate now, and I'll read your donation on air.
Wait, can they do like a donate thing?
I don't know, but I feel like, you know, in those call campaigns where they're like, "We're live, we're trying to."
So you just lied to get people to donate, is what you're saying? Not donate. It's not donating. They're buying a thing.
Well, you know.
Emily's like, hey, if you send us money, God will love you.
God doesn't love you now. He
Okay.
will if you donate. I mean, buy.
Someone said no, please, to Noah's feet.
If I get one yes.
And then
If I get a
someone-
single yes.
Someone said you can sell those foot pics.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
This is my test. You guys are my test subjects to see how profitable they are.
Oh, wait. Emily, are you okay talking about work on stream or no?
Yeah, sure.
Can you tell your craziest story? Emily's job is very interesting.
Yeah, I can switch with no, but let me give the last few comments because these are killing me.
Okay.
Someone said, "Emily, are you a Robin Hobb fan?" I don't know if I've ever read Robin Hobb.
You would like Robin Hobb. She writes incredibly good characters and villains.
Okay, great. And then someone said Emily's utilizing exploitative marketing 101.
Yes.
And then
Yeah, buddy.
everyone is
That's
saying
the queen
yes,
I
yes,
married.
yes, please to Noah's feet. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, buddy!
Yes, do it. Show the feet. Yes, yes,
Oh.
feet.
Oh,
How
no.
many feet can I show up here? Where's your cam? Yeah.
It's
Oh, yeah.
God, he's
In the
putting it
middle.
into close-up hand. Don't
Oh,
put your
yeah.
feet on me. No!
Mm.
They smell
much?
like a dead rat.
Okay, let's see. I'm gonna check the
How much did the
Kickstarter
viewer
after
count? Just-
that.
Did it drop? And how much money did we make?
We just heard people downstairs scream.
Oh my god.
Oh,
God, I should have started selling my body way earlier.
Okay, I would love to tap in.
Okay.
And I can
No,
talk
wait.
about my job.
Let me finish this last one.
Okay, good job.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
The
that
comments are
was
hysterical.
So
Oh, my audience is so funny.
funny. Who gets the foot mark? That's a
Yes,
good question.
yes, go. Who gets the foot mark?
I didn't.
I
I'll
can
keep-
have Bryce add it to the Kickstarter for like 500.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Oh my god. That was just as god awful as I feared.
I already have 100 views on Feet Finder.
Oh my god.
It's
Okay.
too funny.
So what do you want to know about my
What
job?
did you want to? I mean, what did you expect, Sully?
Oh God, I'm starting to smell. I'm sorry for anyone who has to come in here. I'm sorry.
It's
I'll put
very
the
sweaty
socks
in
back
here.
on.
It's very sweaty in here.
So,
It's quite moist.
can you first tell them what you do?
Yes.
So add context.
I am a policy analyst. I work on policy and legislative analysis for a nonprofit. I used to do it for the government. I've worked for the Virginia state government. I've worked for the Virginia state legislature. And now I do it for a nonprofit where I do criminal justice policy. So I work on policy and legislation related to decreasing fines and fees in the criminal justice system because they disproportionately impact poor Virginians and Black Virginians. So we are trying to kind of dismantle that. And it's very cool work.
So
Love it.
I have a lot of friends who have very cool jobs that contribute way more to society than I do. And Emily is probably near the top of that list in terms of just doing incredible stuff for all of us that we all benefit from. But she also has to deal with absolutely insane people.
It's so fun.
So what is your best insane person story?
Oh, God.
One time, this guy on a live stream showed his disgusting feet.
And then I married him.
4 people just left.
Oh, God.
Wait, really?
No, I have no idea.
Someone asked me if I use GIS. No, I do not use GIS. Thank the Lord. I use our statistical programming software, though, to do some statistical analysis between the impact of fines and fees and the correlation between the number of Black Virginians in a certain community. And you guessed it, folks. The more Black Virginians that live in an area, the more fines and fees are imposed in that area. So that's very...
Go, shocking!
Racism. But what was the question? Oh, crazy stories.
Yeah.
Can I
Oh my
respond to
God, I've
anything
had
in this
so
chat?
many.
Yeah, go ahead. Just shout it out if you want
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just curious.
to. Are you about to yell at somebody?
No.
Someone saying anything.
Okay.
Okay, so here's my favorite story of all time. I tell this one a lot. And you know what? I used to work, when I first started working in the government, I actually worked for my job was directly answering calls from people who would call the governor's office, right? And so you would think that that's where my crazy stories come from, but absolutely not. People call the governor's office just genuinely seeking help.
Really?
Yes.
I'm really surprised to
Yeah,
hear that.
I got a couple obviously bizarre circumstances. I got a couple really sad circumstances that sometimes there's just simply nothing you can do,
Oof.
I had this woman call me one time and just be like, I don't have a place to sleep tonight, and so I give her all the shelters in the area, and she's obviously just mentally ill, and was trying to she couldn't. I just couldn't be there to help her get in. Oh, it's so terrible. So you have to.
Emily wants to help everyone always.
I can't.
Come for the feet, stay for the inclusive political takes.
But the craziest stories that I have are actually in the legislative building. So prior to my criminal justice work, I used to work primarily in mental health policy and substance use disorder policy. And unfortunately...
I cannot wait for someone in chat to act like they're better informed on this stuff than you. Someone's gonna do it.
She's super smart on policy, hates Lord of the Rings. Don't trust her. Oh my God. But so obviously unfortunately in Virginia, that means that a lot of mental health bills get looped in with gun bills. So a lot of mental health related bills will have to go through specific committees in the Virginia legislature, Courts of Justice Committee, which is where all of the gun bills are sent to. So me, a poor little, mental health staffer, would have to sit through a 6-hour committee of the craziest legislation that you've ever heard of in your entire life.
Thank you, Henrik. Sorry, Henrik Sorensen says this is for Noah, and Sol A. Alexandra says Emily is so nice.
Aw.
And you are.
Virginia, I saw someone ask if Virginia was a red state. It's a very purple state. It flips back and forth, which makes the legislature all the more fascinating, right? So
Well, we're still a battleground state, right?
oh yeah.
Okay.
Not generally for the presidential elections, but for state level politics, it's still very 50-50. So, so I'm in this committee, right? It's 6 hours long. I'm hearing some whack legislation. One of my favorite ones being, and I'm going to do a Southern accent here. This is not me trying to be rude to Southern people. I'm not trying to appropriate your culture. But it is absolutely impossible to do this without saying it in a Southern accent, because this guy walks up to the microphone and he's like, I would like to drink and drive on my own property. That was the bill. And the legislators are like, what is the context for this, sir? And he is like, well, you know, my wife and I got in a big fight last week and she kicked me out, had to sleep in my car. So I was drinking my beer, sleeping in my car, and I got cold, so I had to turn on the car. And then I got pulled over in my own driveway because I had the key in the ignition, and he was drinking his beer. And he got a DUI, because a DUI is whenever you have the key in the car. And the legislators simply like, we simply cannot authorize this, sir. But
You can't legally drink in your car in your property because your wife. Why? What do you think the legislation's gonna be? Daryl can drink in his car.
no, he was literally trying to get it so that everybody could drink and drive on their own property. A man of the people.
Hey, you know, I would say he's a civil servant of sorts.
So this was in 2019, and this was the year, y'all across the world are going to not believe this, but in Virginia, you used to be able to carry a gun into the legislative building.
Yeah.
You used to be able to, like, have a gun on your hip and walk around the legislative building with all of these legislators, right? And in 2019, they finally got like a Democratic majority and a Democratic governor, and the first thing to go was being able to have a gun on your hip in a government building,
Good
right?
job, government. Way to do something right.
So progressive.
Of course,
And-
it's so that they don't get shot, but still.
Right. So the people of Virginia are simply outraged by this, right?
I want to put out there, I'm very pro-gun. I'm not pro bringing a gun into a government building.
Right. And so so I'm in this mental health committee, or I'm in this like justice committee. I'm listening to all these bills, and this guy comes in and he's like clearly a citizen, wanting to advocate for like his bill, and the bill comes up, and this bill was wanting to disallow individuals under 18 from being able to access a firearm when their parent
Emily.
wasn't home.
Someone wants to know if Daryl's bill did in fact pass.
It did not. Daryl's bill did not
Wait, more
pass.
important, did anyone vote for it?
I think it was
also,
not.
like-
I don't think anybody voted for it. I think they were just like, we're gonna lay this one on the table as the Virginia. I kid you not, that is actually what Virginia governors or Virginia legislators say, so that they don't have to vote on a bill. They say
Daryl,
we're just gonna lay this one on
If
the
you're
table.
out there, the amount of time and effort that you
that's
spent
too
putting
bad.
into a bill so that you can drink and drive on your own property, like you could have invested that same time and energy into
Into
just like,
apologizing to your wife?
yeah, right? Like
So this bill comes up, and it's trying to disallow children from being able to access a firearm when their parent is not home to supervise, right? Under 18, they want to make it so that you would have to keep your guns locked away until the child has a parent home and is able to supervise the activity, right? And this guy walks up to the podium, and he has his gun holster on still. It all comes back, you guys. Don't worry. I'm not just a rambler. And he has his gun holster on still. No guns in it. But he has bananas in the holsters where the guns should be. And he walks up to the microphone, and he goes, I cannot support this legislation because my son needs to protect the sheep on our property and shoot the wolves when he gets home from school.
There's no wolves in Virginia.
And
It's not true. There's a place called Wolf Trap. Why do you think it's called Wolf Trap?
It's called Wolf Trap because it got rid of all the wolves, Noah.
Yeah. Honestly, that's on me.
and
My bad.
the legislator who introduced this is trying to reason with this man, which is just so silly, and is like, sir, you see how that's a dangerous situation, right? Like, you could see why we don't want your kid trying to shoot a wolf, right? And he is like, and he goes, I see what y'all are trying to do here, but I know y'all are trying to do this for, them crazy people out there. Y'all are trying to legislate but you can't legislate the insane sane. And it took everything in me not to stand up and go, sir, you have a banana in your gun holster. I just do not know with what credentials you feel like you are equipped to talk about this. But that bill did not pass either. Those are some of my favorite stories.
Daniel,
Some
someone
good
wants to
ones.
know who did the. I don't know if you've already said this, but who did the art for the bookmarks?
Oh, Felix Ortiz, who I have worked with for my original book covers. He also is someone who works with Wraithmark's Creative quite often. That's not how I met him. I met him just doing research into awesome artists. Actually, no, I think either Evan Winter or Nicholas Ames first recommended him to me. And he is, in my opinion, one of the best visionary artists for fantasy books out there. Pretty much every cover I've ever seen the guy do is just sensational. And I was lucky enough that he happened to be available for when we were doing these bookmarks. And I actually, like, if Wraithmark had come back and given me art for these bookmarks I didn't love, I would have been like, nope, we're not doing this. But of course, you give it to Felix, and it's almost like cheating. Like, how am I not going to love what this guy does? Like,
Very
come on.
cool.
Yeah.
By the way, someone did say that they were better at politics than you because they won the 7th grade. They won their middle school
Debate.
whatever government, and they were the reason that they got candy at the school
Oh,
dance.
was it like Motto UN?
No, I mean it was entirely joking, but they were like they were responding.
I
to
would
the
have had
thing.
mad respect for you. That's
Did you
not
do model,
anymore.
Did you do Model UN?
no.
Noah, did you?
I grew up
No.
in a place where I
Daniel,
grew up in
I was
LA.
cool in
That
high
was
school.
not a valued,
What did you do instead, Emily?
thing in my high school. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that got dark. That sounded really. I don't want to talk about it.
I did a lot of things in high school. I shouldn't
was-
have.
How many varsity letters did you have?
2.
What was one of them for?
Choir.
Hell yeah.
Gotta love a good choir.
My school
That's
would
the
give you a
rodeo again.
varsity letter for making it to, like, there was 4 choirs at my high school, and if you made it to the top level choir, which had 32 people in it, I think, so it was like, or maybe it was just 16. I can't remember, but it was pretty small little group.
Ooh, doggy.
How you doing there, buddy?
Yeah, how's that wrist treating you?
It's a bit of pain. It's a bit of pain, but I'm doing all right. It's actually not nearly as bad as I thought it would be. I think everyone who complains about signing too much stuff is just kind of a wuss.
A baby.
Exactly.
Daniel, have you looked at the stack that you have left?
That's actually only that's less than half we started with.
Sight and sound.
Can we get some comment updates?
Yeah, sorry, guys.
yeah, for
Noah
sure.
can't read. He has to pretend.
Well, I
So,
can't read.
Why do you think I do the movie channel and not the book channel?
Oh, I'm so excited for our discussion review this week.
Oh, it's gonna be
Me
great.
too.
Yeah, that's hard. We were talking about the AFI lists, which is the other channel, and that one's obviously hard too because it's American Film Institute, right?
Yeah.
And so you get a lot of male directors, a lot of male leads. So it was really nice of Daniel and Noah to be like, Emily, what's one of your favorite movies? And I was like,
Portrait of
a
a
gay
lady
movie.
on fire. It's Oh, shyster. I've been meaning to ask.
I love non-cursing,
Good
Daniel.
censorship.
Schmiggity-moo-moo.
Oh yeah, you're reading Neon Ghosts.
I am reading Neon
so,
Ghosts.
Earlier I talked about the hilarious piece of feedback you gave to me.
Oh, which one?
The fact that you were like, Daniel, a bi woman would not be reading smut by a male author.
I just didn't know how much nicer to say that, but
No, it's perfect.
Yeah, I love Daniel's book so far. I'm like 100 pages in, I think, maybe
Nice.
a little less.
Well-
But yeah, she like one of the characters at some point in the book starts reading a smut book, and it's like Nathaniel something, and I was like, Daniel, I love you, but first of all, I just don't know many women in general who would read a smut book written by a man, but I especially don't know any gay women who would read a smut book by a man. So
That's why you get sensitivity readers. I got my gay woman.
I'm here for you. To all the other gay women out there who want to believe in Daniel's books, you're welcome. I feel like I'm helping you accomplish that.
And we are almost done with this.
We're killing it.
That's not even
Fenrir
a
says,
name.
"Oh, that gay French one."
Yes, the gay French one. What
It is
other?
the gay French one.
How are the comments doing? What are we doing in there?
Sounds like Virginia has a lot of libertarians. That might be true. Can't
Yeah.
speak to it.
All right, we got to get off politics though, because we're
That
gonna
is
start
true.
killing our views here.
Have you done custom bookmark doodles? Are you
We're
any
doing that
custom
off
bookmark
stream
doodles?
later. I'm gonna save about 100. I think like one of these stacks is roughly 100. I'm not sure though.
Someone wants to know if you have any cyberpunk recommendations.
So I'm a big old fan of Neuromancer. It's not the modern writing trends, so I think a lot of people might be shocked with how it reads, but I think it's great. William Gibbons is a genius. But an incredibly early on parody that was published, Snow Crash, is well worth your read.
Yeah, we talked about that
a
while ago.
Did you read Snow Crash?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Sorry.
Snow Crash is fantastic. I also, if you like there's also just Cyberpunk 2077, which I think is getting a book entry in its universe. If you like Cyberpunk, you'll likely enjoy corporate sci-fi stuff like Alien, stuff that's like it's a dystopia because corporate like dry bureaucracy is the dystopian element. That's why I really love Alien. Murderbot solves that as well, but you've probably heard me recommend that ad nauseum.
You have recommended that, and it is fantastic.
It is fantastic.
I'm just switching over for a second.
Someone wants to know if Breach of Peace will get a hardcover.
Yes, in the special edition we're releasing that is both Breach of Peace and Rebels Creed in one book. That is going to be a hardcover, and it'll be a deluxe edition that you may... Wow, I have marked the hell out of this map. May get, and it'll also have a exclusive bonus short story as well. And Emily, you write, don't you?
Like
In a
books?
journal.
I write ish.
Okay.
I don't show people my writing. I'm like one of those people who always writes like in my notes app, you know, and then I'm like, wow, this is a really good poem written by me. No one may ever see it.
You remember the little things that they used to advertise when you were a kid for like diaries that had like a secret passcode? That's what Emily currently writes in. It's bright pink, it's impossible to hide, and her passcode is wish.
You just told her passcode to her secret journal to the hundreds and hundreds
actually,
of people.
it was wrong. My secret journal passcode that you had to have the voice unlocked for, the passcode was butterfly. Aww. So.
See, that was a ploy to get her to confess her own.
That's how you know you two are married.
Don't tell them
Someone
that.
said, Daniel, have you read any of Martha Wells' other series like Raxura? It's
No.
very weird in a good way.
I know, but I really, really want to. Martha Wells and Mary Robinette Cole will likely be among the next book reviews you get from me, because I'm also reading, I just started Mary Robinette Cole's Spare Man. I also just sent her an email, because she messaged me on Twitter saying she didn't have my email, so I reached out to her. I haven't heard back yet. I probably should be saying that live on stream. But I met her at Dragonsteel. I met her at Dragonsteel, and Mary Robinette Cole was just an absolute delight. She also showed me that cats can learn to talk, basically, which I did not think was a real
thing. Is it with the
thing.
little pad where they can press the buttons?
But if you go to her Instagram, follow Mary Robinette Cole on Instagram, she is teaching her cats how to speak to her through these like pads. And it's unbelievable how good they've gotten at it, to the point where one of her cats wanted to go outside. Apparently she lives by a beach. Well, apparently she lives by a beach, and so she wanted to go outside, and the cat, instead of being able to hit beach because the button broke, it hit outside water. Which shows a level of understanding I find truly horrifying. Like, that is a scary level of understanding.
Cats are our overlords, and everyone knows it.
Yeah. So apparently her cats have learned, I think, over 60 words is what she said. And so now
That's more than I know.
And so now I ordered the same pad for Pips and Mako to hopefully try and start teaching them how to speak.
Do you want to share with the rest of the class?
People are starting to call you the Feet Tribe.
I think that is, if the Goblin Horde has
I was
found
gonna
its
say
name,
we're transitioning from Goblin.
Oh my gosh.
we are the
that's
Feet
hilarious.
Tribe. Oh my god.
I'm so sorry.
No, I love it. Looks like y'all are being rotated out. Oh, am I getting Kayla now?
Bye, you guys.
Am I getting
What?
Kayla?
This was so nice. I can't.
This
Yeah.
is so
Yeah.
fun.
You and me.
Yay!
Also, Colin and Eves are on their way over, so they'll be over.
What the
here.
hell? I didn't get that kind of greeting.
Also, everyone downstairs is going to be playing games, so they were waiting for you.
Heck yeah.
And
Okay,
also
this was super
there's-
fun.
Bye. Thank you for being
Bye,
nicer
guys.
to me.
Also, you're glowing on there, both of you. We've been loving
Thank you.
watching you.
To the person who suggested using a knife to open that Welch's fruit snack, I really appreciate it.
Oh, that's why you went
Oh,
down
yeah.
there. Oh,
I
you
was trying
weirdo.
for minutes.
Can you do me a favor? My hair truly is on the living room.
So now it's just you and me for a moment, audience. And this
Lies.
is... Oh, damn it.
It's me.
I'm here. I wanted to have 30 minutes with you.
Oh, I want you to have 30 minutes with me.
I feel like I've been hiding out, but I've also been directing everyone. And
You've been hosting, yeah.
Yeah, I've been
I'm
hosting.
sorry I got everyone to show up at the same time.
It's fine. I anticipated this happening when you told me that you did not set a time, and I was like,
Well, it seems like some of them arrived in the same car.
yes, that was the thing. Which one is the wettest?
You'd have to ask Noah. So I think if you just give it a minute, you'll be all right. I'm making impeccable time.
Excellent. Hi,
Thanks.
chat. Also, we all lost our minds down there at the feet thing, Noah. Yay! Thank you. Not
welcome.
sponsored. Awesome.
Hey, Noah, can you bring me a beer? It's about time I start drinking, I think.
Whatever the hell you want.
Love you.
Thank you.
Also, hello everybody. Hey Kayla, Roey De Real. Oh, thank you. Cheese feet. Yeah, you guys, that was so upsetting to see
Anything.
Noah's feet on screen. We all were screaming. So we have it currently on our screen.
It was on
in
the TV?
It's on the TV in the living room downstairs, and we're all downstairs. I made lattes for everybody, and we're all watching.
Wait, if everyone's watching.
Danielle! so we're all watching downstairs. Hi, everybody.
Everyone shout real loud.
Well, it'll be a little bit of a delay. But when Noah's feet came on the screen, we all just were like, no! Noah! Anyway, thank you all for having a great time with that. Let's see. Still loving the stream from everyone. Oh, a lot of people said they liked it. Don't encourage.
How many people are we? I imagine we have like over 100 people still.
Where does it say the amount of people?
Look at the Streamlabs on the right.
On the right.
No, on the.
Up there.
Yeah.
It says.
We heard everyone scream.
We heard you
I
all.
was in the middle. What happened?
5:15. We said
Wow.
we shouted down to you guys and said hello off the screen and stuff. It was very sweet.
Hi.
Hi.
Would you mind clearing out some of these? Sorry.
Absolutely. Yeah. Sorry. Let me catch up on my job chat. But what have you guys been talking about? What did you have a chat about up here?
We talked about Emily's job, which is fascinating.
It is
and
fascinating.
Now I wanted to put you on the spot. Can I put you on the spot?
Sure, go for it.
So I want to tell one of my favorite Kayla stories.
Oh, great.
This is, I consider, the greatest coincidence of my entire life.
I don't know if I know the story then.
You definitely do. We just told it at dinner.
Gosh, that one?
yeah.
Okay, fine.
So Kayla, for those of you who don't know, is a voice actress. She is very good at her job.
Appreciate
and in Korea, because she is fluent in Korean and English, she would get a lot of jobs where she would say, pretty basic things, but in Korean and then in English. And I had just gotten off a flight to Seoul with her. And this is when we visited Korea. If you check our Instagram, you can see our photos. It was an amazing trip. Probably the most fun I've ever had in my life. We listened to people have sex to us next in a hotel room. That was something.
Yeah, that was something.
But we get off the plane. I am exhausted. Korean Air was amazing. It's the most comfortable flight I've ever been on. But just flying for 20-some hours takes it out of you.
It wasn't 20, but it was about 14. It was a long
20
flight.
hours travel time.
That was true,
Yeah.
yeah. We did have a layover.
And so I get off the plane. I am just dead tired. I don't think I got much sleep on the flight at all. Kayla threw a remote control at someone's face.
Accidentally. We were playing Nintendo Switch, and it had one of those, the joystick, you had to shake it like this to do one of the games, and it slipped out of my hand and flew back and hit the lady behind me, and I felt so bad about it.
But we get off the plane, and I am just meandering through this airport. And I've never been in a country where, no one speaks the language since I've been in Egypt. Speaks the language I speak. In Egypt, it was immediately I was on a resort, and so there was a lot of English around me. In Korea, it was just Korean. And I was kind of getting nervous in my sleepy state because Kayla was like, I need to go get my SIM card for my phone, stay here. Mm-hmm. And I was like, okay. And I just stood there as people were walking by, all Korean. I don't know. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to stay out of the way by this escalator. And so I got, far away from it, kind of a little bit near this wall. And all of a sudden, I hear Kayla say, please keep your hands off the this, and if you wouldn't mind, something just very generic, weird sounding escalator instructions.
Please hold tight to the
please
the
hold
moving,
tight to the moving escalator.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? And I turn around and there's no Kayla, and I was like, what is happening right now? And then I hear it repeat a few seconds later, and it's Kayla's voice, distinctly Kayla doing her announcer voice.
Yeah.
And I was like, no way.
Yeah.
And so I pull out my phone. I still have this recording on my phone of Kayla's voice on this escalator just telling me to hold tight. And I'm like, this is insanity. What is happening right now?
Yeah, it was. Well, it's weird because so my friend Sissel.
If you don't mind,
yeah.
I need to just clarify. Kayla then comes back over, and I'm like, you're the voice in the airport. I thought I heard your voice at customs, but yeah, it's you. They've used your voice throughout this airport for instructions. And Kayla's like, I didn't get paid for that. No, I didn't. I didn't get paid for that. And so we then are these two weird Americans standing by the escalator and me being like, listen to it. And then after like 30 seconds of waiting for it to loop again, we just hear Kayla's voice come over the escalator and be like,
Please hold tight to the escalator while moving.
and then you say it in Korean.
Yeah, well, I don't remember what they had me
Yeah.
right then.
But and what we figured out is someone had sold a file with her voice on it to the Seoul airport.
Yeah.
She didn't get paid for it.
I did not. I was very upset about that. But yeah, Sissel actually met. So my friend Sissel's also a YouTuber.
Oh, we got a super chat. Sorry.
no,
Oh, is
we
this a
didn't.
sticker?
It's just I think it's a sticker.
Well, I still want to say thank you to him if you
Yeah,
don't
so
mind.
oh my gosh, yes. Thank you, Noah Noi, for the very cute sticker.
Thank you, Noah Noi!
Yep. So yeah, we're standing there, and the thing was, when I left Korea, my friend Sissel, who is also a YouTuber, she reached out to me. And she's
Shout
like,
out,
hey,
Sissel.
Love Sissel. She reached out to me. She's like, hey, did you know you're the voice of the airport? And I'm like, no, I'm not. I didn't get paid to do that. I'm sure they found someone who sounds like me, but it's not me.
No, it's absolutely Kayla.
And Sissel was like, no, it's you. I know your voice. It's you. And I'm like, Sissel, I didn't get paid for that. That's not me. And then, so when we get there, and Daniel sees me coming back with all of our information, and he's just like, oh my gosh, you're the voice of the airport. And I'm like, someone owes me money here. I don't know who, because I've done so many voice recordings.
Let's
I've
be
lost
honest.
track.
You got screwed over in the entertainment industry so much in Korea that it's almost fitting that on your return trip that they were like, oh, okay, they screwed me over one last time.
Genuinely, I could make a book out of all the stories I have from that.
We want you to check the $1,000 tier on the Kickstarter rewards.
Oh, let me go check.
No way.
What happened? Let's check the...
No way.
So good down there.
It still says...
Hit refresh.
I did. I restart. Let me do...
Kick the it's the tiered one. Like,
Oh, scroll down.
Scrolling down. Oh, it's inverted. That's awful.
it's a reward.
No, you have to go to the right side and scroll down.
So going down.
There's no way someone bought the $10,000 licked one.
No way. All... What?
No, we added one.
Oh, you added one?
Pledge 75 or more? This one?
Let's scroll. No, scroll up.
Scrolling up.
It's $1,000.
Oh, the $1,000.
Oh, pledge 1,000.
Exclusive Noah foot book.
Noah!
So apparently on my official Kickstarter that I'm signing the books marks for right now, we have added a new tier. And for $1,000 apparently, we will rub one of these on Noah's feet.
No, it will be printed with Noah's toe. Where he's gonna have the ink put on his toes, and he will step on it with his little toesies. I'm so grossed out right now. Ugh.
I love that.
Bryce, Bryce. Anyway, so yeah, I'm
I'll
the
do
voice-
it with my balls.
Oh my god. Anyway, yeah, so that was the story of me finding out I'm the voice of the Incheon airport. Very fun. Let's see here. We have
Jesus Christ.
a lot of people being like, dang,
It's gonna go
Kayla-
off the rails here.
Kayla assaulting people while playing Switch. I'm gonna bring this over by me for a second.
Oh, it
That's
was like,
charged.
it was so much worse than you think too, because like, flat out, we're playing Switch, we're being quiet, we're being very polite, we don't want to like bother anybody, but we're being competitive, so we're playing Mario Party, and we're kind of like, like, you know, getting into it with each other.
Yeah.
And one of the games, you have to do
Nerds.
this motion, and so Kayla's doing this motion, and
Aggressively.
we're just like, she sees me doing it even harder, and so she's like, and then it just flies. And I hear this small woman like behind me, I just hear like a,
Yes, it was like the quietest, because it was like 4 a.m. on the plane, and everyone's asleep, it's pitch black, and we just have our little lights above there, and all of a sudden we hear, and we're like, no! And I have to turn around and face her, because we are diagonal, and I look at her, and I'm like, and she's just like,
and she was not, like, there was no like, oh, it's okay. She was like,
no, it's not okay. How dare you do that? And I'm like, I really want to just play my with.
And like it was a very genuine accident, and I think we kind of stopped playing after that.
Yeah, because I was so like mortified from that.
It was so funny though.
Let's see here. Oh, someone said, yeah, I remember my flight to Korea. It was the first time I tried. Wait, oh no, it disappeared. Where'd it go? It was the first time I tried bibimbap, I think. Oh, the first time trying bibimbap, and my life was changed.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, see, Daniel has a peculiar taste. So like bibimbap for me is now at the point where it's like bread. I don't know. I don't find it that exciting. Unless it's dolsot. Dolsot bibimbap is like really good because you get the crunchy rice on the bottom. My favorite, if you're willing to explore, my favorite overall you can find anywhere in Korea is jukumi. Jukumi is like little baby octopus that you put in these really spicy sauce, and it's got what are you doing?
I'm just being weird.
Oh yeah, okay. And then you put it with like cheese and cabbage and stuff. It's awesome. But if you are in Korea and you have time, you should go down to like the middle of Korea where they have this really cool thing called tori bang bang. And tori bang bang is only sold there. You can't get it anywhere else. And it's basically little minnows that they deep fry and put with a sweet and spicy sauce, and then serve with sesame seeds and gennip, which I think is called perilla leaf in English. It's incredible, and I just have to say it's the best food I've ever eaten in Korea, and I've eaten a lot.
I will say, if anyone is considering a trip to Korea by some chance, one, recommend it. It was so much fun. But we went to Seoul, then Busan. Highly recommend you start in Busan. I think that's the only thing I would change if we did the trip again.
Really? I
Yeah.
thought you needed the calm down at the end.
I think it would have actually been better when I was dealing with jet lag if I was at Busan and
That
just
makes sense.
enjoying the nice relaxing beach, just having like that.
That's
because
fair.
Seoul isn't maybe the best like super city I've ever been to. It's insanely big.
Yeah. Someone here knows Sissel. They said love Sissel.
Yeah.
Great. I'm so happy. Please go follow her and just.
You've probably
love
seen
her.
Kayla on Sissel's channel.
Yeah. When I was living there, I was on Sissel's channel all the time because she's one of my bestest friends in the world, and I love her. Let's see. Here we go. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna laugh so hard if Noah's 1K gets bought, but Daniel's 70 or 10,001 doesn't. Let's see here. My girlfriend is the Korean airport voice. Kind of sounds like a Chuck Tingle book. Who's Chuck Tingle?
I don't know what that is.
Interesting. Korean legend Kayla and birthday author royalty. Dang. Hope you guys are doing well. Oh, thank you guys so much. And someone else says that they love tteokbokki. Did you like tteokbokki when you went?
What was that again?
The rice cakes with the spicy sauce. I don't know if you ate that or not.
I don't know if I had that.
You don't normally like rice cakes though, so I would say he probably didn't enjoy that if he had it.
I very much so tend to travel for food. That's like a huge reason I will go to any country is I just want to try the local cuisine. I think that's not uncommon though. I think a lot of people travel mostly so they can try like authentic new food. But
that would be my biggest reason to travel anywhere with you is for us to just go on a food tour together and try all the
hit the
local
best
food.
restaurants, stuff like that. It's expensive. You got to budget for that, but
can I talk about my favorite food experience I had ever?
I was gonna talk about something real quick. That's why
Go
I brought
for it, yeah.
up. But one of the biggest, I loved living in Ireland when I did. I thought it was an incredible experience. But if you're gonna go to Ireland to visit, I recommend you go to Dublin first. I was studying abroad in Cork. Cork is a beautiful city. It's got great people. It is the opposite of a food town. It does not have a whole lot in terms of like, here you get to experience, and like Irish food as a whole, I think Irish people, I had a lot of Irish people admit to me while I was there, it's not the best. And so they just try to do other people's food really well. So I was in Cork and I was trying to find like authentic Irish food the whole time I was there. I was like, I really, really want authentic Irish food. And I got a couple meals. They were good. I didn't hate it, but it just wasn't as impressive as I really was looking for. And then I was going to go on a trip to Scotland because, when you're in Europe, traveling to other European countries is super cheap. So you really want to do that. So I hop on over to Scotland and I was like, all right, I really want to try some authentic Scottish food. Ireland's been a bit disappointing. I'm going to go and I'm going to ask around. And so I started just asking people, like, where can I get your best authentic Scottish meal? I didn't know what haggis is.
Oh, gross, yeah. Gross.
And I sat down with a nice Scottish breakfast and a side of haggis that someone told me. And I know this person was playing a prank on me because they were just some dumb American got in their cab because it was a cab driver. And he was like, oh, you got to try haggis. That's what we're all known for. And he didn't tell me what it was. Took a big old bite of haggis.
Gross.
I'm not going to tell you what haggis is in case anyone here is about to go to Scotland.
No, it is gross.
But it ended up with me spending $30 on a meal that I did not eat much of.
Gross, yeah. That would not be my thing. I tried it once. I could
It's
choke
sheep
it.
butthole. Sorry.
I could choke it down, but like, was not my favorite.
Yeah.
I will say though, my favorite food experience I've ever had traveling.
Was it sheep butthole?
No, it was from a lady who had a cauldron in Myanmar.
Oh, wait, that wasn't the one that made you so sick, though, was it?
No. That was yay! That just came up. Corey. I can't. I'm so sorry. Hey Daniel, great stream and happy birthday. Your channel
you so
is one
much.
of the big reasons I got back into reading after I got out of the course.
Thank you.
So thanks for all that you do. Oh, that's really sweet.
Much appreciated.
So yeah, my biggest my best experience with food, lovely.
That's for you.
Was when I went to Myanmar. I decided to go on a solo. I love solo vacations. It's great for just grounding yourself. But basically, I decided I would fly.
Completely agree. Highly recommend.
Yeah, I'd fly into Mandalay. Now, this could be a very long story describing my entire experience in Myanmar. Not going to do that. But it's a very fun time. I loved going at the time when it was very safe for me to go.
This is a while ago to clarify.
Yeah, it was 2013. But when I went, I had purchased a ticket for a bus. The bus never came. It was just like optional bus, I guess. So I didn't know this until I got to the city I was going to, but some very kind people found people driving to the city I was going to and were like, can you take this random foreigner? And they were like, yeah, sure, I guess, because everyone was just really nice about it. And so me being 23-year-old me at the time, I was like, yes, I will get in this random van with people. Very smart. And then we're driving down this road.
So many stories from Kayla traveling. I have to stop her and go, why didn't you die?
And I just don't. I honestly, at this point, now being 30, I'm like, I have no idea how I didn't die.
She's gotten in vans. She's drank in strange fluids. She's been shot at.
It was an exciting 20s for me. But so when we're driving down this road, it's this lovely group of people, and I'm getting car sick because the infrastructure there just wasn't what it needed to be. And so I was getting very car sick, closed my eyes, woke up next to what I can only describe as a lady with a cauldron, like just stirring her cauldron in the middle of the desert. And everyone gets out of the van and we go, and I can't speak the language, so I'm just kind of like doing the very basic, normal money, food, whatever. But this girl there was so kind. She got me a bowl of what was in the cauldron, and it was the best ramen I've ever had in my entire life. It was like
it's always the like random old ladies in a country that will make you the best food in that country.
It was like I was in her house. Like it was like if anyone's had Thai green curry, you take that and then you mix it with like traditional ramen noodles and then throw like some potatoes in it. It was so good. And I just sat there eating it out of my little bucket and, on the side of the road, and then we got in and just off we
You're
went.
really good at traveling really cheap. That's something I really like about Kayla. She knows how to find like affordable experiences, good affordable flights, and also how to get around countries affordably. Often it's kind of dangerous, but
Cam likes to call me Scrappy. I'm Scrappy.
But one of my favorite food stories for traveling, I was. Is this a cat? I think we have a cat pushing. Oh no, it's a.
Are you wanting me to leave now?
You don't have to. You said 4:45.
Do you want me to leave?
No, you can stay as long as you want.
Okay.
You're also welcome to join.
Do you want to let me know? I think it's gonna get too hot.
Yeah.
Do you want to let me know when you want me to?
Sure, I'll shout.
We can just say it on the stream.
Yeah, we'll
No,
shout.
Actually, use it. Bryce, I am
Yeah,
watching this.
I will. I'll shout Bryce. That sounds
You guys
good.
like my
Bryce!
Bryce!
Good idea.
Bryce!
Yes.
See, here's the problem: is that it's 30 seconds delayed. I'm gonna get downstairs and I'm gonna think that you're telling me to come up.
Oh yeah. That was a fluke, Bryce from the future. But what were you saying about best food story?
Yeah, so one of the best meals I've ever had, it was actually a trip I took with Noah. He and I went to New Orleans, and I'll just say in general, America, like, we have our own food, we have our own cuisine. It's kind of messy, like, it's not as well defined as some countries, but we do have an American cuisine. Cajun food's a whole other thing. And if anyone here is not American, you're in like any other country, try Cajun food. It is so good. They spice everything to like an 11, which is just not like spicy. They just like flavor and season things so well. Their bread is just awesome. Like everyone knows New Orleans for partying, which justifiably so. It's a very big party town. That's what no one I did there. But it's also an incredible food town. And I cannot, if you're a foodie and you just want to take don't want to leave the country, you want something a bit more affordable, cannot recommend going to New Orleans enough.
I've never been, so
we're gonna go sometime.
I would love
we'll
to
just
go.
drive it. We don't even, it's a long drive, but we can just do a couple day drive and it'll be
Fun.
awesome.
Bring our friends. We could all go together. That'd
Yeah.
be such a good time.
Also, I want you to know there are some haggis lovers in here. So just gonna let you know that's a thing. But also, it says Kayla needs to write an autobiography.
You know what? Once I finish writing the current book I'm working on, then maybe I'll write a story of like tales from abroad and all the stories I have.
It's funny. I've met people who've grown up rough lives. I've met people who've grown up, far poorer than I've ever been. And I respect their, stories, their everything. No one I know has been in more danger than Kayla.
It's not a flex. That's just accidental.
It's not, because it just gives me anxiety. And you've done an incredible job of surviving it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
But everything from shattering her kneecap in Russia to being evacuated from Ukraine.
Yeah,
just
fun.
so many things that I just you did what?
Yeah.
I like what thought my big flex was I got to be like, I was in Egypt when the government fell way
That's
back
huge.
when.
That's a very scary time.
My dad and I had to get in the airport and evacuate that country very quickly, but it was not that scary. It was just we got out. Kayla is like, I got shot at. Like it's a whole other ballpark with you.
It's not. That's the thing. Like you put the stories back to back, and people are like, "This is becoming like a meme." And I'm like, they were staggered out over a decade. Like you got to remember, I left the United States when I was 21, and
well, the way I'll put it, there's no one else who could DM me on Instagram and captivate me so much that we ended up living together.
I love you. But no, I will say, like, please travel safely. The world is like obviously. There are kind people, but there are also people who will take advantage, and I want to be like, make sure I'm not encouraging anyone to do anything unsafe. I was very lucky in a lot of situations, but I also am very resilient, and I'm also very aware of my surroundings. So the certain choices that I tell them as a joke, because it's fun. But there were definitely times where I was kind of like, ooh, my butthole clenched.
Well, the big takeaway from Kayla's stories, in my opinion, and yes, there is danger, yes, stuff happens, but she's always careful to emphasize, and it's always true, that there's always good people, and there's always people helping her, and there's people who care about her, and friends she makes, no matter where she is. And so yeah, there's a lot of stories with Kayla where it's like, holy crap, you could have died. But it's almost always, and like a stranger helped, or a friend I made in that country who barely spoke the same language. Like that guy who gave you free bread in Russia when you were
the
literally...
bread truck man!
She was literally starving to death in Russia out of money. That's not an exaggeration. And this guy just started giving her bread to like sustain her.
Yeah, there was a lot of wonderful things that had happened in Russia, but there were a lot of difficulties for me, and I was very thankful for that man.
Also, we're very pro-Ukraine. Fuck Putin.
Yeah, so,
And I can say that, YouTube. Come on. I can say that.
But to the person who's like, there's another person who's like, you should write an autobiography.
yes, I will eventually someday put my stories down. I don't know if they'll ever see the light of day, but I don't want to forget them. So, although those big ones are probably hard to forget, but
The bread man's got to have his whole chapter.
he does need his own chapter. He kept me alive for like 4 months. But I will say it's hard to write two things at once, and my brain's currently in fiction fantasy, which is like what I'm working on. So I can't do that at the same time. That's a little too hard.
Let's see. Green curries. Yes, it is. Let's see here. A bunch of people saying happy birthday, and we have one that says, any trips for traveling in your 20s as a woman and as an only English speaker?
This is, okay, you're the better person to answer this, but let me just say this, and I'm going to say it, and it's going to sound mean, but it's just true. There are certain places you just can't go.
I'm going to be very honest about that. There are certain places that I just personally wouldn't feel comfortable. Some of the places I went to, because I spoke the language, so like I spoke Russian fluently at the time. I haven't spoken it in about a decade, so my Russian's gotten really like poo. But like with Korean, I spoke Korean, so traveling around Korea is not weird for me. Russian, I spoke Russian.
Well, Korea's just safe no matter what.
Yeah, that as well. But like when
Crime
I was in
rate is like 1.
Russia, I felt comfortable going to like Estonia and Latvia and Lithuania, and then traveling around Russia. But I would say you
I
just
was
have
well
to.
traveled before I met you.
I'm just I come from a very privileged family, and I also am very adventurous, and that's what I would save my money for, is to travel. So I admit that I'm a very lucky person. But I would say advice for traveling as a solo person: do your research ahead of time. There is nothing better than researching. I know it's a pain in the butt. It's not the fun part of traveling, but it will save you so much stress to know where you're going. Like what I do, I'm the extreme. I will take a Google Maps of the place I'm going, mark down certain locations of like either a restaurant or a cafe, but somewhere that I can kind of collect my thoughts if I'm needing space when I'm down there. Or if you want to go out and explore, make sure you do a tour guide for a lot of them. Don't just pick somebody off the street. I know there's a lot of good people out there, but there's also a lot of people wanting to scam you. And if you look like you're lost and you look like you don't know what you're doing and you're trying to find help, scammers can sense that.
Oh, they have like a third eye.
Yeah, it's much better to go in being like, nope, I got somebody. Thank you very much. I'm good. Like that.
And they'll leave you alone if you say, because they don't want to mess with the tour guides. They don't want to screw with them, so they will leave you alone if you're like, I'm with them.
Yeah, tours do that. I also recommend, like when I was in Russia, we had this thing where you could just like hail people down to give you rides. I know that sounds silly, but it was just part of Russian culture. I don't recommend doing that. Like those sorts of things I know should go without saying, but sometimes when you're in a place and you're like, oh, it's the culture, it's the thing, you're not part of that culture. Just be respectful, I guess, and like be smart. I'd say the best thing too is having everybody know where you are and checking in regularly is a big thing. I would often, whenever I would get Wi-Fi or check in, I would just let people kind of know where I was at, so that way they could kind of be aware of what's going on.
Always research how to contact emergency authorities in a language you speak in whatever country you're going to.
That's a big one. So like when I traveled to Cambodia, I was in Thailand a couple times.
We're hitting the big brick.
Oh, nice.
We're hitting the big brick.
And I would say the best thing, so I had a really kind of scary experience in the Philippines when there was like a mudslide that diverted the traffic of where I needed to go, and we couldn't get to the destination. And I got sick, which was not fun. And so I'd say, just having your meds and having a few key phrases ready as well, typed up on your phone. That you can show people in case they don't. Like the Philippines is different. That's their second language. English,
a lot of people learn, hello, how are you doing? Where's the bathroom? You also want to learn, call the police, things like that.
I'm sick. I need help. My stomach. Like when you got sick in Mexico, I thankfully remembered some of my Spanish. But I went into like the pharmacy and I had to describe, because if you just say stomach hurts, they're like, well, what's going on? Is it like
pain or diarrhea?
Diarrhea? Are you like nauseous? What is it? So just like some keywords for things would be helpful, just so you can kind of show and be like, that'll do. And then just really the biggest thing is look confident. Look like you know what you're doing. People don't bother me when I walk around looking like I know what I'm doing, even if I don't. But the main thing is just try not to look vulnerable. And I feel like there's a stance or like a posturing that you can do.
Can I tell one of my favorite Kayla stories? And so
it's your stream, babe.
Kayla is incredibly well traveled. She's also a little naive, and I mean that in a very adorable, complimentary way. Oh, you'll admit it after I tell the story. So we're in Isla Mujeres, gorgeous part of Mexico off of Cancun. Just having a wonderful time, kind of walking around at night. And, there's locals coming up to us, and they're all super polite, and they're all trying to get us in their shops and stuff. But this one lady comes up to Kayla.
Oh, God. This isn't naive. This is just stupid.
This is a little naive.
I'm stupid.
And this lady goes, would you like some booger sugar? And Kayla goes, oh, no, thank you, and walks away. And then Kayla comes up to me and goes, what's booger sugar? And I was like, you want to think on that one for a second? What would be sugar for your boogers? let's process here. What is booger sugar?
I wasn't gonna take it. I wasn't that naive.
Oh yeah, of course. You were very responsible in not, taking a random thing called booger sugar.
I mean, obviously.
And it was just so funny that I think I finally had to be like, Kayla, cocaine. And you were like,
Yeah, that
oh,
way.
oh. And you were like, I get it now. And I was like, yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so we've got some more chats coming in here. It says, someone asked why you're streaming on YouTube, not Twitch. It's just personal, I think.
Bigger audience on YouTube for this. Twitch is kind of a smaller community I've cultivated kind of deliberately. So I don't promote my Twitch on my YouTube a lot. When I stream on Twitch, it is just me and like 60 or 70 of the same people I've kind of like almost come to recognize almost. And we just play chess, stuff like that. That's not fantasy related. So anything that's fantasy related typically comes onto YouTube by default. And then anything that's just kind of like, I'm just fucking around, fricking around YouTube. I'm fricking forking it around. That goes on the big boy.
Also, we got a donation from J-Lord. Thank you for this. It says, if you were the king around 10 years before Game of Thrones, who would you name your hand? Eddard Stark, Tywin Lannister, or someone else?
That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to clarify, can I teleport anyone to me and just have like a character who's far off in like a distant land just be my person? Or does it have to be someone who I could like reasonably recruit?
I'm going to say go off of reasonably recruit, but J-Lord, you don't have to donate again if you don't want to. I'll keep my eye for you if you want to clarify that.
I was actually going to say you decide, but if you want to say reasonably recruit,
Yeah.
God, with how bad the show ended, there's so many characters who I used to respect that now I'd be like, no.
Yeah.
But let's just say it stopped at season 4. There is no one I would trust more if I knew they would actually be loyal to me than Tyrion. I'd go Tyrion.
All right, that's fair. Oh, no,
he's-
not Tyrion. It's or someone else.
Okay, yeah, so that's your someone else.
Yeah.
Nice, very
That's
nice.
my someone else.
Also, someone asked you, Cody Owens asked, should I read the World of First Law series before the Age of Madness?
Yes.
There you
It's
go.
not. It's required. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Not all the standalones though. You don't have to read all of the standalones.
Someone here says, I think you can also go to pretty much any Western European city as a solo woman. Eastern Europe is a gamble. I would say that's
Yes,
fair.
but watch for what neighborhoods you go into.
Yeah, I'd say that's the biggest thing. So when
Well, that's true for every city.
Yeah, that's no different from the States. Honestly, I would often feel more nervous recommending my friends traveling alone in the States just because of...
I just won't go to Baltimore anymore. I've had too many negative experiences in Baltimore.
But I think, like for me, I traveled solo into Hungary. Yeah, I was in Budapest for a bit. I was in Austria by myself. And those were all really comfortable. But I will say I did enjoy staying at hostels because it was a great way to meet other solo travelers like myself and go together to places.
Yes, but check hostel reviews.
Yes, always check hostel reviews. Never go below a 4.7, ever. Like rating. I would say, someone here says, Kayla, can you tell us about what your... Oh, can Kayla tell us a bit about what her book's about? Very curious. So is Daniel, because I've been keeping it secret
won't
from
tell
him.
me.
I will say that it is fantasy related. I'm very inspired by inverting and subverting different tropes, and I was very inspired by
With
Brandon
purpose.
Yeah, by Brandon Sanderson's style of writing, which is using the epigraphs as a way to tell a second story. So I don't want to spoil anything for anyone who hasn't read Mistborn, so I'm going to try to keep this vague. But basically, I loved his style where you're following another voice first person and then using the main story for a third person story, and you're trying to figure out how that first person relates to that third person, and then at the end it kind of comes together. I was very inspired by that.
It's an amazing thing he did.
And then I really like playing off of characters that are not even characters. I would say like figures in literature that people know, but reimagining them in a way. So that's all I'm going to really give for now. But I had about 30,000 words written, and then I had what I'm going to call my Jimmy Neutron brain blast. And I was like, no, I found such a better way to connect everything, and I'm so much happier, but it meant that I had to really go back and chop a lot of things. So I'm back
watched
down.
you have that.
Yeah, it was a very devastating moment. So
It was also inspirational.
but I've also been like busy focusing on, I was, as not a professional, but like editing Daniel's book, and then I have other work going on as well. So
If you
it's
can't
slow but
tell from
surely.
everyone here who's talking about how they're giving input on my book, I'm getting a lot of feedback from professional editors now, and from people who are just my friends. I
Yeah.
respect their opinions.
So
But
we'll
if
get to that.
you do not have to leave for this, I just want to get their attention. Maddie, if you're watching downstairs, Maddie Spear, Riley's not here. So if you want to come up and tell your most embarrassing Riley story that he would be okay with you telling on stream, I think that'd be a lot of fun.
There you
It's
go.
punishment for not being here. It's one of my
Love
best
that.
friends who's out of town, unfortunately, right now.
There he. It says, also, hey Daniel, how did you feel about the Masters of the Universe revelation?
Also, someone named Maddie right now watching this stream is like,
What happened? What is it?
Masters of the Universe? I'm not a Masters of the Universe
Kayla,
fan.
it's top of the hour. Let's check the Kickstarter stuff. You got it, Potato.
Thank you, Potato.
Love you. You always do such great work.
Here comes
Maddie.
Maddie.
Also, you're at 34,740 for Lawful Times bookmark, and I'm checking. Did anyone buy that?
No, it would have gone up by 1,000.
Oh, that would have scared me so bad. Here she
Are
is.
you ready to do it?
Here.
It was actually really funny. You were like,
Come in. Tell
I didn't know
your
how
Riley story.
engaged you all were.
Love.
no, we had it
Okay, you
down
don't
there.
gotta leave.
No, it's fine. I'll let Maddie have
Also,
that.
Makala's here.
Oh, yeah.
Walla.
Have her come on up.
So wait, you just want me to tell the funny
Just-
Riley story?
So Riley's a friend of mine and Maddie's significant other, who is out of town right now, and so therefore he's not able to come join us for this.
and he's
I
definitely
just-
not watching.
And I believe he deserves to be punished for this. So do you have any embarrassing Riley stories where no one will know who he is or why they're hearing this story, but it'll still be funny?
Okay. So the most recent one, which I think is just more funny commentary on like dudes, we were on a hike. We just got back from Hawaii. We were traveling. We were on this hike. We're on a really steep like ridge. It was actually really fucked up. The trail's like this big, and
It took 30 seconds. That's genuinely why I wanted to bring Maddie back, to see how fast it would happen. I'm kidding.
okay, so it's really small. I was telling everyone downstairs I'm not built for live streaming.
Oh my god!
Like, sucks.
Oh my god.
I had that evil plan occur to me, and I was like, it'll be under 30 seconds.
You did not think that. I don't think you thought that far ahead.
Oh, I did. Anyway,
I'll give it to
continue.
you. Okay, so it's a very small path. Like the drop is steep. If you mess up, if you fall off, you will die. Like guaranteed. It was a little bit slippery, and I'm like walking, and I'm like ding 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 ding. Like I did feel like a little goblin, like walking along, and Riley is like. Like not totally looking down. He's like, I don't like this. And I'm like, okay, so like I didn't realize how afraid of heights you were. And he goes, I'm not afraid of heights. And I'm like, okay, what? Yeah, you are. Like you're obviously struggling. He goes, well, I'm just nervous for you. And I'm like, well, I'm not nervous. So baby boy, you're afraid of heights. And I just think, I don't know. I was like, okay, I hate your stupid logic of like, I get to be afraid. Like, I'm only afraid because I'm afraid you're going to fall. And that has more consequences.
He just loves you so much.
Such BS.
I know. And I'm like,
it's
you're just
total
afraid
bull.
of heights.
Toxic masculinity.
I know.
101.
I'm like, and then what other ones? He just.
We're going to do more.
I feel like Emily honestly should get in here and roast his ass.
Does Emily know more embarrassing Riley stories than you?
I don't know. I think she could come up with them quicker than I could.
More pleasure in roasting him.
She might take a little bit more pleasure in roasting him.
That's very fair.
We also joke him because oh, this is a really fun one. Okay, so Eags, Emily, our friend Emily, and Celia were over at her house like a couple Halloweens ago, and we just get absolutely bombed. And it's like the end of the night, and Riley is wasted. And he's like, you know what I'm going to do for these women? I'm going to make them White Russians. No one asked. We're literally sitting on the couch minding our business. Riley like is making a muck in the kitchen and is like, here are these White Russians we've made you. I'm like, why are you bringing me a milk-based drink at this hour? So anyway, that's a side
I don't
note.
want to have to poo tonight.
Literally, and and he's like trying to help. Like the ladies are going out to leave, they're gonna walk home, and Riley walks in the door, and they're like, "Hey, can you guys like?" We left our jackets. Can you bring them down? And Riley goes down like this dark stairway that goes to like the front door. And I'm like wasted on the couch, and I just hear him like ding, ding, ding. And he falls down like half the stairs because and I'm like dying at this point. And I'm like, oh my God, you fell down the stairs. And
Wait, your fiance falls down the stairs and you're just cackling?
oh, I was dying. Because I was like, that dumb guy, what's he doing? And then he comes upstairs, and he had tried to walk down the stairs while doing a turn as like an extra flourish. Like he was like, and then he didn't see because it was dark, and then he tumbled. So I don't know. That's my other Riley story.
Okay, let me just say, Riley, I love you very, very
So do
much.
I.
Yeah, you're dating him, and I'm just saying, I probably love you more than Maddie though. So if you do want to get married to somebody, so I don't think Maddie has a platform. I mean, I kind of can bring a platform to the table.
Wow. Think you're a big man, Daniel?
I just think I got a lot to bring to the table.
Like 2,500 bookmarks. Oh, am I supposed to be putting these somewhere?
Oh, it's totally okay.
No, it's okay. No, I can do this.
Okay, so
I'm capable of doing this.
I believe you are, but you can't put them in a random order because you have to
No.
make sure they're dry before you put them on top.
Yeah, no, I've been watching the live
Okay,
feed.
okay, then you're good. You're golden.
I'm-
Thank you.
I know people have been yelling. I've been reading about that. Daria, do you want to be back on comments?
Oh wait, the laptop turned off. Bryce, I think your laptop died. Bryce.
No, it's open. It's open.
Oh, okay, good.
Bryce!
I think you just need to click the second to right. There you go. Oh, we got super chat. What's that?
Oh, super chat. $10 by Joe
me a
Lord.
Coke.
Thank
I
you.
agree about HBO Game of Thrones, but I still love Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire. I don't see that show in my mind when I read it. See Fantasy Flight.
Yeah, I agree with you. I stopped picturing Game of Thrones when I picture A Song of Ice and Fire. After the show ended, a couple years later. Wow, it's been a long time since Game of Thrones ended.
I was just thinking about that because we were talking in boxing class today about the shame part.
Oh yeah.
So good. She was like, basically like, yeah, she was, I would have beat that girl up. And I was like, well, in the end, she really did get her.
Everyone, Kayla's here.
Kayla!
I was just gonna plug it in.
It's is it dead or is it?
No, it's working.
Oh, okay. Oh, don't bump that. If you bump that, we could lose the video feed. So for everybody, the people downstairs watching as well, that box that's underneath my laptop, if you bump it, we can lose the video feed.
Wait, can I have one platform to talk? Can I have like a quick minute to talk about? Can we talk about the Mistborn series?
Oh yeah, Maddie read Mistborn.
I just finished it on vacation, and it was so good. Honestly, it was messed up how good it was. I hate not being able to curse.
It was
awful.
messed up how good it was. That's what happens when Maddie can't curse.
It was so good.
So,
Okay.
thoughts on everything?
Okay. Well, I mean, where do you start? Like, first of all,
what medal would you bend?
Okay. I think I'd be a Mistborn, honestly.
Which one would you use? All of them.
But if I had to pick one, I think I wish I was a soother, but I think in reality I'd be a thug.
Okay. That's
You're a
fair.
rioter.
I know I'm a rioter.
I also
was just
could
saying.
see myself being a rioter. I also was thinking we'd be a great duo.
Yeah.
Kind of like I never remember names, and I've just read 2 more books after this. So, but
That's fair.
The nobleman, but he's not really a nobleman, and then he ends up dating the younger girl or whatever.
But what did you think of? So you read Hero of Ages 2, right?
I read all of them. I
Okay.
finished it all.
So
The first 3 books. anyway.
Spoilers for Mistborn, everybody.
Yeah.
Sanderson's doing a spoiler live stream later today. That's actually why we have to end at a certain time because I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose all my audience to his live stream.
At least you know your realm.
Have you read Secret History yet?
No.
Okay.
Keep me. I read those 3 books. There's plenty of
Oh
things
no!
to talk
I
about. within
wasn't
the
giving
3
you crap.
books.
I was just going to say something that would have been a spoiler for you.
Okay. Yes. And he's king of the spoilers.
I am. I give my audience crap for spoiling stuff for me. I spoil stuff for my friends
all
the
the time. I think you get like some sick pleasure from it.
What did you think of the ending of Mistborn? Did you like that? Essentially,
I loved it.
Okay. Good.
Okay, I loved it.
That was
I
my only hesitation.
sobbing. I finished it on Thanksgiving, and I was crying.
Did you see it coming?
Yes and no. Like,
Okay.
I thought, and that's why I liked it. It was one of those books where it's like, by the end, it's like that gasp because you see, but it's not unrealistic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the whole time you are set up, and like, I love Sazed. Sazed? Okay. The whole time I call him Sazed.
I like that better. That's a sazed.
Well, and then Saze. So I was, because it's sometimes they drop the D and it would just be Saze, so that's what I figured. But Sazed, he was one of my favorite characters the whole time. In the last book, when he was depressed the whole time, was awful.
Yeah.
Awful. I was so depressed. So, like, I thought it made sense that he went through that hardship and then was like, I don't know. I also liked Vin not being the end all be all. I love that she had I love how, like, her and Ellen had like, the parts that they played, but I think it was very obvious that they both were not perfect characters, which is a huge part of the book.
Can you guess
know?
who my favorite character is? I'll give you a
No.
hint.
I want to guess straight up.
Okay.
I think your favorite character would be, Zach.
Nope.
No, or what is that? Is that Zach? Is that his name though?
I don't think his name is Zach,
Ellen.
but it's something. Yeah.
Ellen's brother, evil
No.
twin brother.
It's not Ellen's evil. I think it starts with a Z. You're right. I can't think of it.
Zane.
Zane. Thank you. I'll give you a hint if you want it.
I'll take a hint.
It's a creature of many forms.
Oh yeah. Okay, Tensoon.
Yeah, I love Tensoon so much.
Tensoon was so badass. Also, that was sad. I don't know. I loved the concept of, like, preservation and ruin, and I loved that.
It gets so much more complex. I cannot wait. So, Way of Kings is downstairs in my kitchen corner for you to start because you are.
And that's after.
That's a whole other series taking place in the same universe. So it's on a different planet in the same universe.
Okay.
Yeah, because all of his books are in, like, this connected interstellar
That's so
space.
sick. I love that shit.
Yeah. So it's
I love
going to
that
be
stuff.
wild. But you are also a very big fan of a certain Thorny Court.
Oh my god, I'm such a huge Sarah J. Maas fan.
Yeah.
This year I read every single book she's ever published, and
Maddie is
say.
genuinely the only person who reads I know more than me. She
I've read
reads
43 books this year. I'm going for 52.
It's insane. Sorry, is there a super chat?
There is. Happy Daniel, belated happy birthday.
Perfect. I know people are loving on you, birthday
know.
loving you.
Thank you. I appreciate.
That's so sweet.
I love my audience so much. But I was gonna say I almost announced this earlier with Emily because she brought it up. But I am happy to say because of you reading Mistborn on my recommendation, I'm going to be reading the first book.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Guess who's here?
Yay!
Everyone out.
Rotate.
We're doing a rotate.
So we're bringing Kala in.
This is an artist who has done things for Neon Ghosts. And
Yeah,
we're going to
you
get.
should see what she's working on now. She's been working out.
Oh, you got more stuff?
Should I bring it up or?
Just come hang. Come hang.
Yeah.
This is Kala, everybody.
Hi. Oh, it is warm in here. Okay, I'm
I
not gonna
know,
make a
I'm so
Noah
sorry.
mistake and spill this everywhere.
Wait, Noah spilled in here?
I thought he did. I
No.
thought that's what all the damp bookmarks were.
Oh, no. There was no damn bookmarks. He put his feet on them.
Oh, gotcha. I don't
So,
trust myself. I'm
do you
putting
do you
trash
know
can down there.
the routine here?
No, but I have to. Well, kind of.
Okay. So
They're
basically,
like
I
slightly
sign
wet
them
for a second, right?
Yeah, and then you just keep placing them and rotate them and don't put them over the same one. And if you see a super chat come through or you just want to read a comment, you go ahead and read a comment. And if you see that guy, they seem to be done with Mistborn. Oh, I'm so sorry, everybody. But yes, we are done with Mistborn for now because Kala has not read it.
I have not
But
read it.
Very excitingly, Kala is an artist, a very talented artist.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, and I hired her to do some stuff for Neon Ghosts, which is going to be essentially chapter markers for the book. Bad news, I think they have to be grayscaled.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, but I'm
Easy
really
peasy.
excited for that. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I wish I didn't have to run off to work.
Oh wait, when do you have to leave?
I have to leave at 5:40 because I
What time is
bartend
it?
at 6.
Oh no!
But we got a little bit of time of stacking bookmarks and hanging.
Okay, good.
A little bit.
So, what have your artistic endeavors been recently?
I should have just brought up the iPad. I'm obsessed with MC Escher.
Oh yeah, MC Escher's amazing.
I just imagine what that man could have done with an iPad Pro. He could have invented a new universe entirely. So I'm doing a recreation of his impossible waterfall or the infinite waterfall. On my iPad in isometric perspective.
Oh, that's so cool. We have a camera here to show detailed stuff. If you want to go grab it, I can show it to the audience and be like, also, do you want to plug your Instagram and stuff for people to follow?
I don't even know. I don't really have an art Instagram because I'm so
You need to
bad.
get your art stuff
I
going.
know. I'm the worst.
Okay, well, I love Kala dearly, and I've been working with her on Neon Ghost stuff. It's unfortunately publishing takes forever, so we worked on this stuff like 6 months ago. Is it long? That long ago? Even longer?
8 months, something like that.
Yeah, but it's finally, now that Neon Ghost is being done, being put forward and finished, and I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, I'm so thankful for the opportunity. It was a fun challenge trying to do avatars because they're like more simplified than I usually do.
The book itself is like really dark, but it has like, you know, kind of a punky protagonist because I love punky protagonists. And so I was like, oh, we're gonna have these like cute little like avatars on various chapter headers just to like add some like interesting flavor. And Kala delivered it's interesting, like every now and then you work with an artist and it's like, yeah, you kind of got it. You gave me exactly what I was looking for.
It was a lot of back and forth, and you're very easy to work with.
Oh,
like I feel like you are good at articulating about like what you need and what you're looking for, and like if you saw the progress, it's not like I nailed it in the first rendition. It took a while to get there, but.
So I wanted your perspective though on something, because you're someone who's working in art and you create art and doing these things. Have you kept up with the latest news of AI generated art?
Oh no, I've seen the
Midjourney.
Like, yeah, and there's a couple websites where you get to put in random prompts and it'll smush them together.
Yeah.
And like, you know, sexy dinosaur underwear or whatever, and then it tries to nail it. Or
is that where your mind just goes?
Cool.
Like you
apparently.
Just, frequently, are you thinking of sexy dinosaurs and underwear?
I did dream about dinosaurs last night, but they were not in lingerie, I swear.
That's disappointing. I'm sorry.
I know. I wish I could lucid dream and
so
make
have you
them
ever
do a show for me.
Have you ever fiddled around with AI art?
I haven't.
Okay.
I'm not. I mean, maybe I should be intimidated by it, but
that's kind of badass. You're like, I can do better.
Not that I can do better, but I don't know. There's something. I don't think there's just such a human element that I don't think you're ever going to be able to really get. But maybe I'm wrong, and robots will be able to make really meaningful.
That's kind of the big debate,
art,
right?
yeah.
Will they ever able to be able to replace us? So there's a famous quote, and I'm not saying I agree with this, but back when computers first started playing chess, there was this quote from a grandmaster. There's like, a computer will never actually beat a grandmaster at chess because they cannot be as creative as a grandmaster. And no one has beaten the best computers in decades because they're so good.
I used to know the exact date on that.
Yeah, but I do think art is different, and to me, chess, and the reason I don't think that quite applies to art, chess is still defined rules. It's still basically logic, math. Like that's how the core of chess works.
Yes.
I don't think that AI art should ever take away jobs from artists, but I don't think AI art will ever able to fully take away what an artist can bring to the table in terms of especially communication. And what I've been doing is Wraithmark Creative has put me in touch with some artists to work on a couple projects we're doing. And I use Midjourney with the artist, so I'll put into Midjourney like the general idea of what I want, and it'll return something that's got issues, like it's not perfect. But then I can send it to the artist and be like, something along these lines, roll with it.
Yeah.
And it's this incredible aid to aid communication with like your average Joe to an artist. Like that's incredible to me that you can do that and just be like, here's the general vibe, run with it.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
It is. I mean, there's always going to be like the cheaper option to do art, and like if you want, like I do a lot of logo design, but if you want a very generic logo, there's plenty of websites where it's just like circle, nice font, pick your colors, done.
Yeah.
Or like generic art that you get from IKEA, like it all like serves a purpose, but I think, the human artist will always have the upper hand on something more thoughtful.
Do the comments disagree though? That's the question.
That's a good question.
Oh, and I think we may have missed a scooper check. Can you scroll up a little bit and check that? Sorry.
Scroll up here?
Yeah, you just scroll the comments. If there's one that's like highlighted, there you go.
Is that a donation?
Yeah, that's a dono. Thank you.
Oh, nice. Mario.
What do they say?
Happy B-Day, Daniel and Kayla. Sounds like she has plot armor. Known a few people like that, and they have the best stories. Keep up the good work.
Kayla's essentially survived things that no one should. Have you traveled much?
I traveled a lot when I lived overseas. For like that, I lived in Kazakhstan for 2 years.
Oh yeah, that's right. You told
like
me
a
that.
year after Borat dropped. It's just pretty funny. The timing on that. The Kazakh people were not a fan of Borat. Surprise, surprise.
What brought you there? I actually never got the full story.
My parents wanted to give us like a better, like a worldly experience because they grew up moving around a lot, and so they wanted to like show us the world is just not as privileged as America.
Yeah.
But the kind of ironic thing is that because the schools they taught at were international, only the elite of the country went there.
Yeah.
So instead of they tried to show me how good we had it, and instead I went to like school with like billionaires that would just skip their chemistry test and go to Italy on their private jet for like shoe season. And I was like, it was a totally different world of drivers, and your parents are never home, and
That level of wealth freaks me out.
it is freaky. It really is. I think a lot of those people are very empty. Not saying that it always correlates, but I was happy to go home to my parents, and as crazy and as they are.
Sorry, I think we got another one popping in.
Oh, nice. Jeff, $50.
Thank you, Jeff. Love you.
Belated happy birthday.
Thank you, Jeff. Really appreciate that. Just said happy birthday.
So cool. How long have you been doing this today? Since noon?
Since noon, yeah. And I've signed. I know it's
even bartending. This is like bartending on steroids for an extended time.
You don't have to. I have to deal with comments. You have to deal with people in person. So I give you the edge there by a lot. I've worked in restaurants. You deal with far worse than I do.
I know making your own content is always a little bit more. I can always rely on drunk people to fuel the conversation.
Well, how do you have any what's your most? You have you're willing to share your most insane drunk person story? She's calls a restaurant veteran.
Yes, I worked at the same sports bar, even though I watched zero sports. And yeah, there's definitely some belligerent things that have happened. I've had to carry a girl thrashing, crying, and I had to grab her legs, and my manager had to get her arms, and we had to get her into an Uber.
Crying?
She was just I don't know, mental health breakdown, fueled by
crap.
alcohol. It was really sad and scary.
See,
I have a weird relationship with alcohol. I think it can be such a beautiful facilitator, and really opening people up, and it helps men show emotion.
But at the same time,
man, it is a poison for some people's brains.
Yeah, it is. It's just that whole abuse versus use kind of thing.
Yeah, it's weird to feel like an enabler, but most of the time I just feel like an enabler of good times and not of addiction.
Yeah, well, you can cut people off too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
Definitely have had to do that before.
And I think we can scroll down on there, and there's a couple more super chats coming through.
Super chats.
I always feel horrible telling people you need to stack faster, but I need to get the super chats.
Not at all. I just ADD.
Oh,
Lone Tiger Films, $2, and then another $2.
Oh, thank you so much. Are they just saying happy birthday, or
what's your updated beginner to advanced fantasy?
Ooh, that's a good question. A lot of people say start with Lord of the Rings. I do not, because Lord of the Rings is pretty difficult to read. It's just
is it
not
so dense. Or?
It's dense. It's not the prose style that's popular now. And so I personally think if you're going to try and jump into fantasy right now, and you're one of a beginner, Sanderson is big because he is super mass appeal. And he sells like he does because he's very easy to read. Granted, the Cosmere is becoming more and more of an undertaking. That's his big series. Because he keeps connecting all these worlds. But you can still just read Warbreaker or the first Mistborn book, and it's self-contained and easy.
Okay, cool.
That being said, I also like to promote some authors who aren't as big. And I also think one of the mistakes people make with getting into fantasy right now is they try to look for very traditional fantasy when that's not what's really happening in the current pulse of the scene. These very alternate genres are huge, whether it's cyberpunk, which is sci-fi, but sci-fi kind of under the fantasy umbrella.
Okay.
So I always recommend, I actually think starting with an urban fantasy series right now is a great way to go. I've preached Jade City to death, so I won't harp on that too much again, but Greenbone Saga is a good way to go. And plus Fonda Lee is a dope person. I like supporting that author. But if I was going to say, if you want to get something that is a bit classic, holds up really well, definitely fantasy, but also reflective of the biggest stuff right now. That's a good question. I've read so much more than when I made that video, so it kind of becomes tricky. I'm gonna say Le Guin. If you're not interested in urban fantasy, which I know a lot of people starting fantasy aren't, Le Guin and Earthsea as a whole are a fantastic way to get into fantasy and how the genre can subvert what a lot of expectations for fantasy can be, because a lot of people think fantasy, they think big dark lords, evil bad guy, take out the bad guy. It's that simple. It's done. There's nothing beyond that. Earthsea doesn't even really have like one villain. It's more about like the idea of evil is not an individual, it's a concept. And to fight evil isn't as simple as killing some evil person. It's about, bettering society and others. And I really, really love how she handled all that. So if you want something that I think is reflective of the more classic side of the genre, but can also show you how it can be different and great and keep up with some of the modern trends, Earthsea is just a beautiful story. And I've already mentioned it once on this stream. Have you read any big fantasy books? Kala is probably my least fantasy inclined friend, which is, I think, a beautiful thing.
Maybe because I am always drawing and inventing my own worlds. I feel like I have a huge imagination and love to be lost in it.
But what I've noticed is you like creating. I haven't necessarily seen you, like, you want to create your own worlds.
Content, more than absorb other content. But I just got to get back into reading. I probably should do audiobooks. But I used to love the Great and Terrible Beauty series. I don't know if you're familiar with that at all.
No, I've never even heard of that. Who's that by?
Oh my God, how embarrassing. I don't even know. It's been so long.
It's maybe more embarrassing. My audience would be like, Daniel doesn't know that?
Yeah, I'll just push the shame on you. But it was about kind of I guess a witch, you would say.
My next book is called A Witch's Sin. We're not going with Neon Ghosts anymore because, unfortunately, that's too good of a name for being my book name, so we're making that the series name. And
you don't want to waste those two awesome words.
Yeah, exactly. So we don't want that to be the first. We don't want that to be the first book name. We're instead making the series name. So the series is Neon Ghosts, which Bryce pointed out to me, and I was like, "Damn right, this is too good to just be one book."
He's a smart giraffe.
Yes, he is. Do you like meeting Bryce?
Yeah, I know he's very, very easy to
There's literally a party happening in my house downstairs, and I'm not a part of.
I was a little confused at the format of this, but it's so exciting.
Thank you. We're getting there. Is it not the top of the hour? Okay.
I mean, and these bookmarks, we're talking about the quality, the like gold edge.
Well, when you have them stacked like this, they really look like gold bricks you could murder someone with.
Yeah, it does look like a stack of bricks.
Yeah.
Or switch. Ah!
Why did you fall?
Hey, bad phone.
No, I'm just trying to yell at my audience. They made it happen. This is my fingies cam.
I saw you like peering into it earlier. I like the double view.
Yeah. But that being said, if I could pitch you on a series, what interests you? Do you like urban fantasy? Do you want something more classic?
I guess I don't really know what urban fantasy means.
So urban fantasy, a lot of people think it means it has to take place in a city.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought.
Yeah, and that's kind of true. But it also tends to mean also modern times. It tends to mean there's a lot that comes with that label. But also, I always preach that genres are invented by publishing companies. They aren't as concrete as people think they are. They're just these things that are meant to give you a general idea of what's going to be in the book. Yeah. And then you go from there. So I would say urban fantasy is just like something more modern. Usually has... classic fantasy tends to be like allegorical, like you can apply it to modern things, whereas urban fantasy is going to be like, we're talking about this issue that is a big deal now.
Okay.
And then
I get it.
Urban fantasy also tends to follow a lot more of the modern fantasy trends.
You've probably been asked this, but I'm just kind of curious. How do you feel about Harry Potter?
Of course, when I was a little kid, I think as almost everyone of our generation, I absolutely adored Harry Potter. The recent political comments, I think, have sucked and have really made it divisive for a lot of people.
It's hard to separate, I guess, the author from their work.
Well, the whole concept of separating the artist from the art, I've been saying for a long time, is on a spectrum. And there's certain people, and everyone has a different line. Everyone can say, like, look, that director may suck, but I like these actors, and it's not just their project. J.K. Rowling's a little more than just a director. But there's also, like, the purely, like, Kanye West showed us that there's just, like, there's certain people you can't separate it, right? Like, Kanye West went on Alex Jones and said some things where, like, even his own subreddit and his own fans are like, nope, we're done. Yeah. Like, we're absolutely 100% done here.
I know it shouldn't maybe be, like, a famous person's responsibility all the time, but when you have a platform that big, you really just have to, don't use it for evil.
I always wonder, like, the people, it's I don't know. There's also,
Can't
like...
be careless.
Yeah, and I just, like, especially as like an adult I'm not famous by any stretch of the imagination. There is
$500,000, I don't know.
There is a small section of the internet who knows who I am, but like, fame does weird stuff to people's heads.
Yeah.
Very weird stuff, and I think we're seeing that because of social media more and more. And it's terrifying to me.
One of my Monday questions, which was a huge flop, was one of my worst Monday questions. But I thought it was good. It's like, would you rather win $5 million or $2 billion? And like, I was the only one in the 5 mil like category. But I just think that people don't understand like how that amount of money can really, it changes everything. And there's not a lot of success stories after people win the lottery, you know? It's like you hardly know who your friends are. Everyone's trying to use you. And people need purpose.
There's a reason everyone who's held the mantle of richest person in the world is eventually hated. Like, all of them are eventually hated for one reason or another. And somewhat, that's just society wanting to hate successful people, but I think more so that's them.
They're losing their humanity and their like ability to connect.
That being said, I'd take $2 billion just because I think I'd give a lot of it away.
Yeah,
I'd love to be able to set up everyone I know, and
that's what they're like. Well, why don't you just take the $2 billion, just keep $5 million? And I was like, I don't know, it just sounds stressful to me. I'm a simple creature.
You're like, I don't want to deal with giving it away. Oh, we got some super chats over there.
Ooh, 5 pounds from Lucy.
Oh, you know currency. I do not know those labels.
I know that one.
Okay.
Hi, Daniel. Happy birthday. I'm starting a creative writing bachelor's degree next year. I'm 23.
That's awesome.
What is your one piece of advice for aspiring authors?
Don't break the rules until you have mastered them, but once you've mastered them, don't be afraid to break them. I am not good enough to break them yet. I am trying to learn to write well enough that I can say I'm obeying all the rules. That being said, the greatest authors are the ones who are able to do stuff that, even in their own writing books, like Stephen King, he says, like, do all these things. Then he doesn't do those things because he is that good that he can pull it off. I mean, I'm sure it's similar with art. You can, okay, you need to understand the basics, how to draw this, how to do that. But once you are beyond that, you can say, I don't need to do this that way. I can MC Escher it.
Yeah, there's a huge fundamental of like communication arts, which was my program, is like learn how to draw, before you try to do anything too crazy. Learn how to see, then learn how to draw. Yeah. The rest will come, but...
And this was done by Felix Ortiz, who I think he is just unreal good. I'm so grateful to have his hand on a couple of my projects.
Yeah, I love the highlights on that, like, awesome claw.
It's all black and white. He managed to pull out all that depth and nuance with just a black and white color grading. It's crazy to me.
This is stupid, but a bartender thing is, I think one of the best labels I've ever seen on a liquor bottle is Jack Daniels, because it's just black and white. Like, literally no other color, and that's just impressive when you have a design that, like, can stand out with one color.
I'm sure there's a very, very good reason as to why... various like labels are getting more and more complex and funky and weird, but I hate them. Like, I cannot stand how many labels now. Like, you can't even pick them out because like they just are this mush of color and you can't even read them at a distance. I like simple labels that are just, here's what we are.
Clean, colorful.
I want to be able to spot it on a shelf from 20 feet away.
Yeah. Especially with, I don't know, with a label, you want something that stands out. Yeah.
Anyway, people downstairs, I need to take a pee break, so someone else come up and help call a co-host here.
Someone bring my iPad.
So if you all are paying attention, the goblin needs to pee.
Goblin.
Goblin.
Someone spelled it that way. I liked it. And to give credit to Emily, it is pretty warm in here, so I might be a winter sweater as well.
Okay. Yeah, I've been sitting in here very dehydrated.
I mean, I'm a lizard lady. I can get with the heat.
What makes you say you're a lizard lady?
It's like my brain downshifts when I get really warm. It's like I'm so happy and it just like...
So you're literally a cat?
Yeah. I'm a cat. If you touch my hair, it's all over. I'll fall asleep. Call into work.
That is something I constantly bug Kayla about, is I am just like, I need head scritches
Catch
now.
me.
I heard your call for aid.
Thank you, God. All right.
Yes, my other sweaty lady.
How are we doing?
We're doing good. I just need to pee. So we're going to have you all host for a minute. Have a great time. And you can't flash. I can, because sexism.
Can I fake sign your signature?
It's just waves, I've heard.
Sure.
This is gonna be special edition, signed by Emily.
I am Daniel Green now.
Come on, they said all the commenters said you just write Daniel and then you do some waves. Perfect. Here, I'll keep stacking.
Thank you. How's everyone doing?
I think pretty good. Oh, I should be more on top of this. Donations. I missed one up here. Mario, again, $5. Cheers to my fellow restaurant veteran. Yeah, from dealing with sea heads, drunks, stoners, and general a-holes. There's always someone who wants to cause chaos. Yes.
Did you already talk
reason
about
I
your
love it.
favorite bartender story?
I just talked about a sad one of carrying a girl out, but I've had to kick out some people that are just being, like, I have no tolerance for bullying.
Right.
And, yeah, it makes me thankful to be 6 foot tall and have combat boots on when I have to, like...
Do you think people are scared of you?
I think they're a little bit intimidating. Not, I'm mostly just all smiles and friendly, but I think, like, if I get
When
into
it
that,
comes
like,
down to business.
mama bear mode, yeah, like, you leave my little sweet regulars alone.
I'd be scared of you if you were mad at me, for sure.
Oh, yeah.
She does yoga. This one said a bad word on it, which I won't say out loud because it's a live stream, but now Daniel is using it for his tester, for the marker. Come in.
Oh, and we got a Noah.
He's going TT.
Mm-hmm. Turns out he's human.
Turns out he's a human.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't wear a diaper to this?
Huh?
Huh? What?
What?
I said he didn't wear a diaper to this?
Ooh, someone asked you what's
He
your...
really should. Catheter? Come on, where's the commitment?
I wore a diaper to this.
Someone asked you what's your least favorite
Don't.
part of your job.
Kala?
Oh, that's good. Favorite or least favorite? Right here.
This is now a ring cam for me, by the way.
Oh. I guess kind of what I was saying
Right.
before with, like, alcohol being a tricky thing to serve, Sometimes it feels like I am really just being the best advocate I can be to bring people together. And, like, it lowers inhibitions and people can get so close and share stories and hug strangers and it's beautiful. And then the trickiest part, I think, is just, like, balancing with the fact that I'm serving a drug that is not always good for everyone.
Yeah.
It can have some serious
And, like, your income is based off of, like, the
Yeah.
generosity of others.
Yeah, it is definitely a strange world to be like, your worth is based on, like, your
How
friendliness
nice you were,
in some
how much you
ways.
smiled, how much you had a conversation with them, like.
Yeah. I remember showing up in, like, a jersey once, just big, like, Larry Zonka jersey, and my fellow bartender turns to me and he goes, "What are you wearing? I'm trying to make some money here."
Yeah.
I was like, okay, let me get my tits out.
Not to talk about, like, just the blatant sexism that comes with being a waitress
Yeah.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Never forget some of that wildness.
It's definitely not for everyone,
No.
but I don't know. I really enjoy it, and I feel like I am able to tolerate it more than most people, and I can be friendly for a long period of time. I mean, Daniel is blowing me away right now. What?
Oh,
I
yeah.
know.
This- Just nonstop.
Did you
I
guys
can't
Just
believe
giving
that.
his all.
already mention that we worked at the same restaurant?
Oh no! Yeah,
Yeah.
the connection. I work at Home Team Grill, and they worked at the other location.
Yeah, there used to be multiple locations for this restaurant, and one was in Noah and I's college town in Fredericksburg, Virginia. It's since closed down. But there's 2 other locations. One of them was in Richmond, where we are now. And Michaela works at the Richmond location and has worked there for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And Noah and I worked there, how many years ago?
6?
6 years ago?
6 years ago?
So we were working at the same restaurant in 2 different cities, and now we're neighbors and BFFs.
I know.
How cool is that?
Isn't that weird?
Small world.
Small freaky world.
Love that
It's still
for
one of my
us.
favorite restaurants.
Oh, speaking of which,
Thanks
I
for
have
the
to
best
bounce.
part to you.
Are you,
I'm cozy.
are you relieved?
I'm relieved, and also it's 5:40.
How was your TT?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have to
Give me
leave.
a big hug.
Thanks
you
for
have
having
shifts?
me on.
Of course.
Well, hopefully I stacked okay.
No.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Have a good shift.
Thanks. I'll try.
I'm getting there. I'm getting
You're
there.
close.
How are
be
you
good.
doing?
I'm doing all right.
Do you want us to help you close it out?
No, we're not even close to closing it out.
Bye, all. Bye.
Love you.
Love you.
All right. Well,
All right, are we at like 300 right now? What are we?
Oh,
We're-
someone?
How many are we at right now?
What do you mean?
524. How are this many of you still interested?
Daniel, someone had a super chat, by the way.
What's up?
They had a question about. How come I can't go up? They wanted to know if you will continue the Vinland saga.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're just I'm reworking how exactly we're gonna do that, but we are gonna continue with Vinland Sagun, as I have called it once.
Someone wants to know if you washed your hands.
I did. I am severely OCD, so that always happens. And Noah has promised that he will start an OnlyFans if we hit 600 viewers or something
That's
or other.
not true.
I just need a small Kickstarter to get all the necessary materials for the OnlyFans. So as long as we can hit that goal.
Oh man, I am starting to feel the. This is starting to be a problem. I feel like I'm actually going kind of insane.
Well, it's like The Shining. You're Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
Writing all.
I get
all
that
work in-
reference.
You get that. Good job, Em.
Oh my god, it's like I haven't signed this many things ever. Like this, I've never signed this many things, and I'm starting to feel crazy. It's like, oh, just Daniel Green, Daniel fucking Green, Daniel Green, Daniel Green.
You know when you say a word a lot and it
Semantic satiation.
and it doesn't like sound like a real word anymore?
Yeah.
Not at all.
Like potato, 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 potato. You
Hey,
say that.
Potato. My moderator's name Potato.
Imagine saying it 2,500 times.
Well, is that how you feel about your name?
Yes. My name is. Can you tell by the signature? What am I even doing now? I don't know.
It's not a name anymore.
It's not. It's shapes.
The OnlyFans of me just watching horrible movies, it would just be that.
Good.
It would just be me. It would really just be a Twitch account.
Wait, hold up. That one's a bad one. So
That would be.
whoever gets this one, you get a special keys to make it better.
Lucky book.
Yeah, really. Okay, I need you two to tell a funny story of any kind. I just need a funny story right
I can
now.
do that.
Story of
I only have about 3 stories, but I think they're all fairly decent.
I'm not gonna make.
Can I switch out for a moment, Emily? Do you mind if I
Yes.
sit center stage?
I'm not gonna make the joke I want to make. I'm not gonna make the
No,
joke.
go ahead. By all means.
No, you'd be mad if I made this joke.
Okay.
Chat moderator.
Why don't you whisper it to me so that the audience can't hear?
I'm just glad that this live stream doesn't have any location services, so they wouldn't know where we are.
Okay, I know that I need to. My phone?
No, Emily's phone.
I don't
Okay.
have it.
Oh, what do you want for a tie?
Can I get some pad thai, please?
Pad thai?
Can I get some green curry with chicken, please?
Green curry with chicken. Got it.
Thank
Is
you.
Bryce paying?
Don't let him pay.
No, it's okay. I'm making him a lot of money. It's fine.
So, I would like to share a story. I apologize in advance to the 2 people who are in the room because they've heard it about 1,000 times.
This is when you got butt probed by a tree.
See?
Spoil the ending.
Oh wait, was it actually?
Yeah.
Oh no, I ruined it.
No,
I'm
it's
so
okay.
sorry.
If hopefully with any luck that just piques people's curiosity.
Yeah.
So one time when I was in high school.
Someone donated $5 because you said a bad word.
Oh, wait, we get $5 every time we swear?
Well, if we do
That
it too
was
much,
the
we'll
moral
get
that I took from that.
demonetized.
Oh, well, never mind. Essentially, my friends and I, we were in high school. This was the summer before our sophomore year, and we thought it would be a really good idea to sneak out and go hang out with some ladies, with some...
Ladies of the night.
Some ladies of the night. How do I say? I can't say illicit. Anyways.
Wait, were you hanging out with prostitutes?
No,
What?
jeez, our friends. Oh my god, there was
Okay.
just I can't. I'm aware of like there's some constraints like I can't. Anyways, we're just gonna sneak out and be like in general hooligans, and it was gonna be a good time. And my friend's house is a 1-story house with a basement, but it's on like a hill, so that basement is kind of like at floor level, at like ground level with the hill, and the first floor is actually somewhat elevated from the ground, maybe 10, 12 feet above the ground. So when we were about to sneak out, the way that you do it is that we would go from our friend's room and you would straddle your legs outside of his window. And then, bless you, you could either hang straight down from the window and drop against the face of the house, or you could do a little kickback and try and step onto the tree, which was right there. So you could step onto the tree and then step down onto the ground. So my friends are going, and it is my turn, and so I go to hang from the window. And then, unbeknownst to me, I do just the slightest bit of push from the windowsill, and I fall about 5 feet and skewer myself on a tree branch.
He still has the scar.
I do. both people in this room have seen it. I was impaled. Truly, really, truly, this is an honest story. I was impaled
You
by
got
a
Vlad
tree.
the Impaler.
That was, I mean, you know, for all in practical purposes, that was my first sexual experience. No one can ever say I'm not a tree hugger.
Did you go down and cut down that tree one day?
No, although I did go
he-
back years
he
later.
Drove me, like he made me.
I was like, this is
go
my
back to
look
the
at this
scene of the
landmark.
crime. Like,
It's like if we walk up, you'll see a little piece of my flesh is still there. So, anyways, I am like the tree is inside of me, and I am on top of the tree. I am in the most pain that I've ever been in my entire life.
I forgot where this story went.
But I can't scream because I don't want to wake the parents up. The whole point of this is that we are sneaking out. Sneaking is like the key word here. So we're sneaking out, and so I like hoist myself off of the tree and shuffle over to my friends.
No high schooler has been more committed to sneaking out than you were in that moment.
Well, you know, hear me out, because this is, I mean, have we already said something about boys being dumb? Because boys are incredibly dumb. Because I waddled over to my friends, and they were like, gee, Noah, you look really pale. And I was like, yeah, I'm losing a lot of blood. So I explained the situation. I told them what had happened. And they were like, okay. All right, we got to come up with a plan. Here's, what is that?
I'm trying to dress her for more water.
Oh,
Keep
okay.
going.
Can I have this?
Please.
What is this? Can I have this? Can I have a sip? Do you want a sip?
That's Bryce's water. Go nuts.
Thanks, Bryce. So I was like, okay. They came up with a
everyone
plan.
needs to know where you were impaled.
Oh, you never said it.
Up my butthole. It went from my upper thigh into my ass.
Thank you for
About that.
If you want, I mean,
No, that was like the most important detail.
I wasn't.
Thank you for the clarifying question.
I could not have. I feel like skewered was like a pretty. I feel like when I made this motion. When else have you seen this motion
And
made?
also, I started the story by saying you got stabbed in the butthole.
I got probed by a tree anally.
Nobody really asked that question. I just wanted you to say.
Oh my god! When I say Emily is my funniest friend,
It was cruel.
that was genius.
Okay, so the plan was we're going to go to the people who we're meeting up with, and we were just going to get a bunch of paper towels and just shove them up my pants. Mind
That's
you,
what Doctor recommended.
an important detail.
The stream right now. I'm very confused.
Noah got butt boned by a tree. That's what we're talking
And Daniel
about.
needs a distraction. And I'm doing my absolute best. I am putting my all. Well, not my all. I'd say like 80%. It's a good 80%.
I love my friends so much.
Anyways, an important detail about this is that the friend whose house we were sneaking out of, his mom was an ER doctor. So instead of just calling,
$2 for your emotional damage.
thank you. I feel like my emotional damage is worth more than $2, but I would like to say a genuine and honest thank you, anyways.
Oh my god.
Here,
I'm over it. I'm over
I'll
it by
Venmo
now.
you
It's
that
really,
money
it's
as soon
been
as the stream's over.
Oh my god. Okay, so the mom was
The mom was an ER doctor, and instead of just calling it quits there and being like, Noah is losing blood rapidly by the second, we were like, what we're going to do instead is walk about 6 blocks to our friend's house. We'll grab a roll of paper towels, and they were like, why do you need paper towels? And my friend Paul was like, Noah got boned by a tree, and I was like, thanks, Paul.
No, he said Noah's on his man period.
That is what he said.
Which is something only a 13-year-old boy
Which is
would
objectively funnier.
His friend's bleeding out, and he's like, let's dunk on him.
So the story does go on. We sneak out. We have a bunch of fun. We like make our way back to my friend's house, and then I have to go to bed. It is like 4 or 5 in the morning, so I am exhausted, and I've lost most of the blood from my lower half of my body.
That's not how blood.
I don't. Yeah.
Someone said $5. Donated $5. Happy birthday, legend. Where do you fall on the Discovery Outline Rider scale? My condolences to Noah's butthole.
I'm an entirely Discovery writer. Keep going, Noah.
Well, I like bandaged myself up, and then I went to bed. The issue was I left about an 8-foot long trail of blood-soaked paper towels across my friend's floor. And because we
Why?
went to bed, well, because I wasn't thinking that anyone was going to go into his room, and because I was exhausted, Daniel. Well, we slept in until about noon, so his mom walks in to find an 8-foot-long trail of blood-soaked paper towels leading from the window all the way to the door of his bedroom.
There's either a meth head in this house
And
or a
she
child
was like,
snuck
hey, is everyone all right? My friend was like looks down at the trail of paper, like blood-soaked paper towels, and looks back at his mom, looks back at the paper towels, looks back at his mom, and goes, yeah, someone just got a bloody nose. They're fine. She goes, okay, and closes the door. And yeah, that's my story. My parents still don't know about that. So on the off chance that they are watching this live stream, there you go.
out. Your son got butt boned by a tree.
My favorite comment is someone said, so would you say the experience is like when you poke a hole through a Capri Sun container? I've just been crying over here at the comments. I can't breathe. Oh, God.
Any other highlights? That's really good.
No, that was a really good one.
I mean, honestly, yes. I don't want to... It was too good of a comment to not say yes, right?
Emily, do you want to tell the story of when I scared you out of the room with vomit?
Oh my God. I don't even like which time.
Daniel's vomiting is terror. It is really...
It
It is shockingly
the most terrifying sound
scary.
I've ever heard in my
People either assume I'm dying or that there's an animal in the room.
Noah got impaled and survived without medical treatment.
Yeah, he did not go to the hospital.
I saw my muscle tissue. I could see, like, because it started at my upper thigh. It didn't start
And
in
I
the-
want to
I could
reemphasize,
see-
he never went to the hospital.
Someone donated $2 and said this better be a scene from Neon Ghost. And then someone else, this is changing the subject a little bit, but somebody else did donate €5? Do not know my currency, and said, I hope you have happy holidays. I just wanted to know what books you think a beginner to classic novels should read.
Beginner to classic novels. That's a really, really interesting one.
Like the canon of, like, classic literature?
Yeah, I think they just mean stuff that's considered, like, very influential and very important. There's what's interesting about getting into classic literature is you'll occasionally, like, a lot of it has a hard time holding up because trends change. What you're used to reading is different than people were writing back then, so you'll be like a harder time, getting into it as maybe some stuff that's more contemporary. But every now and then you find a gem that's just like, wow, this still really holds up. And I experienced that with War of the Worlds. There's some problematic stuff in War of the Worlds. It literally opens by being like, it literally opens with this passage of like, oh, the aliens view us as inferior, like how we view people of color. Like it's really problematic. It's like, wow. But it is a really good story that is told very well. So I recommend War of the Worlds. And pretty much anything by Octavia Butler is a masterpiece. I think one of you told me you read Kindred, right?
We talked about
No,
it
we
recently,
have
though.
Okay.
a copy of that, though.
All right,
correct?
you're on comment duty.
That's fine.
Yay.
I'm on story duty. But I don't
Please.
know any of my funny stories off the top of my head.
I can tell a funny story.
Oh, tell me a funny story about me.
About you. Oh god. Well,
You can tell a funny story about you.
Can you tell
could
a
be-
story about how you met Noah?
Yes! Oh my god, I don't think your fans know this,
No,
actually.
they don't. And I think it's a really good story.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, this is actually really cute. So Daniel, Noah, and I all went to the same college. We went to Mary Washington in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
And you were 1 year below us.
I was 1 year below, so I started undergrad in 2014.
Yeah, because I was 2013.
Yeah. And so I started school. I moved from...
That was 10 years ago next year. Oh.
It's terrible. Why would you say that out loud? But I moved to Virginia from California, and I go through all the early orientation processes things to try to get accustomed to being there. And in the first week of school there, you do a required orientation, and Daniel, being the outspoken and kind person that you all know today, this is obviously pre-YouTube Daniel, was an orientation leader. And so...
He was way more nervous and had way less control of his IBS.
I can attest to that.
That's why he always walked backwards when he was giving the tours, so
Yeah.
he couldn't...
This way, this way. So Daniel and I become friends through the orientation process, and he's like, hey, would you want to go on a date with me? And I'm like, I have no friends.
It's not top of the hour, but you just cracked 35K.
We hit 35K! Also, Bryce. What? Could you please refill my water? I'm dying of dehydration. Thank you. Don't pee in it.
Can I get you anything else while I'm at it? No.
No, I'm good.
A lamb chop?
I was asking him.
My bad.
But I will get you a lamb.
You're not making Bryce 35K.
Also, Shane, that was incredibly rude. He says, can't believe you guys don't see that large spider crawling around on the table.
Hey, wait. Oh. Sorry, I've been holding in that fart for like 20 minutes.
Might as well smell it.
No, I
Waft it into the camera, Daniel.
What was I saying?
You were saying that you went on a date.
So Daniel asked me on a date, and I say yes.
Did not go well.
It did not. It did not go well. I mean, like, I was also a very different person back then, and Daniel was a very different person back then.
Well, it was more than just like, okay, I could be friends with this person, but we just, it was
and
not.
that was what was the crazy part about the date. Like, I've never been on a date where, like, we're at lunch, and we're talking, right? And then all of a sudden, you could just feel the radar of, like, date flirting with each other just go, like...
And at the end of the date, I was like, I think I know a guy for you.
We were both just like, you're really cool. I want to be your friend, but we are not a love connection. Yeah. And so Daniel, and what was cool about it, though, is, like...
Thank you so much.
We keep
Don't
talking.
It is canonically pee.
No, we're good. We keep talking. We keep hanging out the rest of the date, like, even though it's, like, clearly not a love match. And we ended up just, like, getting to know each other as friends at over lunch and, like, having a really, really nice time. And then at the end of the lunch, he goes, actually, I know this sounds weird, but you and my roommate, I know it's going to sound weird, but you and my roommate just have, like, the same energy. I don't know.
Go figure.
He's like,
It was me. Spoiler alert, it was me.
He was like, he's like, I swear to God, you're going to fall in love with him. And I was like, okay, take me to him. And then Noah and Daniel were roommates at the time. And so Daniel literally walked me from the date to his room, and I met Noah, and I was like, that's the most beautiful man I've ever seen. And Noah and I have literally been together since.
And we are married now.
And now we're married.
I know love connections. If any of you are single and need a significant other, find me.
Nicole White donated $20 and said, happy birthday, you three are gold. We'll absolutely be checking out your channel.
Oh, thank you.
That's
someone who's just stumbled across the live stream and was like, they seem cool.
They literally tripped, fell over a wire, and they were like, whoa, what's this?
I've hooked up a few couples that have lasted a long time. I'm pretty proud
I believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now, like, the pressure just gets that much greater because if anything ever happens to any of them, it'll also be on your shoulders.
Then I just get to take sides, and that's just all the more fun.
Fight.
By the way, both of you, I would take your side, so just whichever one of you think I'm talking to. Don't make me choose,
Thanks,
please.
Lisa. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay. What? I'm looking at the chat over here.
Yeah.
I'm monitoring.
Okay, what are people saying?
Mr. Dan gave $5 and said Daniel Green.
Yeah. Oh wait, we told the story last night of how I met you, Noah, but I don't think we told it on stream. I don't think they've heard it on stream.
No.
So I didn't know I was bi, but I basically hit on Noah.
And this is also true, classically am like the absolute worst at picking up any kind of vibes or signals from any person ever.
Yeah.
So Daniel said something to me, and I was like, wow, what a genuinely nice thing to say to a person.
I said, you're the most stoic-looking man I've ever seen. I walked up to a stranger, looked him in the eyes, and went, you're the most stoic-looking person I've ever seen.
For the record, I was eating off-brand Fruit Loops at the time alone at a bar. So...
That is all true. He was off-brand Fruit Loops, and I remember I watched you get them from the thing, and I was like, he's doing that real well.
Doing that real well.
Wow.
Oh
He
my
pulls down that
God.
lever like a pro.
We can also tell the story of how Noah scarred you.
What?
Which we just talked about
We
last
also
night.
did that last night.
Um,
Can I?
Oh God, yeah. I won't tell it at all. You just go nuts. I'll
Okay.
focus on signing.
Deriving Drunk says, how much to charity to get him a butt tree tattoo? Not that much, Deriving Drunk. I would get a butt tree tattoo.
If someone donates, no, how much would someone have to donate for you to genuinely get a small tree tattoo on your butt?
$50, $20.
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
$50.
Yeah.
The tattoo would cost more than that.
yeah, you should at least cover the cost of the tattoo.
Okay, if you cover, I will get a small, like I'd say 2-inch, 1-inch,
Yeah.
or 2-inch tattoo on my butt for the expense of the tattoo of a small tree.
$150 for the tip included. If someone does $150, we will post this on my Instagram. Noah
I will
will
show
get
you my butt tattoo.
We will get you a butt tattoo.
Yeah,
That is the
easy.
cheapest tattoo. If someone doesn't take you up on that, I'll pay you the money, of course.
Let's go.
Oh my
This
God.
stuff really keeps unfolding. Daniel Wingman Green,
Daniel just.
cock blocking himself. Oh right, sorry.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so. So after Noah and I get together, obviously Daniel and I stay friends, as we still are to this day. And Daniel and I were having lunch in the on-campus cafeteria.
The Nest?
Yeah, it's called The Nest.
There was someone from UMW earlier in chat. Shout out to the Nest.
go!
Is Kickstarter up on one of these currently?
To the far right tab.
Yeah, far right. What are we at?
The Kickstarter update.
It's inverted.
We are at
35. 182!
There's multiple dining halls on campus. One of them is Seco Beck. That is like the big buffet style.
It's known for getting people sick.
And it's
it was
known for
very
making
bad
people
dining
sick.
hall.
And then there's another one called The Nest, which is like a sandwich shop basically. And so Daniel and I are.
And the Nest is great.
And the Nest is great. That's like the only safe place to eat,
But
right?
I thought they shut
it's
it
like,
down, didn't
they?
they?
Did.
Yeah, they changed it to something else.
It's like deli meat and cheese. Like it's like not.
You can't screw that
Not
up.
as hard to get sick on, right? And so a lot of people would just eat there pretty much exclusively. So Daniel and I are having lunch one day and having a really nice time, just gabbing.
I think I
And
remember we were gossiping about someone we both hated. I couldn't remember who it was.
That feels
Should
right.
I
2
tell my half
buys
of
before they
the-
knew it. It's just absolutely having a buy lunch before
Before it was cool.
before it was cool, before we knew.
Should I tell my half, or do you want to just go? Do you want to tell the?
No, I'm just gonna go through it. And so we're about to leave, and Daniel and I also live like in the dorms across from each other. There's 2 dorms that connect, and so we're like getting ready to walk back, and he's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna use the restroom really quick before I go." So
And you and Noah were dating at this point.
we were
Gotcha. You were college dating.
we were college dating. We were spending a lot of time together.
I want you guys to know the entire friend group at that point was just like, when are they gonna fucking make it official?
Yeah. Talk about Noah not being able to pick up on signs. I'm literally like, I love you. And he
I was like,
was
thank you.
like, wow, I love having friends like you. Friends who love me, friends who sleep with me. The best friend in the whole world.
Where'd the finger cam even go? I was just staring at my water bottle for the last like 20 minutes. Oops.
The finger cam. Someone said enjoy the tattoo, and I'm not sure if that means that someone donated or.
Did you see a super chat come up?
No.
Okay, then yeah. No,
Just
they didn't.
curious.
No, they didn't.
So we're about to leave, and Daniel's like, I'm just gonna use the restroom really quick before I go. And so then he goes to the bathroom, and he comes back, and his eyes are like he looks terrified.
It sounded like there was a walrus being fingered in the stall.
He was just
There was like.
he was pale. He was aghast.
It was like I got
It
boned in the
sounded
butt by
like-
a tree.
It was like someone got nailed by a tree.
And I just am like, Daniel, are you okay? And he was like, someone's having a really bad day. Someone's having a really bad day in there. And I was like, okay. And he goes, Emily, I need to leave. Like, that sounded really, really bad. And I'm like, okay, it's going to be fine. You know, so we walk back to the dorm. Later, I see Noah that night.
Hold up. I just want to give the description. Within that stall, I heard spitting. I heard, like, groaning. Not groaning, but just, like, sounds of...
No, you heard groaning.
And just like this, and the only reason I didn't like call the emergency services was I could tell. Like, I think I heard you, like someone, like I heard a flush, and I was like, okay, or spitting or something along those lines. I don't remember exactly, but I was like, okay, I think they're all right. But it was bad.
And so then I meet up with Noah later that night, and we're just talking, and I'm like, how was your day? You know, how blah blah, what happened? And he was like, yeah, you know, it's a really good day. Like, I ate at Seco today though, and you know, something just didn't quite sit right with me, like really not right. And all the bathrooms at Seco were occupied, and so I had to sprint waddle from Seco down the stairs to the nest, and you know, just was pretty bad in there. And I was like, it was you. You ruined his life. You absolutely scarred this man, and he did nothing to deserve it.
I traumatized Daniel, and for that I am sorry.
It's all right.
But I think we're even. You introduced me to my future wife, so thank you.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know how that makes us even. I feel like that makes us even more.
Double.
Well, you had to listen to me scream vomit for multiple semesters, so I think that's what it is. I scream vomit. I don't know why. I can't stop myself. It's just what I do. Every time I vomit, it's not just like a. It's like a. Like, it's awful.
Oh my god.
I know. I can do it on command.
I know, you still sounded like you were vomiting there though. Like, the scary part about Daniel's vomit is it just sounds like someone's like. And you're like, what?
I think it's because I'm partially just angry. I'm like angry that I'm vomiting because a lot of times it's from anxiety attacks, and I just don't want to be doing it. I'm like,
oh, so bad.
All right. Let's see other funny college stories. Good lord.
I have the tarantula one.
Oh,
we're not. I don't want to get.
No. That's fine. We can skip out.
PETA's gonna come for your ass.
Just know Noah accidentally murdered a small animal, and he felt horrible. It was entirely an accident, and then he lied about it, and then he just didn't lie anymore, and then everyone else.
Come a long way.
He basically was like, "Okay, everyone, here's the lie we're gonna tell about me accidentally killing this person's pet," and then we all told that lie to the person, and then Noah just was like, "Nah, I'm not gonna say that anymore," and he fessed up because he's a good person, and then we all tried to maintain the lie, and the person was like, "No, he told me," and we were all like, "Well, we're assholes."
I don't know. You learn something once pretty hard, and then you don't make that mistake again.
No, if you're gonna fess up to something, tell your co-conspirators.
Oh, I'm really sorry for screaming into the microphone for all of those who are listening on their headphones.
Oh, did you just deafen people?
Someone said R.I.P. headphone users.
God.
Someone said ouch.
A patch of seaweed donated $5 and said, "Hey Noah, did you say who does number 2 work for?" And I'm sad to say that I did not.
Oh my lord.
I feel like we have so many other good stories.
Yeah.
What do we do?
Oh,
it's all a blur.
This isn't involving everyone. This is just something I saw a friend of mine do. There was a rather popular girl at our college, and I brought a friend of mine down to a party at your house, and it was really funny because he saw this popular girl and was like, "I'm gonna go hit on her," and I was like, "All right, man." And I knew my friend was kind of really attractive, in shape dude. I don't want to drop names because we're not friends anymore, but he's just awkward. Like, he could never like just pick someone up because he's just uncomfortable like in those situations. So he walked up to this girl without having said anything before to her ever in his life, and just whipped out, "Did it hurt when you fall from heaven?"
No.
And it was like, my guy, this isn't the 90s in a bad Disney movie. Like, what are you doing? And I just saw this girl like slowly back away from him. Advice for anyone out there: don't do that.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah. I think one of the biggest ego boosts I ever had, I was standing next to Noah in a line outside of a bar, and a girl walked up to us, and she just said, "Hey, my friend over there thinks you're cute." Do you remember this? and it was actually me, and I was like, I got to have a moment where I was like, it's not Noah, it's me. And then I ended up actually getting that girl's number. We went on a date, and she left early and was not interested in me after she got to know me.
She left early.
She did. She was not interested in me. God, that was a bad. I was in an open relationship at the time, and I think that's what ended the date really early. I was like, I'm actually dating someone, but this is fine.
Someone said my friend's brother sat on his hamster.
Oh my God.
This is not gonna be a place where we talk about how we accidentally killed it.
Can I talk about how my mom actually killed a cat?
Sure.
Okay, so
Why not?
She'd be furious if she knew I was telling this story. Hi, Mom.
Thank God she's not watching right now, right?
She might be. So we grew up in the middle of the country, like shotgun blasts out the window, kind of middle of the country. Cat Harp in Virginia. And we had these cats that would come on our property, and my mom had bird feeders and stuff, and there was issues with the cats, and they really pissed my mom off because she did not want our neighbor's barn feral cats just wandering on our property. And so she takes my dad's airsoft gun that we had, living in the country just to get animals off our property, and she pumps it up a couple times to get and she takes aim at the cat, and she's like, I'm gonna shoot it in the butt. And so she's like, I'm just gonna scare it off the property. So she shoots the cat in the butt. Turns out, Mom, that wasn't an airsoft gun, that was a pellet gun, and she pumped it multiple times to the point where it went through the cat. And so she just murdered a fucking cat, and she felt horrible. Like, she felt so bad that she just executed this animal on her property. It didn't ricochet off its hindquarters, killed it. And then to make it worse, a few days later, one of our neighbors comes by. Our family cat's been missing. It wasn't one of the local barn cats. It was a cat that got out. And my mom, for years, kept this inside. And then she just told me one day, and I was like, I'm going to tell my audience one day.
And you were like, this is going to make for great content later.
Oh, no, this marker's dead, which ruined that. Okay. But yeah, that is the, also, no, this one's definitely dry by now because it's been sitting open.
People want to know how many bookmarks you have left, so I'm just moving
3
on.
stacks. We have 3 stacks left.
We have no. You don't have a hint as to how many are in a stack, is it?
Yeah, you can count one.
Best of luck to you.
Make if there actually. Can you set aside 100? Because I need to set aside 100 for the top tier. So there's also. I grew up with a Mastiffs, Leonbergers. My biggest dog was 168 pounds at his peak. He was a big old boy. People don't believe me when I say that number. Then I show the photo. It's on my Instagram. He could stand and touch the shoulders, and he would be taller than people who are over 6 feet tall. He's a massive dog. And we had multiple of those dogs for my entire childhood. But they occasionally would kill wildlife, which if people in the audience haven't grown up in the country, that's just, if you have a dog, you let it outside, it's going to kill a rodent or something every now and then. Happens. But they never got like deer or anything like serious. They just, occasionally get something small. Then, after our Mastiff rescue phase was over, my mom rescued a mutt. And that mutt had chow in it and a few other things. And that chow, that dog that was at most 40 pounds, small dog, would take down deer bi-monthly. Like, just massacring local herds. And it was insane to me that we had these, like, bears that never did an ecological dent. And then we got this little mutt that would, like, just ruin herds. It was freaking ridiculous. But I think that's enough animal cruelty for
Yeah,
one.
we gotta get off of this topic. People are very upset about the cat thing.
They are?
No, people are just like, that was sad.
Oh, it's horribly sad, and my mom still feels terrible about it. But if you've ever seen my mom in public, she's been in videos, you can recognize her. Just go, we know about the cat.
We know what you've done here.
Yeah. So, Emily, have you ever killed an animal like Noah did?
Oh, God, absolutely. I have.
I thought you said we have to get off the animal topic.
I know. I don't know how much we want to keep talking about this, but Okay, I'll just tell you the worst thing that I've ever done really quick.
This is just the worst thing you've ever done.
No,
period.
probably not. But like, this is a bad one. Me and my friend, when we used to like live right, or my friend used to live right next to a creek in our hometown, and the creek in the summers was often filled with like tadpoles and frogs and like all these super cute little creatures. And I was like tomboy was the term that you would use back then, but like I was just a closeted bi. I was just
That's the actual official terminology.
I was just a person who liked like just being down and dirty and like running around and, you know, having so much fun as you're supposed to when you're a kid. And Brittany was the same way. She's my friend. Shout out to Brittany. And so her backyard though opened up to the creek. Like she had a fence that you could
Oh, did you get exactly 100?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Cool. All right, just keep that one over there.
Perfect.
So we have 2 more stacks to do.
And so one day we were at her house after school, and we decided to like see how many frogs that we could collect from the creek.
Oh no.
And so we're just running back and forth in the creek, like picking up every frog that we can find and putting it in a little box, you know, keeping them. And 26 frogs later,
That's a genocide.
It gets worse.
Oh no.
We decide that like we have this bag of frogs essentially, and we're just staring at the bag, and we're like, well, what do we do with them, you know? And then we're like, wouldn't it be fun to go swimming with the frogs? And so we then dump all 26 frogs into her pool. And dive in with our bathing suits, and we're just swimming, having the best time, surrounded by all these frogs. These frogs are running for their lives. They are like trying to jump out of the pool, like, and it was a mass casualty.
Oh my god.
Chlorine kills frogs.
It does.
That's what I learned here, apparently. Oh
yeah.
Smokes. Okay.
It was bad. Also, I have another funny story, because I'm just going to keep these rolling.
Is it? Please don't tell me it does not involve animal abuse.
It does not-ish, but...
It's horrifying!
It's we're getting off the topic, but it has to be a natural transition, people. It can't be...
That's not true. You can transition to hot chocolate anytime you want, and no one will be upset about it.
Okay, so my friend Ben Hermerding, shout out to Ben.
So he was stepping on a cat. I don't...
No.
Is this the...
Yes.
Okay.
Was having a crab boil at his house, which was so much fun. And Ben his kind of philosophy when he's hosting a party is like when a person walks through the door, he goes, shots or shotgun, and the person walking through the door has to pick, would they rather take a shot of liquor or would they rather shotgun a beer. And Ben does this with every person who walks through the door, right? And he lives in this like 2nd story apartment. And
does he still do this?
Yes.
He's in his late 20s and he's still
a tradition.
My bachelorette party was like a nightmare, if you can only imagine. And so
less animal murder.
In fact, no animal murder. Believe it.
Way to go.
So he's hosting his party with every single person that walks through the door. He is taking either a shot or shotgunning a beer. So by the time that it actually comes for him to like cook the seafood that he has picked up, he is wasted, right? So he goes out to his balcony to like pick up the crabs that are just have been sitting in like a brown paper bag, because he's gonna boil them for the crab boil. And he looks down at the crabs, and he like his little drunk brain just goes, but they look so sad, like they're so dry, you know, they're dehydrated from being in the sun. So he pours a little bit of water on them, and then he walks away and he leaves and he forgets about it. Well, then our friend Chris, who's co-hosting the party with him, goes to pick up the bag of crabs to then boil, and the bottom, obviously having been saturated with water now, completely...
it's a paper bag?
It's a paper bag.
Oh,
completely
God.
gives way, and the crabs
scatter.
There were like 40 crabs.
There
in the
was
bag.
a ton, but he's on the second floor of this apartment, right? And it's on the balcony. So the crabs just start jumping off the balcony.
They're like sweet
Well, they're not like
release.
Trying-
the best part is that they're blind because they like crawl sideways and backwards, so they can't see. They're not watching where they're going, so they just start like falling through the cracks.
And my favorite part is our friend is on the like in the backyard on the first story, like talking to his sister, and it's just like talking, and then all of a sudden crabs just start like falling everywhere around him, and he's like, I gotta go. One of the crabs made it like out to the street and was running down the sidewalk.
Some say he's still running to this day.
No, they don't. We caught him.
We
ate
did.
him.
All right, I am getting towards the end here, which means I am going to request one last rotation.
Sure.
Who do you want?
People downstairs.
Whoever's hasn't been up. What?
Oh, nothing. You do.
You know who I think wants to come up is Bryce.
Yeah, let's get Bryce. Hasn't been in forever.
Come on, Bryce.
He misses you.
I
Bryce.
have been saying so many things under his name on this.
Oh wait, really?
No, just occasionally. Also,
No one did the 150 for you to get an ass tattoo.
Someone did say, Noah's like, wow, I married a Holocauster. Yeah, I was like that.
Wow.
Noah's Jewish.
That is
you cannot
dark.
Say that.
You cannot say that.
I mean, even if Noah wasn't Jewish, I wouldn't recommend it. But
Thank you.
Oh, that's right. You are. I guess you can.
No. You mean I? Yeah.
Is he coming? Bryce.
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 We won't talk about animal cruelty anymore.
Please help us change the subject. Things are getting weird in here.
Okay, here he comes. Good lord.
Such a fun.
Dark stream. This
was
guy
so
This
sweaty.
is supposed to be happy. It's supposed to be a celebration. And now we're all like, we've all been...
dying.
Yeah.
You're dying. So food is on its way.
Thank
So I
you.
actually want you to take a break because I also want to watch that wrist of yours.
Oh no, dude, look at this. This is all we have left.
Yeah, well, when food gets here, I still want you to take a break. Like,
I want to finish it off.
I
We also need to be done by 7.
Daniel, I can't drag you out of your own office, but like just telling you, I would
Bryce,
rather you take a break.
I can drag him out of his own office.
You're right, Noah. How
Guys.
would you like to make $100?
No,
He says,
listen,
but I'm almost
Actually,
done.
I'm looking to pay for an ass
Listen,
tattoo, so...
There you go. This would literally take me 20 minutes to finish, and I want to get it done. If I stop to take a break, Sanderson's going to start streaming while we're streaming.
Okay, all
And
right.
I don't want to
So-
lose our entire
so,
audience.
Okay, so we'll finish that, and then
Okay.
and that'll be perfect. Actually, food will be there as long as your wrist is fine.
I am in no pain.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right,
I'm
it's
stiff,
fine.
but I'm in no pain.
So,
All
but
right.
my name was called. Why was my name called?
Because we want you
to
because
tap in.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
because you guys are quitters.
You
I
haven't
could-
been here, and you're my publisher. You started and then dipped.
Nice catch.
Hold on. Did you just say dipped? I dipped?
Yeah.
Hold on. I have been waiting to come back the entire time, but everybody else has been jumping in, and I'm like, they're way better at this than I am, so why would I ever come back?
The bear fought back.
that's not
you
true.
The
guys.
bear fought back.
Also, Reed, if you want to come up, and Abby, you guys haven't been in here a while.
Yeah. God, why am I up here? Hold on. I'm quitting. I'm leaving. Reed and Abby. Bye, friends. What have I missed?
Yeah, Reed was so funny.
Yeah.
He was great. All right,
What have I
so
missed?
how have you enjoyed hanging with my friends?
Yeah. Oh, it's been great, but I'm gonna take a nap now. So can you just do your thing?
Sure.
Can you just like hang out with yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you actually want to go take a nap?
No. Okay. Not. I'm just trying to
Try
figure
to
out
be accommodating.
where are we? Are we going this way now?
They dry quicker than you think, man. It's fine.
Yeah, but they're paint things. So we tested this, dude, and if it's like there's gonna be a few in here that are a problem. But what have I missed? I heard you guys were talking about Noah's unfortunate stick incident.
Yep, he got butt boned by a stick.
Butt boned by a stick. I'm gonna use that.
it's-
I'm borrowing
My
that from now
favorite Noah story. We talked about a whole lot of accidental animal cruelty that we've done in our lives.
on. Oh God.
Yeah, it was awful. I want to say I am very pro taking care of animals, being good to animals, and not being awful. But mistakes are a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we've been answering some Q&A stuff.
Oh,
so you're
cool.
always welcome to go back to the Q&A side of things.
I think I might because I think I've also been like just dying because I got like a 5-minute nap and then a Red Bull. So just to get things going, let's see some questions. Hopefully less animal. I'm going to bed now. Have fun. Rest of the stream. Hopefully with less animal cruelty.
God damn it!
That's good. I seem to have come in right on time.
Yeah,
This stream is wild. What the heck did I miss?
were you guys not watching it downstairs?
We were, but it's like it's quiet because we're Maddie is so pretty. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, Maddie is very. All my friends are hot. Bryce and I talked about this last night. All my friends are hot.
Except for that bald one. That bald one is weird as hell.
Okay, you can't call Reed the bald one. Boom, got you.
Wait,
Reed.
is Reed bald?
No.
Oh, well,
just
that makes more
nickname.
sense. I was like, not you, Reed. Did we ask, hey Daniel, happy birthday? Also, did it hurt when you fell from heaven? Did we ask that one yet?
No, there was a story I told earlier.
Ah, gotcha. Hey Noah, did you say who does number 2 work for?
Oh well, you're way early back, man. You need to scroll down to the bottom.
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking if
Oh,
you
yeah,
if you've asked this.
we've been going
okay.
through. You're good.
All right,
You're good,
okay.
yeah.
That's it's like, looking for questions. Is Sanderson streaming again today?
Yeah, he's streaming at 8 p.m. our time, which is Eastern Standard.
Where does he live, actually?
Utah.
Utah. Oh man, have you been to Utah?
Yeah, just went to Dragonsteel. You knew this.
I didn't know Dragonsteel was in Utah.
Yeah.
I know you went to Dragonsteel. I didn't know that Dragonsteel was in Utah. You're just assuming things now about me.
I would say it's common knowledge now. But I do. The reason I wanted to bring you in here at the very end.
Oh no.
Is I want you to tell my audience a very you don't have to censor yourself at all here. A very honest take of what it's been like to work with the goblin.
Awful.
The goblins.
Awful. I know what you're gonna ask, and it's been awful.
Okay.
It's been a genuinely a horrible experience.
Yeah.
I can't believe that you dragged me down here.
It was my idea for you to come down.
Genuinely, it's not even the worst thing. I was like it's not even frustrating because it's just hilarious. The worst thing, and for audience listening to this later, I'm doing this in quotations, is Daniel is so busy and has so much going on and is so excited to do so many things that small things will fall through. So he thought that I was flying down 4 different times, even though I told him, I was like, nah, dude, I am driving. And he was like, oh, right. And then the day of, he's like, you texted me when I was like in Pennsylvania. You're like, let me know when you land so I can come pick you up. And I was like, bruh. No, this is. I was actually. I was talking downstairs with them about how genuinely easy it has been working, not only with you but also like with you and Kayla.
Yeah, Kayla's amazing.
I am so fortunate. I am lucky enough that I do not have to badmouth anybody that I work with, because we are so fortunate to have not only the ability to kind of select who we work with, but also just the luck that the industry that we work in is filled with so many nice, so many cool, so many great people.
I will push back on that a little bit and say authors are either the best people or they are the worst
You're
people.
absolutely right. But I find that in indie authors,
yes,
they tend to be skewed a little bit more.
It's because they're all the weirdos who like to just sit in their room and write ideas down for hours.
And
those are awesome people.
And fantasy writers tend to be in one camp or the other, and if you stick in one camp, you're usually pretty good.
Yeah.
But the thing, and I'm gonna make you feel awkward and embarrassed here, because we're gonna bring up the conversation we had last night.
You were gonna tell him I had to pee my pants?
No, I was gonna tell him the time you did the other thing in your pants.
I pooped myself. Okay.
You can say that word. I can't. I'm gonna bring up a story we were having at dinner last night, where we had Daniel's celebratory birthday dinner last night, and I think it was it Kayla? Someone started the trend of let's say the thing that we like the most about Daniel. And I'm surrounded by all of these friends who have known Daniel for literally 37 years. And so, they're talking about all of these incredible experiences and all these wonderful things that he has done for them, like, in their life. And I've only known Daniel in person for, like, 2 days. But I've known him online for a while. And the thing that I wanted to talk about with Daniel was Kayla, your wonderful girlfriend, was talking about just like how genuine a person you are and how wonderful and how giving and how like just nice you are. And I added with that, just to kind of answer the simple question of how has the work been with you, of not only is it like just impressive that you were that way as a person, but when you get into this industry and when you work at a certain level of success and when you achieve a certain level of success, it is very easy to lose track of that and to lose sight of that. And the reason why we wanted to work with you, and you talked about this, like my entire thing is I only really like to work with people that I'm excited to work with or think I'm going to enjoy working with. My reason for working with you was that when we reached out to you, you were like, you hadn't grown quite as large as you are now, but you were still big, and yet you were just one of the most like real. And I like that's such a real. It's such a like a corny thing to say, and you hear people say it, and you're like, oh, But you were just so one of the most like down to earth, real, just like, you want to play chess at night? Like, you want to do this stuff? You want to do this stuff? And I was like, this dude is a human, and it's just going to be so much fun. And that's how you summarize it all. It's like, working with you has been so much fun. Other than the time I had to convince you that the colors of your cover were amazing.
Okay, there was a slight disagreement on the cover, but we were kind of met in the middle. Where like there were some tweaks made that were, I think, improvements for Neon Ghost we're referencing here.
Yeah.
And then also, I made it my phone background eventually because I was just like, I'm falling in love with it more and more the more I look at it. By the way, you bought way too many markers. This is my fourth.
So we were like, we're either gonna have not enough or too many, and the thing is, we're always gonna be able to use them. So we've got enough for 5 years, which is great. And in case Zara is watching, the composition and the art and everything was always amazing. We were just like, do we want to tweak the colors? Do we want to like, how do we want to like?
Yeah.
But anyways.
It was entirely just like, oh, does this fit this kind of?
That's a single incident, and then also like working with you not only as your publisher, but you're also working on some other projects with us. Mm-hmm. That Daniel's the project manager on one of our projects, and watching you interact with the artists on that you're the first person that I've totally handed the reins for, and you keep asking me, you're like, what do you think of the feedback I've been getting? And what have I been telling you about
You're like,
that?
that's basically the same thing I do.
And, yes, but I've also told you I haven't been reading it because I read it the first few times, and I was like, he's got this.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
Well, you and I have the same philosophy, which is trust the artist.
Yes.
If you need a little tweak, give them a little tweak. But artists, if you hired an artist, you hired them for a reason.
Yep.
And if you, especially, I don't know. I'm sure there's reasons for this, but a lot of artists I know will like send half-finished projects and be like, "What do you think? Give me feedback." I don't like that. I want an artist to send me a finished product, and I know they're doing that. Okay, Mar, I thought about it. They're doing that because they don't want to finish something and then have you be like, "These are all problems." Yes. But when it comes to me, I don't like that because I hired you for a reason. I trust your instincts, and 90% of the time, I'm just gonna say, "Great, done."
So I totally get that, and I'm the same way. The problem is that 10% of the time, you'll end up having to make them redo something because it's not faithful.
Well, because Kayla is still, she's doing voice acting, and occasionally she just gets people who are like, "Oh, you made the inflection on this word in a way I don't like it," and she's like, too bad. I'm sorry, you don't get to nitpick on that level, and it's
that's the real thing, and a lesson for you guys who are looking to publish or looking to create or something. Like, the creators that you work with know what the heck they're doing, and you have to trust them to know what the heck they're doing, because especially if they're in a space that you do not have the skill or the ability to, what you have in your head may look better in your head, but it is not going to look better than what those people present.
Yeah, it's the same thing we saw with the infamous like George Lucas episode 1, 2, 3 documentaries, where he had so many things in his head where like, this is going to be amazing, and then like it was put on the screen and it was like, that's the thing you did. And it's, I think the most common example of that is dialogue.
The other one that I'm not ashamed of bringing up is when Goodkin redid his. Like, have you seen the Goodkin, like, I want these covers done my way?
Yeah.
Just like beautiful art that he just crapped all over and tried to redo in his way, and they were awful.
Yeah. But speaking of, I just want to ask you though, you have seemed to have had a really good impression of Richmond, at least in terms of food.
Richmond, Virginia?
Yeah.
It's fine.
So between so I'm gonna give 2 restaurants here.
Oh no. Oh, I thought you were gonna make me pick. I was like, bruh.
Oh no, I am. There's 2 restaurants that I love in Richmond, and I want to make a good impression with Bryce, so I took him to my 2 favorite restaurants here: Alewife, which is sensational, and Blue Atlas, which is an incredible place as well.
Hey Daniel, what's your favorite book?
Right now?
Ever? What's the best book you've ever read? You gotta think about it, don't you? It's kind of hard.
I can answer that. The best book I've ever read from just a pure respect the execution standpoint.
Iron Prince.
For that genre, yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah. But for overall, like it's gonna be cliche. It's so stupid to say, but there's a reason that there are entire classes taught on Lord of the Rings. It is just a absolute masterclass in someone having an incredible background in all the things that he then utilized to craft a perfect fantasy series in The Lord of the Rings, which, with what Emily was saying earlier, ironic, I just wasn't, Emily's allowed to have her opinions. I'm not going to crap on them.
Is she?
But so I respect her willingness to dissent than other people who just half pay attention and then repeat what everyone else says.
Emily has, and I mean this in the best possible way, more fight than anyone I've ever met, and I am so incredibly envious of that energy and that just
One of the first things Kayla said after meeting Emily was she was like, she's the person in the zombie apocalypse.
Yes, we talked about this, and Emily and I were sitting next to each other at dinner yesterday, and I was like, I can kind of see it. She's given us some strong vibes, and we were having a great time. But watching her on the stream, I'm like, yeah, I want her to be in charge.
Well, that's the great thing about her and Noah, and it's part of the reason I decided to put those two together is because Noah, he's also so driven, but he's so kind and needs someone who'll put a boot in his ass every now and then.
Oh, you decided to put them together?
I introduced them.
Yeah, I know, but be careful about taking away a person's free will.
No, I literally said you're gonna meet my roommate.
Okay.
So yeah, but you gotta choose. You can't distract me. Blue Atlas.
I thought I had it. I was we went through two subjects. I thought I had it. No, okay, genuinely. The Alewife was probably the best meal that I have ever had at a restaurant.
Yeah, they're insanely good.
From a food perspective.
ALE wife.
ALE wife, all one word. Blue Atlas was probably the best restaurant experience I've ever had, because it was the problem with Blue Atlas is that it's an unfair comparison because I was with a group of people that just made it so much fun, but the food was also phenomenal.
Well, they do a multicultural cuisine menu, so you kind of can just get whatever you want.
Oh, it was so good. I don't even, because we ordered the menu, and I don't know half of the stuff that I ate. I was like, that is good. There was actually, here's the thing. You know what? There wasn't a single thing that I didn't like.
There was
Not
one
a
thing.
Single thing.
Well, no, the spicy thing you didn't like.
No, I actually did like it. The taste was great. I just can't handle spice.
Oh, we got super chat.
We got super chat. Oh, sorry. Let's check here. Costas, Lotor, daring today, aren't we?
Lotor?
Yeah, because we're doing a lot of Lotor challenges. I think probably.
Oh yeah.
Daring today. I'm just gonna check to make sure we didn't get another one that.
Sorry, y'all. We've been. We'll pay better attention to that. It's just 7 hours into this. I'm starting to get loopy.
7 hours into it, but for 540 people.
Really?
Yeah.
You all stick around.
Yeah,
I love you all. Jesus.
Then Manny the Toast. Keep up all the amazing work. Thanks. It's all his fault.
Yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there.
You are
pushing
almost
through.
Done. You are
pushing
almost
through.
done.
Well, I got to do the last 100 with you that are over there. Those are the personalized doodles. Noah set them aside.
Oh, right. Well, but we actually don't have to because they're going to be personalized, which means we need to know who the persons are going to be.
Oh, yeah.
So we can wait on those, and you can send those to me if you want. We don't have to finish those today.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
We definitely don't. I will just start numbering at 101.
Gotcha.
And I'm actually going to leave probably a few more than that with you.
Sounds good.
Just in case there are product issues.
That sounds good to me. But for those of you who have stuck around to the very end or just tuned on in, you freeloaders, I have one exciting announcement that I am going to be bringing here to the channel. I recently told Emily that I'll be reading Court of Thorns and Roses for the first book for review here, which is going to be great. But the summary videos for various fantasy series will be returning. Obviously, I have been doing the manga videos that are in that style for quite some time now, especially with Berserk and Vinland Saga, and those have been wildly successful to me. But when I got that copyright strike, it motivated me to be like, look, I don't want to do this with just manga. It needs to be other stuff as well, because these videos I'm so proud of. I need to get them done. They're great. But the way I can get these summary videos done is I need to lower my video output. The reason I can't do those longer projects is because for some dumb reason, I've always thought I need to put out a video every day of the week, which I do not need to do. I don't know why I put that on myself. And I don't think anyone really expects that from me. So instead, yes, fantasy news will always be there. Same time, same place. But my output's going to go down a little bit so I can focus on projects with Wraithmark and things like that. But in additionally to that, it's also going to go down so I can do higher quality content. And with that announcement, we're done.
Almost. I also have an announcement that Daniel doesn't know. It's not nearly as exciting as that, and I wish I'd done mine first so that I didn't undercut yours. Because my announcement is much smaller. There have been a lot of questions about the Kickstarter, and because we blew past all of our stretch goals, there have been questions if we were going to do more. Typically, we try to avoid doing additional stretch goals because the number of projects that we have, including the number of projects that we separately have with Daniel, we want to make sure that we stay on task. We want to make sure that we stay on schedule. But we did think of a stretch goal. My team and I thought of a stretch goal that we put together that would be an easier one to get. And so if we hit $50,000 on the Kickstarter, not only is Daniel going to get a bonus that he wasn't aware of until this moment, we're also going to be increasing the amount that we donate to Mary Carroll Children's Center. That cut will come out of Wraithmark's cut, so Daniel's not going to lose any additional money. But we are going to be increasing the percentage that goes to them because they've been super excited about getting that donation. We're going to be giving it to specifically. I asked them. I don't know if I told you this, but we can specifically say like it's going to classroom supplies. So like we're basically going to try to like flood several of their classrooms with like a good amount of supplies. So we're going to be pumping that up. I can't give you numbers. It's recommended that I don't for various reasons that people that I've talked about. But when we do the transparent like breakdown afterwards, you guys will see it's probably going to be like 12.5%. Hey, buddy.
Bryce is a good man. And I am a very tired goblin.
Oh, I can't. You have been in here for...
wait, did we actually even hit 7?
6 hours and 40 minutes.
I was within 18 minutes of our goal. That is... Whoo, I'm proud of that.
We're also 3 minutes ago, our dinner got picked up, so we're going to be like right on time to get food. So, all right. Nice job, buddy. Now help me stack all of these and put them in the box.
Deal.
No,
Thank you, everyone, for tuning on in for this. I am so excited to get these sent out to you. I'm sorry my signature's not great, but it is distinct. And we will be bringing more awesome projects to you in the future.
Oh, yeah. We've got more than even the ones that we've, you've announced on this one. And we're, like, super excited. The one that I was talking about, the mystery one, I'm really psyched about that one.
Yeah.
You want to tell them where we can get the things?
You can go ahead and pick up one of these badass little bookmarks I just spent a day ruining my wrist over at Kickstarter. And the link in the description, and if Potato is still around, if you are, I love you. That's amazing. It'll be in chat as well. I am going to get back to editing the final draft of Neon Ghosts and celebrating with my friends the fact that we have raised how much for charity? Or for us and charity?
So for us, we have totaled, this needs to be refreshed. Holy cow. We went up $3,000 today. We're at 35.6.
We are at 35.6. That is awesome. With 17 days to go, of course, I'll keep plugging it in my videos. This has been a really good time. And you all got to meet all my friends and stuff.
Literally all of them. He doesn't have any other friends.
There's a few more.
Oh, it was supposed to be a joke.
And I can't think of words.
He's going to bed now. Bye!
Bye, everybody!
Like, subscribe.
And subscribe, all that fun stuff.
thing.
Support the Kickstarter.
Yeah.
I'm going to go lay down and eat.
We're going to go literally, I may just go